चेस बेस इंडिया के संग थोड़ी देगी चेस थ्योरी इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी बनना चाहे तू भी तार शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का
देख ले मुझे मैं आंखें मिला लूं ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे
1 मिनट बगीचे
हाँ बगीचे अटैकिंग प्लेयर हो यार
checks captures threats in this position हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन इससे बेटर फील नहीं है यार शतरंज का कमाल 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 This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है इसके इतने सारे रंग सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग थोड़ी देगी चेस थ्योरी इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी बनना चाहे तू भी तार शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का
देख ले मुझे मैं आंखें मिला लूं ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे
1 मिनट बगीचे
हाँ बगीचे अटैकिंग प्लेयर हो यार
checks captures threats in this position हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन इससे बेटर फील नहीं है यार शतरंज का कमाल 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 मजा है इसके इतने सारे रंग सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी इन डेप्थ कमेंटरी यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी बनना चाहे तू भी तार शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का
देख ले मुझे मैं आंखें मिला लूं ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे
1 मिनट बगीचे
हाँ बगीचे अटैकिंग पे रहो यार
checks captures threats in this position हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन शूले जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन इससे बेटर फील नहीं है शतरंज का कमाल 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 This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है इसके इतने सारे रंग सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी इन डेप्थ कमेंटरी यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी बनना चाहे तू भी तार शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का
देख ले मुझे मैं आंखें मिला लूं ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे
1 मिनट बगीचे
हाँ बगीचे अटैकिंग पे रहो यार
checks captures threats in this position हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन शूले जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन इससे बेटर फील नहीं है शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल
The fourth round of the Chess Olympiad 2024 is going to be a very keenly contested battle. India is up against Serbia and in the open section and France in the women's section. Both the teams are tremendously strong. In the open section, we have Alexandr Predke of Serbia on top board. He's a very good player and actually has been about 2700. His rating has just dropped right now. On board number 2, Alexey Sarana, one of the best players in the world in shorter time controls. Also in classical chess, he's about 2700. Then we have Indjic. I think the fourth board, maybe there will be Ivic who will play there. It seems like India is, of course, the stronger team, but on all boards, Serbia has strong players, and I think India will need to put its best foot forward, and perhaps it is very likely that Gukesh, Vidit and Arjun will go in to play tomorrow. In the women's section, India is up against France, and the French team has IMs in their mix. On the top board, they have Daulyte, who is a strong IM. On board 2, they have Pauline Gouchard, and they have a board 2 maybe Sophie Millet. On board 3, Pauline Gouchard, and there is Mitra Hijazipur. So it's a very strong team filled with experienced players. None of them are the ones who are playing the Olympiad for the first time. I think they've played several Olympiads. And with Harika not being in great form, losing her game, India will have to think whether to rest Harika or to get in someone else. Who knows what's going to happen there. But if Harika does play, then Vaishali, Divya and maybe Vantika will have to fire. And if Tania comes into play, she will have to show her A game. Already in the fourth round, I think it's a tough battle ahead with India facing two strong teams, Serbia and France. Welcome everyone to the day 4, the fourth round of the Chess Olympiad 2024. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you to this amazing day of chess that we have in front of us. A warm welcome to everyone in the chat. And today is going to be a very important day because India takes on Serbia in the open section and the women take on France. So these are the pairings. A shout out to everyone in the live chat. Let me just get the live chat here so that I can speak with all of you. Everyone in the chat is saying Samay coming to Budapest, Samay coming to Budapest. Bhai, kaise? From where did you get this information, guys? Samay in Budapest. Yes, do like the video, guys, and also subscribe to Chessbase India. Kyuki dosto, our aim to reach 2 million is very real at the end of this Olympiad. Although we are 160,000 subscribers away. Not easy. Not easy. ओवरनाइट वीजा बनवा रहे हैं. क्या बात कर रहे हो हिमांक भाई? फ्रॉम वेयर डिड यू गाइस, कहां से मिल रहा है ये सब इंफॉर्मेशन? आई हैव नो इंफॉर्मेशन. रिमूव दिस थिंग. ओके गाइस, विल रिमूव इट. सो आज का जो पेयरिंग है, टुडेज पेयरिंग, इफ वी एक्चुअली एनालाइज नॉट जस्ट ऑफ इंडिया बट ऑल द टीम्स, लेट्स हैव अ लुक. यूएसए is taking on Ukraine. What a clash that is in the open section. Caruana on board 1 should have been playing Vasily Ivanchuk, but Ukraine has put Andrei Volokitin on the top board. Wesley So versus Ivanchuk. This is a game that we are going to keep an eye on because two phenomenal players. Dominguez is playing Ruslan Ponomaryov, the former FIDE world champion. Ruslan Ponomaryov. And this is going to be exciting as well. Ray Robson versus Anton Korobo. Already I can sense that this match is going to be interesting. I think Caruana has an edge over Volokitin, but I don't think rest of the players, it's going to be neck to neck. And there we see the Indian women's team right now with 8 minutes to go. They are taking on France. And French team is actually very interesting, guys. समय कमिंग टू बुडापेस्ट. भाई समय आ गए बुडापेस्ट में तो मजा आ जाएगा. हंगरी वर्सेस इटली सेकेंड बोर्ड. दोस्तों, रिचर्ड रैपोर्ट, डैनियल वोकाटूरो. हु नोस डैनियल वोकाटूरो? अपार्ट फ्रॉम बीइंग द टॉप रेटेड इटालियन प्लेयर, देयर इज वन मोर थिंग अबाउट हिम. हु कैन टेल मी? Who can tell me that what is it about Daniel Vocaturo? Yes, Vidit's second, or you can also say Vidit's coach. So that is Daniel. Then you have Lorenzo Lodici, who yesterday beat Anish Giri, taking on Peter Lecco. Oh my God! If Lorenzo beats Lecco today, I think we will call him in the studio for sure. Then we have Sanan Sujiro versus Sonis Francesco. I would say Sanan slightly stronger there. Benjamin Gledura slightly stronger against Sabino Brunello. But Italy beat Netherlands yesterday. They are on a high. And they have to be very carefully tackled with it. Look at there, Vidit coming in, Arjun coming in. We have Prag there. Woo! Board 2, 3, 4 of India. Amazing. Facing Serbia today. And right opposite Prague is an amazing player, guys. Alexey Sarana. Don't underestimate Alexey Sarana. His rating is 2711. In Blitz, I think someone mentioned on chess.com, his rating is about 3100. He's so good. So Praggnanandhaa has to be careful. I think clearly Sarana is the strongest player in the team. And he was actually representing Russia. But right now, with all the situation that is going on around Russia and the war, he has shifted his federations to Serbia. and people are saying Magnus ka batao. Guys, Magnus ko bhi 10 minute lagega aane ko. He is going to come in bike and also late ho jayega. That is, we will look at Magnus later. Um, who else here do we? Oh, look at Vidit there. Vidit is taking on Vladimir Ivic and sorry, Velimir Ivic, and Ivic is rated 2599. He's actually very talented player. I think he's kind of stuck in this 2600 range, but he can play much higher strength some on a given day. And he's born in 2002, so he's quite young. He's just 22 years old. And there you see Harika. Now, Indian women's team is playing France. Harika's opponent is the very, very strong Deimante Daulyte-Cornette. Now, why is her surname Daulyte-Cornette? Is because she is married to also fellow grandmaster Matthew Cornette. So Deimante is a very, very strong player. And by the way, there you see Alexandr Predke, first board for Serbia. And who is he playing against, guys? Who is on the black side over there? Yes, Kaustup says, hope Harika bounces back. I also am hoping for the same, but it's not going to be easy. She's facing an IM with a rating of 2369. Of course, Gukesh, Guki Monster, is going to be black against Alexander Predke. And if you remember at Chennai Grandmasters, Predke was one of the participants. It was not a good event for him. He lost several games. And look at Arjun there, closing his eyes. In fact, I was talking to some journalists today and they said, we see all the Indian players closing their eyes before the game. What are they doing? And I'm like, I don't know. Everyone's doing something differently. It's not like everyone learned the same thing. Vidit learned it from Black Lotus. Arjun learned it from Inner Engineering. Gukesh here I think he learned it from his coach Vishnu Prasanna. So it's all like everyone has their own routine. Daily Game says today we need to get VD on panel. Arey, why? I think if Vidit wins today, we'll get him for sure. We'll get him for sure. And there you see Gukesh has arrived. And once Gukesh comes, there are a lot of people who want to meet him. Like over there, you can see someone is waiting for him, maybe for a autograph. And that's the thing about the Olympiads. Although it's high pressure, you can never create a contained situation like the candidates. Like here you can see Gukesh getting ready for his game, but someone comes for an autograph, and you don't want to make anyone feel bad. You just want to but not many people are allowed, of course, in the playing hall, but the players are there. The players themselves want to meet Gukesh. And by the way, guys, joining us is the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Harshit
Sagar
bhai.
bhai. Guys, what's up? Sagar bhai, we are in for such a treat. India is playing against Serbia,
हाँ भाई.
and Indian women's team is playing against France.
तो हर्षित भाई, नीचे से क्या न्यूज़ है? What are the news that you have?
Magnus
came on time.
a little late, maybe like 2 minutes late, and FIDE president Arkady was also like laughing there.
Can we see Magnus's board, director Saab? Maybe it's about to like 1 minute away from start, and perhaps Harshit has come from the future already because there is a 15-minute delay, so he knows already. But Magnus is not yet there, but he should come very soon, so we will keep our eye there. Hi Sagar, Bodhana is the youngest kid. Possible to show her? I think when England plays on one of the top boards, it would be possible. I think right now the English team in women's section is playing on 50. Oh, it's a third board.
Third board, she's there,
but she's not playing
but
today.
that's the maybe English A team or the same.
But there is only one team.
Oh yeah, only one. Yeah.
But England today has rested Bodhana against China.
And that's a huge match. China, Sagar bhai, no matter what players they field in, always remains to be one of the contenders for a medal. because we saw how Pang Bo, an unrated
Array,
player,
Pang Bo.
scored 11 out of 11.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, Director Saab, if we can have Magnus's board, even if there's nothing happening, it will be cool to just see. Or if any other footage from the venue.
Oh, there is Gajik waiting for his opponent Magnus to come. He's playing on the fourth board, Gajik Victor. He's also currently studying in the United States, so I kind of know him. He told me that this is the first time that he's going to play Magnus, because the last time
अरे भाई तुमने उससे बात कर लिया
अभी नहीं, कल बात किया था पेयरिंग के पहले. अरे अरे नहीं नहीं नहीं, नहीं.
भाई आज किससे बात करके आया? Who all did you speak with?
Before the game, actually, when I went, the games are already about to begin. So I
But
was just.
you didn't speak with anyone.
Actually saw today for the first time Abhijit Kunte is in the
here.
playing hall.
Oh, nice.
The captain of the women's team.
Nice.
So it was great. It's great to have him.
I think he finally made it to Budapest.
Yeah,
or?
finally made it to Budapest. So it's of course great to have him. And here's Tania. Tania's camera.
Tania. Actually,
She's
today
playing
they have
today.
rested Vantika. Yes. And Tania's opponent is Natasha Benmesba.
Wow.
She is rated 2258.
I think she
WIL.
previously might have been playing for the Iranian Federation, although I might be mistaken.
But Mitra Hejazipur.
Mitra Hejpa, yeah,
Hejazipur
is definitely.
By the way, Nigel Short is making
made the first inaugural move, and then Sophie Millet is playing on the second board. Very, very strong international master from France. She's been around the circuit for quite some time.
Yes. And there we can see
Oh,
the Norwegian game has begun, but no Magnus Carlsen in sight, guys, because Magnus, of course, cannot come on time generally. Everyone was saying bro has started side quests.
gone.
in the comments, yeah, because Magnus he keeps winning everything, so he needs more challenges.
Yeah. Aryan Tari is the third board, is also currently studying in the University of Missouri. So it's great to see some of my teammates also participating here.
Yes.
Oh, there he is. Magnus
bhai aa gaye. I think he has added so much amazement to this event, and I think he believes in his team. Yesterday he was asked what is the aim of Norway, and he said we want to come in top 10. But now the Indian games have begun. Let's go to Gukesh's game, because Gukesh is playing against Alexander Predke here.
Whoa.
And Harshit Bhai, Gukesh did score a win against Predke at the Chennai Grandmasters.
Oh, wow.
Which
Where
helped him to qualify to the candidates. And I think he has a nice memories of playing Predke.
Yeah, he's playing with the black pieces, however, and I think he might want to just keep the game under control enough so that he can take risks if needed.
Yeah.
And of course, Predke, very, very strong player who previously used to represent Russian Federation.
Yes.
But post-war has switched to the Serbian flag. And it's been a huge addition for the Serbian team because he's a very, very strong, almost 2700 strength player.
He was about 2700. And Harshit Bhai, it's the Karo Khan again.
Karo Khan. Sagar Bhai,
What's up with India and Karo Khan?
I actually think that this might be something that the Indian team prepared in some sort of a training camp, because we also saw Divya using the Karo Khan. We saw Vidit using it already.
But I think Gukesh has reached that stage where he understands his opponents well. And I think he feels Karo Khan is a good opening against Predke.
Yeah, I think Predke is a very, very sharp player. And I really like this approach where he kind of wants to keep the game closed, because we've seen how majestically Gukesh can maneuver his pieces into...
Maza aa gaya do round mein.
That game actually is very underrated, how he brings the rook from A8 to G7 and launches an attack in the second round. Sagar Bhai, that was too good. And he also sacrificed a pawn on the way.
Absolutely.
Gambit.
Oh, bye. Today we are going to do, whenever, guys, there is a gambit on the screen, any games in the opening, let us know. We are going to play this small little video, which is like 3 seconds or 5 seconds for gambit of the day.
Wow.
Okay, so Karo Khan has kind of surprised Predke.
Mhm.
He's not responding. There are many ways to play because d4 is clearly the main move.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking to play some sideline like knight f3, knight c3, which has already
This
been kind of
two
mainstream.
knights.
Yep.
This could happen. And there's also one very sideline-ish move, knight e2.
Oh, I don't know this actually.
Is very interesting with Harshit Bhai, because if someone plays bishop f5, already I think it's a mistake because of knight g3.
Knight g3 and f4, yeah.
And maybe e6 if I'm not mistaken, something like this.
Hmm.
But I might be completely wrong.
Actually, Sagar bhai, I wanted to show a funny line in this two knights variation. Knight f3, uh, d5 in the Karo Khan guys. Don't try this at home. D into e4, knight into e4,
Arre. Oh, let's do
knight
it.
d7,
Let's ask.
queen e2. And
And
why
today
is
we have the
which
chat chess
knight would
moves.
you move to f6, Sagar
Yes,
bhai?
how I would play knight gf6, and then I would ask the
Yeah.
chat what is the positional move they would play here.
Yeah. Should we trade or should we?
Should we trade here? Should we play d4, opening up our bishop? And arre. Cam stuck. People are saying, oh, our cam got stuck. That is first. Let's see if we can bring it back.
And I see a lot of fun that can happen from this two nights opening.
But do we have the chat chess moves? Can we check that out to see if what people have answered? Perhaps.
Yes, exactly, guys. A lot of you have found it. Knight from e4, Sagarbai to d6 is a checkmate
Arre.
because you cannot take because your king is and you cannot do a king's gambit. I mean,
That would be too much.
but yeah, actually he's thinking for more than 5 minutes in the
Wow.
second move.
Wow. Predke has been thoroughly surprised here, and he's really not able to come up with something. Maybe he's just thinking, what should I play with Gukesh that will make him uncomfortable?
Yeah, and Sagarbai, maybe we can quickly check how the other openings have progressed.
Let's go to Sarana versus Prag. Prag is playing the highest rated player in the team of Serbia.
Yeah, so Alexey Sarana, very strong player, very young,
Known for his
24
speed,
years
right?
old, known for his speed, known for his openings as well. And here we see a Sicilian and
Full fight.
full on. I think both of the players are looking forward, and I think Praggnanandhaa is very dangerous
Naidorf.
in Sicilians.
I would not play Naidorf with Prag.
The thing
It's
is,
too much risk.
Sarana has played it all his life, so he has a lot of experience himself. And in this exact line, I had a game with Sarana 5 years back
Oh,
at the Aeroflot Open in Russia, where I had played Queen to E2. We discussed this move once in the Sicilian, how it can be a very interesting way to develop your pieces because
Isn't this called like Velimirovich attack in general when you put your queen on e2?
yeah,
I think.
in some lines, definitely. Because the point now is that it might seem that you're blocking your own bishop, but once the king castles on the queen side, the rook is going to be on the d line, and the queen is going to support the e5 break, and this bishop is going to develop itself from the g2 or h3 square. So my opponent played h6. I returned g6 to develop his bishop. And I played f4 to somehow always have an idea for e5. e5, I took, and Sagarbai, there was a very strong player from India, Parimarjan Negi, one of the biggest chess talents of his generation. He was 26, 80. He became a grandmaster at the age of 13 or 14. Had written a book in the Sicilian Najdorf. Nowadays, the engines kind of obviously have the last say when it comes to openings, but it was an amazing book which I had written, which I had read and helped me win a lot of points. And now the move is Long Castle.
And ED then E5.
And now the point is that we are playing in chess, initiative is very important. And we are playing against initiative because all of the black's pieces besides the knights are underdeveloped. So if he takes, then e5 gives white a decisive advantage because the queen is pinned to the bishop, and once
E takes F6 is a check.
yes, it's a check and it's going to be a disaster. I also showed this line once in the last Olympiad when Wesley had joined us for an interview. Now I have to retreat because e5 is protected by the queen. b5, and now what's the ambit gambit, guys?
Oh. What is this move? I think rook takes d7 ho jaye, Harshit.
Exactly, Sagar bhai. Rook takes d7, getting away of one of the defenders. And once the knight takes back, this knight gets this crucial square to d5. The queen goes back to b8. And queen d2 is, of course, very interesting. But Alexey Sarana, when I was playing him, was about 150 to 200 points higher rated than me. And I was quite happy with the draw. So I chose for bishop to f6. He took, and after king e7, knight d5 check, king e8,
Draw
knight
kar liya
f6,
bhai.
we made a draw.
Nice.
So this was
Wow,
the
great
draw
memory.
that I had with Alexey, a little flashback through the memory lane for me. But of course, with the white pieces, Praggnanandhaa is not going to be happy with the draw. He goes for a very, very rare a4.
Right.
Actually, maybe not so rare, but very interesting. Trying to stop all sorts of b5 and at the same time creating space for his bishop to drop back to a2.
Seems like Harshit bhai, this is one of your favorite lines. You have so much knowledge practically, theoretically. I think you have played a lot
Yes, I play Najdorf a lot myself with the
from
black
black and
pieces
white, both.
and white, and I face this with white as well. So this is some line that I've invested a lot of my time analyzing, and he goes for e6.
So tell us, do you think that this line gives chances to both sides, or is it like one-sided opening? How is it?
It's not at all one sided, especially in this variation where we've already seen some sort of complications. There's no simplicity in the position. um, and this pawn structure with d6 e6 against the e4 pawn always leads to some sort of dynamic play.
It also gives black a extra central pawn.
And we've seen many times ideas where black, oh, queen to f3 played, very, very nice. And look at his clock, he's cooked something up, Sagar bhai.
Yes.
We don't know if it's vegetarian or non-vegetarian.
By Prague vegetarian, no?
But for cooking, I mean, if he's cooking for someone else,
Prag might just get his opponent and put him inside his dish. He's very aggressive. By the way, Code Breaker says, wow, GM analysis is something else. Thank you, Harshit Bhai.
Arey, thanks a lot, Code Breaker.
पता नहीं भाई आपका नाम कोड ब्रेकर है कि नहीं, हमने बना दिया आपको.
Yeah, the first time I couldn't even read it.
By the way, Carl Justin says, I'm from Philippines and I comment and I admire hard work for chess so that everyone can understand. Arey, Carl Justin ji, thank you so much for your message.
Sagar bhai works effortlessly and endlessly to be able to provide this coverage to all of you guys. So big shout out to you, Sagar bhai.
Bhai, all of us are working hard. I think in this entire team that we have here, everyone's working hard throughout the day, trying to do something or the other, some chess analysis, game analysis, video editing, graphics, and so on. It's an effort of an entire team that we have. So, and also we have the Hindi Chess Base India where Niklesh is commentating, so you can go and check that out. Arjun Erigaisi is playing on with the black pieces and he is taking on Alexander Indjic. I think another guy whom you might be knowing pretty well. He's in the US, right?
He used to be in the US, but he's now in Serbia. But of course, I know him quite well because we've played a lot of tournaments together. Very nice guy. But Sagar bhai, Arjun again going for such dynamic play from the
अरे
opening.
रे
Like
नाइट C6 आ गया E5 खेल रहा है भाई को, and then he went D4 stopping E5. Arjun
Bishop
took,
F5.
he's
Like
play, you know what he's playing?
he's
He's actually playing reverse D4, knight
knight
F6,
C3.
knight C3, D5, bishop F4, the Jobawa London, but with black.
With black. I mean, it I just have to credit Arjun for his aggressiveness, because he can simply, of course, go for something like
E6,
knight f6 and e6, going
bishop
for the
E7,
Catalan,
castle.
or even knight f6 g6, the neo Grunfeld. But Arjun is like, वो सब तो ठीक है, I am going to go for the Jobawa London. Even if you're tempo up, I believe in my dynamic abilities to complicate the game. And a lot of moves have been happening in the Gukesh game. We'll of course take a look at that.
I think we are back on Arjun board. So knight B4, knight A3.
E6 simply developing.
Mhm.
C3. Okay, now you have to retreat. Queen B3,
I,
putting pressure on this pawn.
isn't there some crazy line here where they give up like knight C2 check and all that happens and take on
Castles.
A2?
I think it's.
No, it's not here. Maybe it's something.
Oh, I'll show you. Yeah. So it's bishop g2,
Yeah.
e6, castles,
Knight
uh,
B4.
knight b4,
C4
c4,
and
knight
knight
c2,
C2. CD,
cd5, knight
knight A1,
a1,
E4.
e4, and even d6 is a move.
Yes,
And
yes.
um,
Yeah.
I think that there are games by Vidit
Very,
in
very,
this
very
line as
top
well.
players.
Yeah, lot of games played in this line. Um, this did not happen.
So that's why this inclusion of E6 leads to this kind of sharp line. So Arjun went directly knight B4.
Yeah,
He's not spending time on this, making him force.
forced to defend that pawn on c2 with
So
knight
knight
a3,
A3,
and then he chooses to go for e6, c3, knight c6.
and now this pawn is attacked. I already feel uncomfortable with black because my knight is here, my bishop is outside. Should I go queen c8?
Guys, there is a very, very typical motif in this position that black can choose to play instead of rook b8, which is pawn from a7 to a6.
Oh, bhai. Let's ask the chat after a6.
Array, why is this a blunder, or is this a blunder?
Harshita is asking one move ahead. So let's try it. Is queen b7 a blunder or is it a good move? Aksh Rajput has sent in a super chat saying watching and supporting Team India from US.
Wow.
Love your commentary, Sagar bhai. How are matches decided between so many teams? So, Aksh bhai, there is a software. I think it's called some pairing software, Swiss Manager or something, where all the teams are put in. You put in the results, and then you just press enter, and it does all the things. It all the algorithms are written. So pairings in chess never been an issue, but there are some things that are planned in the Olympiad that the same countries cannot play each other, like
In
Hungary
the last
A and
round, I
Hungary
think.
B cannot play, and so on.
Yeah.
Yes, people are saying blunder because queen b7, knight a5 traps the queen. Harshit
Yes,
bhai,
knight to f5. And this is a very, very typical motif when someone attacks your b2 or b7 pawn.
such gems of knowledge, guys. Who say that chess commentary on Chess Base India is only for fun? I
Correct.
think when you learn these tricks, you can actually try them out on your opponent. Look at this, how this bishop controls b4 square, and then here, and this is trap.
This is trapped, and maybe you can trap your friend or companion playing something like this.
Yes, definitely. And after you do it, he will no longer or she will no longer remain
Correct.
your friend. So bishop e4 by Arjun, again speedily played. I think he was in his prep. F3. That guy Indjic wants the bishop because I think after take he didn't like that his knight was a little bit
Yeah,
on the
exactly,
offside.
exactly. So he goes for f3, bishop g6,
Takes,
take, and he
pawn
goes
takes,
for
e4. Okay, e4 on the board, and now here Um, okay, he's about to play his move e4. Yes, he plays e4, and now Arjun has some thinking to do because Indjic not only has a strong center, Harshit Bhai, but also the bishop pair.
Yeah, however, the bishop on g2 is currently blocked by its own pawns. But if you ever take this pawn, which I don't think you should ever, if you ever take Sagarbai, it just opens up this bishop
You know,
laser rocket.
भाई भाई क्या लेजर रॉकेट the hair
Array.
zulfe bhai the pawns are like the wind guys and the bishops are like your hair you need the wind to blow in order for your hair to flow.
क्या ही सागर भाई, poetic commentary.
Thank you.
And also opening up the rook when the king castles, so we definitely don't want to open white's pieces so much. And Arjun is taking his time. He's trying to maybe decide between a few options that he has right now.
Maybe knight f6, right?
Yes, knight f6.
But then you are allowing push. But then if you when you have the knights and
Exactly.
opponent has the bishop, you are okay with the position becoming a little closed.
Yeah, exactly.
So Arjun has a very strategically rich position. It can go anywhere. It can become closed. It can open up. There can be some play down the H file. We will come back to this game. Let's go to the game of
Vidit, which we haven't
Vidit
checked yet.
and Velimir Ivic.
Yes.
And with it, with the white pieces, today India will be really banking on him to fire because with it, with white is an altogether different beast. So with it goes d4, d5, c4, c6, the Slav defense, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, and dc4 played.
Yeah,
Normal.
we saw this in Tania's game.
Yes.
In the first round.
It was a4.
And exactly.
Here bishop f5 was played by Tania's opponent.
Exactly.
But with its opponent goes e6.
Yep.
And Harshit Bhai, if I'm not mistaken, this was the same line that was played by Kramnik against Topalov in their World Championship match, where Topalov used to go all out against Kramnik with e4, then c5, bishop c4, cd, queen d4, queen d4, and then there used to be like this end game where Kramnik would play rook g8, a6, and just try to kind of
Equalize.
hold on together. So it's a very, I can say e6 is a very solid line, and e3, c5.
C5.
So we are now in Queen's Gambit accepted territory.
Yes, with black spending one tempo on c6 and c5.
But I think black is essentially saying that when you pushed your pawn here, you weakened the b4 square, and I'm happy with losing a move.
Exactly.
Interesting. So bishop c4,
C takes d4,
cd, ed, knight
knight
c6,
c6,
castles, bishop e7.
I really like this next move of white.
Queen
Queen
e2.
e2. Tempting black to take the pawn on d4, but of course that would be a grave mistake with your king in the center.
Let's ask our chat. Take, right? Because our queen is hanging. So you take, queen takes, and now what should be the move here, Harshit Bhai? I think there are many good moves, but chat, what would you play?
I think several moves give white a big advantage, guys, but the biggest reason why this is not good for black is that his king is in the center and you are getting 2 extra tempi towards your initiative. And chess, as Kramnik used to love saying, is all about one tempo.
Right. You are absolutely right, Harshit Bhai. Many people want to do rook d1. Oh, let's see. We have here rook d1 is the major move. Thank you, Director Saab, for bringing our chat chess moves here. But quickly growing pace is knight b5, and I think, Harshit Bhai, this is a very good move.
Yes, keeping an eye on the c7 square, which would currently be a fork to the king and the rook. And if the queen tries to defend it by going to b6, then there can be another tempo. Another one, Sagar Bhai. I don't think that black is ready to face so many direct threats, because bishop c5, there is another tempo with a5, and after queen c6, chat, white to play. How do you...
I just want my bishop here instead of knight. But
How do you magic? Do
how
the magic?
How to make the magic happen? Oh,
टोपी खोलो और बर्ड बाहर आ जाएगा.
भाई ये क्या है? Knight A7, everyone's saying, bhai. Is it a good
Exactly.
move?
Amazing move, guys. Well done. Everyone is alert, Sagar
Chat
bhai.
on fire.
Too good.
Chat is on fire, guys. Well done. Amazing. So castle कर दिया भाई इधर. इसने मारा नहीं. He said, let's not take it.
Yeah.
Castle.
And he now protects it, but at the same time, he wants to maybe push the pawn to d5,
Yes.
opening up the position because bishops do extremely well when they have open files
Correct. And with
and
it,
open diagonals.
you know, Vidit is like has this free flowing position.
Yes.
And if he does d5, it will just
It will like
unleash.
basically
Right, it will
like our video, like it will
opening the entire jacket and all, just opening up things. But
his
knight
opponent is
d4.
like, no. I'm going
Right.
to keep
Button.
it tight
Please
as
put
for
on your
as long
button.
as for as long as I can.
Correct. By the way, Harshit bhai, while we are talking a very important thing, we have the chat, the bars here on our screen. Thanks to the one and only Rakshit Singh, who has developed these bars and has been helping us. Thank you so much, Rakshit bhai. And from the bars, I can see that Divya has 1.45 advantage.
Oh my god, that's
It
huge.
seems like we are expecting Divya any moment in the studio.
That's huge. I think the games have not even been 1 hour, Sagar bhai,
Let's
but
go to Divya's game because by the way, just before we leave,
oh,
Vidit has pushed his pawn to A5, and Harshit by Spidey sense has just stood up.
yeah, this is a very novel move and a very interesting move. I have not personally seen this in this exact position.
I think Harshit by one of the ideas is if B6 trying to develop the bishop.
He's like, no. You are going to tighten my shirt. I am going to make it even more difficult for your pieces to come out.
Yeah, this is completely A6 is a say under you just put the nail in the coffin
Yes.
and try to just so maybe fix acha. So yeah, this B6 should have A6 gets. Oh, by the way, he's instantly Ivic has played BD7. It seems like he is expecting this.
Hmm.
And Harshit Bhai, if black gets bishop C6 and knight D5, he should be doing pretty okay.
Definitely. So, in these isolated pawn positions, which I really enjoy playing for both sides, with the isolated pawn, you always want some sort of dynamic play and initiative, and you want to keep as many minor pieces on the board as possible. And if you are black, the square in front of the d4 pawn is known as the isolini, and it's all about controlling that square with black. And with white, you always want to somehow push it in a way that it would open your position and give you some sort of a developmental advantage. So this is basically,
So can white just push?
he can right now, but sometimes it also leads to oversimplification of things, and it can quite easily lead to some sort of a draw.
Yeah, like these are too many exchanges.
Too many, and two bishops I think are too strong in these kind of positions, and
Very nice move.
queen e8.
Just getting the bishop out next.
So that's the crux of the position, whether or not white will manage to create some sort of dynamic play because he has this isolated pawn.
And also, Harshit bhai, when you go knight e5 in such a position, I have seen, of course, you can go back like Gukesh.
Yes.
But also bishop c6. And after knight takes, you can take back with the pawn. And such a structure is not so bad for black because it limits the d5 possibilities.
Exactly. And especially now with white's pawn already being on a5, it can very well be a weakness, because the rook is tied down to it.
I think for Vidit, it's going to be a tough battle here to fight for an advantage because Ivic seems to be well prepared. And if Vidit does not get the opening advantage from this position, it is not so easy to continue because bishop c6, knight d5, black's play is easy.
It's easy, but I think this position is still has a lot of richness to it. I don't think white has to simplify the position yet.
He can just go like this.
Yeah, and lot of play still remaining, so we'll be definitely keeping an eye on this, Sagar bhai. We have to jump in the women's section. A lot of interesting things.
Directly to Divya's game.
Okay.
And we are going to Divya versus Mitra Hejazipur, who I know very well. She's a good friend. She's from Iran, actually. She was from Iran and now is representing France. And she is a very strong player. In fact, was very talented,
Yeah.
but has slowed down a bit. So she is well known for her Najdorf.
Okay.
And she has been playing this all her life. And I'm sure that Divya came very well prepared.
Yeah, that's the thing, Sagar bhai. In openings, experience used to matter a lot more than now, where the engines have become too
Yes.
strong.
It's like an someone's lifelong work can be matched in within a few days.
Yes,
Now
exactly.
Bishop
E2,
E2.
very classical. Knight B3, Bishop E7, Bishop E3, and now, guys, very important to make this move Bishop E6, because if you go castles in this position, there is a very powerful move, pawn to G4.
Oh, again, pearls of wisdom flowing from Arshid Bhai. Bhai, why is this move so good?
So the advantage of not committing our king from E1 gives us the flexibility to castle on the queen side, and already having a little bit of an advantage in the pawn race. I think this gives white the extra bit of time that it needs to create an attack.
And also some d5 square,
Control.
like for example Bishop E6, I can already go G5.
G5. Yeah. So that's why very important that Mitra plays Bishop E6, which she did, and Divya played the very interesting pawn to F4.
After Bishop E6, F4, and I think taking here is a normal move, right?
Yes.
Take, and then somehow get your knight here.
Yeah, very typical.
But she went Queen C7, which was not very much appreciated by the engines.
That too, she thought a little bit, so maybe she was not fully
6 minutes.
expecting this line.
F5 played by Divya, which is a good move.
Oh yeah, and Bishop C4 is what I have, if I'm not mistaken, seen.
But if you play Bishop C4, Harshit Bhai, aren't you going into
Yeah.
this famous game, Smyslov versus Rudakowski?
Arey, Sagar bhai showing the classical knowledge.
This is my favorite game on D5 square, guys. It's on Learn from the Classics on our channel, Chess Classics. You must know Smyslov Rudakowski, in which in such a position, White went Bishop G5, chopped off this knight, and then got the D5 square.
Yeah. Her opponent chooses to not go in that territory, thinking that Divya might play like Smyslov, goes for Bishop to D7.
I think she wants to come back here and put the knight on D7.
Yeah. Castles.
But by here, this is where I think Divya lost maybe some of her edge, because instead of going castles, she had a very strong move at her disposal, which was G4, I think, Harshit Bhai. What do you feel about this move?
Yeah, I mean, I already was talking about this move, how this move can be quite lethal in terms of putting black in a very tough spot regarding his knight on f6. Because once the knight on f6 moves Sagar Bhai, it's like, you know how two things are completely connected. The knight on f6 controlling the d5 square. If that knight moves away, it's going to give white access to that d5 square, and after the knight jumps into d5, we already know how dangerous it can be.
So if Bishop C6 attacking E4, then just Bishop F3
with g5 incoming.
and Bishop F3 with G5, and I think we have still complete control here. So I think Divya maybe missed this moment, no?
Maybe. I mean, I think G4 is like a very, very typical idea in this position. So I'm sure that she knows about it and that she's aware of it. And she maybe just chose a different approach. But
Also,
Sagar bhai, I
Divya,
think.
yesterday, you remember she was saying in the opening she wasn't feeling very fresh, but
Uh-huh.
then she got into the groove later.
Yes, yes.
So I guess opening may sometimes Divya is a little slow off the mark. So she castled, and I think this gives her opponent also time to castle. Although here again G4 might be a little bit too dangerous with your king already committed. So
Yes, she goes for
A4.
A4.
A4 played here.
Yeah, so that's the thing with the Sicilian positions,
Yeah.
Sagar bhai. You have to choose your moment very, very alertly, because you don't get opportunities like this quite often in the openings where you can simply push your pawn to G4, creating very, very direct threats. And if H6, then H4 would basically reinforce the threat of G5 after Bishop F3. And I do not think that Black had a good way to counteract against this. And I think this might be a slightly missed opportunity
Yeah,
for Divya,
for sure.
definitely.
For sure, it's a missed opportunity. But the nice thing for the players is they have no idea that they have missed this opportunity. So you can see Divya looking very relaxed there, going and watching the game of Vaishali. Castles A4 played, and we will come back to this game. Let's quickly check also the game of Vaishali here, because it seems like Vaishali and Arjun Erigaisi played
Oh
the
my
same
god.
opening.
I'm telling you, Sagar bhai, if you prepare against the men team, you can very easily prepare against the women's team because they have a lot of similar openings in their repertoire.
So Sophie Millet plays with Vaishali, d5, g3, knight c6, d4, bishop f5. We saw this opening already. And Vaishali plays this move e6. Arjun had gone directly knight b4. By the way, before we go further, there is a super chat by Aniruddhaji who says 4 is my lucky number. Today marks the fourth day of the Olympiad. I'm hopeful that India will go 4-0
Arey,
both
oi.
in matches and games. Also, please get Vidit to the studio today. We just missed him by a few moments yesterday.
Yes, we missed him just by a whisker yesterday because we were so engrossed in commentating that we were unable to figure out the exact moment when he finished his game. But we had the pleasure of joining him via his phone. So
Yes,
that was very nice. If you guys haven't seen that, um,
check it out. I
check it out.
think
Yeah.
Vidit would love. And also, the thing is, here the studio is a little bit far away for the players. It's like the hall is so huge.
It's
So
a
even though
workout.
it's the same, we are in the same premises, they have to get to the end of the hall, climb up 3 stairs. Okay, elevator is there, but it takes a lot of time. So yeah, it's not the most comfortable, but we hope someone can make it here. Castles, knight b4, knight a3,
Mhm.
bishop here. Oh, knight e5 by Sophie.
Showing that she's come prepared because knight f6 came after a bit of a thought. C3, knight c6, queen
Queen
a4.
a4.
And
And
look at this.
Vaishali.
Vaishali has sacrificed a pawn. I love this.
Vaishali is like Lelo.
Guys, I love
Take it.
doing ambit gambits.
Oh, here is the ambit gambit of the day. And queen takes c6 was played, giving up a pawn. And director Saab, maybe you can play it. थोड़ा feel कम हो गया, but ठीक है. Maybe it'll come later. Queen takes c6. Now, Harshit Bhai, yes, right now, Re Harshit Bhai,
Arey, ambit gambit pawn sacrifice.
gambit of the. Thank you, thank you. Okay, very cool, very cool. So here, Harshit Bhai, what is the compensation according to you? Because the bishop is coming here and putting the pressure.
I think one of the biggest points is this bishop on f5.
Hmm.
Because it stops the rook from coming into b1, and after rook to b8 we are going to be able to put pressure on the b2 pawn so that the bishop on c1 is also tied down to the b2 pawn, and it kind of feels like black's pieces are putting enough pressure on white to give him enough compensation for the pawn.
That's very well said. Very well put here, Harshit Bhai. So black does have compensation. Akash gives us a very good idea. Please invite Nihal Sareen.
Yes, that would be
Oh, that's a
huge.
good idea. Actually, we should be inviting a few more people back home. But
Yes.
you know, the initial days always are spent in trying to get things in order here itself. But now that everything's stabilizing, we might invite more guests here, and not only back home, but also from the venue. We'll try to get them. Hopefully, Vishy Anand one day will
That would be
travel
great,
here.
and I think we might be able to get Lorenzo Lodici today, who won yesterday against Anish Giri. I spoke to him a bit after the game. He was very happy, and I think he would love to show us his game and go through the
And also,
emotions
he
of.
might win today, bhai.
Array, I
He's
didn't.
taking on Peter Leko,
Oh my God! Okay,
which is going to be very interesting.
that's the kind of opportunity that you can get in these kind of events, Sagar. By for a
Anish Leko.
Leko, I mean, to play against two legends back to back from different eras, but of course, two greats of the game. Very will be interesting to see what Italy does after pulling off an upset yesterday.
Yes. By the way, Harshit bhai, in the chat, everyone's saying Sarana blundered against Prague. Now, I'm not sure. So I will need. We have switched on the engine, switched off the engine for
Okay.
now. So just to think like players,
Sagar
whether
bhai, we have human engines right here. Why do we
yes,
need chess engines?
Arre bhai bhai. Bishop b7, Queen g3.
Mhm.
And the point here is, can, by the way, can black snatch this pawn, or is it too much?
Taking a pawn on e4 with your king on the center, always very risky. You
So
can take back,
take.
takes, and you can probably simply just play rook f e1, I would assume, giving you huge compensation. Maybe you can check if the engine thinks I'm
Later,
completely
later,
crazy or.
later we will check. But I get your feeling that here taking is dangerous.
Yep.
So he played bishop e7,
Mm-hmm.
and Pragg went rook d1. And this last move seems to be the cause of misery for black. If
Yes, and
you feel it,
I kind of very quickly got this idea that there is a possibility. Like I saw a slightly long line, which I'll show you if I can just share my thoughts. So, of course, guys, I'll give you basically
oh
an insight to how like for example, I think. So for me,
no, no, Harshit bhai, very modest. He was going to say how GMs think. Then he said, I think this is how a GM would think. Let's go.
yes, so now that Black's king is still in the center and most of my pieces are developed, usually tactics work in favor of the person whose pieces are more active. And I think that White's pieces are a bit more active because of Black's king being in the center. Bishop takes f6 was my first thought. I realized that gf6 is always very sad to play because queen g7 and it might be very dangerous. And if you take with the bishop, I have a very special move
Should
that
we ask the chat?
I'm not sure if this works, but
No,
from
no,
what my
but this
calculation,
is
yeah,
your engine at work.
yes,
This is the Harshit fish that we are looking at, guys. What would you play here? Yes,
lot
in
of
the
people,
chat.
Jeremy,
Let's
Gautam,
go.
exactly, knight db5.
Bhai, sab log look at our chat chess moves. There are two moves suggested. Both are, one is knight cb5, one is
Both
ndb5.
being the ones that lead to the same position. Take back with the knight, attacking the pawn and the queen. The queen moves, check.
Check.
King has to
E7.
move somewhere, and now pawn to e5,
Arey bye, fas gaya bishop.
and the bishop is trapped.
Okay, let's go to f8. Don't go to ha.
So if you go to f8,
Yes.
um,
Now is the time. You have finished your calculation and it's time to assess, or you will still calculate a bit more.
so actually, what I was like, what my point somehow was calculating queen e7, and that after knight d6, king f8, maybe to take on b7, queen takes b7, and after e5, my bishop can do, like, let's say bishop e7,
Magic.
bishop f3, and the rocket is going to be very dangerous on this diagonal. This was my calculation, but maybe I should have considered queen b8 a bit more extensively.
But let's say knight d6 now, king f8.
Knight d6, king f8.
We see Pragg, by the way, thinking of all of this, what Harshit is showing right now. And what if knight b7, there is queen
Queen
g3.
G3, exactly. That's the thing that I kind of I'm a bit worried about, because if you exchange the queens, I don't think that this would give white enough compensation. But
No.
actually, is there pawn to e5 here?
Arey, bye. Oh my goodness. Oh, bye. Because bishop e5, bishop
Bishop
f3,
f3.
and rook a7 or rook b8.
Yes, when you can simply
Boom,
take
bam, take,
Take
and
and
rook,
rook
d8. Check and rook takes rook. Bye. Kya baat hai?
some
No,
interesting
But bishop
complications.
e7, he will go back, right?
Yes,
To
if he
e5.
goes back e7, I still think bishop f3, and this can be like some interesting consideration for Prague. Maybe it's not enough, but definitely something he will spend some time on.
And there is more things that we have to calculate. So you see, guys, a GM,
So now,
from what Harshit thought, I could learn a few things which I can suggest to you. A GM calculates, or you can say sees the moves one after the other, and then stops and evaluates. Then he calculates, like he again sees moves, some other variation, then evaluates. So this seeing moves and evaluating has become so mixed in
yeah,
that it's very difficult for someone who's just beginning out to understand that these are two different functions
yeah, I
that you are
think
doing.
it comes from a lot of problem solving and experience towards developing your intuition about the position. And I love playing the Sicilian, so this is why maybe it comes a bit more naturally to me. And maybe let's try to figure out what other tactic we have, Sagar Bhai, because this is really fun to try to kind of
Yes.
not use engines.
Yes. But this is
we
the
might
moment.
we might make a joke of ourselves, because
No, that's fine. Jody Von Wall says, I'm going to call Bishop the Rocket now. Arey, Jody Van Wall always. Rockets sound so much more interesting than the Bishop. Take. I think Harshit bhai, we are on the track. Take. This should happen. Otherwise, you think about it. Would F3 ever give white like a +1 advantage? I don't think
but
so.
now we are kind of indirectly using the help of the engine.
Yes, we are. No, we were guided.
Yes.
So, and I think Prague is 2750.
So he doesn't
So
need
he
that
doesn't
guidance.
need that guidance. He just knows that knight, bhai, ye itna thoda jaldi khel diya knight c5.
Uh-huh.
Just that thought.
Yeah.
So take seems right. Go here. And
Queen
then
b8.
queen b8.
There is also queen takes d6, which is also another possibility.
Or Harshit bhai, how about I take, you move your king, and I'm wondering if there is some plan like b4 somewhere that we can think of.
Yeah, I actually
This
had
moment,
the
or e5. There are some possibilities like e5, bishop e7, b4.
it's possible, definitely possible. Even there is an option of going queen to f4, or even bishop h5, putting some pressure on the f7 pawn. So we have a lot of things that we
I am
need to consider.
expecting Praggnanandhaa to go for a 30-minute think here.
It depends. These guys calculate very, very quickly as well. So uh, I think that what many people require 30 minutes, these guys see it in a few minutes.
Okay.
Do you want to check with the engine?
Yes, let's check with the engine. We have two super chats which came in this while. Jeet Desai, Sagar Bhai Harshit, you have great sense in chess where you are creating really good commentary in really so-so positions. Really waiting for Samay to join in.
Arre, Jeet
Samay
bhai.
Bhai will come very soon, I hope. And all the rumors that were spread about him today turn out to be true. We are hoping for that.
That
And
he's
there
coming?
Yes, they were saying in Budapest, he has applied for overnight visa. Surya Bhai, who sends 12.04 CHF. What is the relevance of 12.04?
That might be exactly 1,000 rupees, maybe.
Maybe. Sagar Bhai, we are visiting Budapest
Or-
from 21 to 24th. May I know how to meet you players for a photo autograph without interrupting your busy schedule? Would there be any meetup with fans? If India wins gold here, I will try to at least ask the players, can we do like what we did in Canada
Yeah.
with Gukesh,
Yeah.
that people can come and just meet them.
Yeah.
But you can come, at least if you want to meet us, we come a little early in commentary. Like we come at around 12, 12:30, sometimes 1. So the commentary starts at 3. So there's always this time. I want to meet more people here.
Yeah.
So if you guys come in, do come around before that time. Okay. So Harshit bhai, our thoughts were
Wow.
not wrong.
Not bad, Sagar bhai. It
Not
seems like
bad. Queen B8, we are on the right track, but now suddenly engine changing mind. Why?
Arey.
Engine is like Amruta.
Arey.
Changing mind now. I don't think Praggnanandhaa might take it, but look at this. It was showing an advantage. Bishop f6 here. Plus, when you take it, shows minus.
Sagar bhai, this stockfish is very, very misleading.
Very weak stockfish, this one.
Because right after you make knight b5, the evaluation
Why
changes.
change पे change हो रहा है? शायद there is something here.
Arey.
अभी हमें plus दिखा रहा है, minus दिखा रहा है. हाँ, king f8 is important, but look at this Harshit bhai, still showing plus. E5, bishop e7, for black it's showing minus, for white it's showing plus. Very difficult.
Very difficult to understand
Bhai,
what
kya
is
chal raha
exactly
hai?
happening.
This actually makes us understand that we have to use our brain.
We have to use our brain. However, in the game, I think if something like this happens, it can definitely give white a lot of initiative. However, a piece is a piece, and in the team event, you kind of have to minimize risks at some point.
But nahi bhai. Arshit bhai is always, when I tell their rating badega, whether they will play, he's like, no, team event, play carefully. I think he will go for it. Guys, what do you think?
Will he go for the gambit?
Let's check our chat. We have a poll here. By the way, we had a question here, Harshit bhai. How will India fare with Serbia today? India will win easily. 63% said India will win easily. 32 says it will be tough, but India wins.
Yeah, I mean,
2% say draw and 3% say India lose.
I think that's very accurate and just shows how much the guys are in support and recognition for the Indian team, because they have played so well. What's their score? Like 11-1?
11 and half.
11 and half.
Out of
So
12.
the way they are playing, Sagar bhai, I don't think that it's going to be difficult for them to win. But Serbia is a very, very good team.
Yes.
Very good team, and some of their players have a lot of like determination to do well for their country. They're very patriotic.
Arshit bhai, I am putting our name on the
Arey,
line
arey.
here. Will Prag sacrifice a piece? I am saying yes. Harshit bhai is saying no. क्या लगता है Harshit bhai?
I think Sagar bhai, he might choose something which keeps the game complicated, but it's not such a direct decision of sacrificing a piece.
Like f3.
But he's thinking for 20 minutes.
Yes.
So maybe
yes.
he's considering it.
18 minutes already. Can we zoom in on Praggnanandha's face here? Oh, look at, yes, chat was saying NDB5. Can we look at full screen on Prag? Sai Prasad says India will win easily. Sai Prasad, bhai, you have been very optimistic always. Oh, people are saying Divya is once again better. We will go there, guys. But first, have a look at Praggnanandhaa here.
He's in a deep thought.
Actually, this is such an amazing cam view we have here, Harshit bhai.
Yeah.
That people can see Prag as if he was sitting in their living room.
Yeah, and he's so focused. He knows that this is not the best move, and he's trying to figure out why. I mentioned yesterday that when you know the best move for your opponent and he doesn't play it, it's a very good time to think and understand why. Prag knows all of these tricks, of course, and he's thinking, trying to find out this interesting idea with bishop takes f6. And Kramnik also having a glance at this game.
Kramnik will be quickly like, bishop f6. He would have calculated and he would be like, Prag, you should play this, he would. But take here, I'm just trying to go back here, guys, to show you what we were talking about. And definitely queen b8 is the best place to be, because as Harshit showed, on e7 there is no opportunity to trade queens.
Yes.
So queen b8 is a good space here to be in. And now king f8, very important, so that your bishop has a space
square to go
back. And then e5 and bishop e7, and we don't know what is the objective evaluation of this position, because the bar constantly keeps going up and down.
Yeah. It still remains to be quite complicated. Will be very interesting to see if they actually play it. But let's quickly check Arjun's game, Sagar bhai.
Our chat is like, Kramnik is here, let's start the procedure. Everyone's just saying this. भाई क्या है ये?
Arey Sagar bhai, let's not go there.
Chat got no chill.
Let's check Arjun because it seems like on the camera they have a lot of games. We can even see Arjun's game right here.
Why Divya is again 1.5 advantage. We should go to what is Divya's game doing?
I think that engine is good, but because Arjun's position seems to have an advantage, we also have it on the camera screen.
Why I don't want to leave Prag's game, but okay, as you say, I'm going to leave here and hope that
Look
Prag
at this.
sacks. What?
He's better
How?
with the black pieces.
How? By Arjun bhai.
Why, Arjun?
थोड़ा हमको सिखाओ यार. How to do this magic?
Yeah, we left it in this position, guys.
Oh, he went knight f6.
Knight f6, bishop g5, pinning it. He's just defends against the pin, takes, and he takes with the g pawn.
Oh,
Maybe
I would
this
have
is
taken
something,
with the bishop actually.
but maybe this is something that Indjic missed because after gf6, ed5, ed5, knight c2, he played knight to a5.
एक minute. Why is knight c2 forced? Because he could have done f4 also to attack this pawn.
Probably a better move.
But he was afraid that some take, check, trading the queen, and I think this no advantage, yeah, for white.
Yeah, I
Nice
think
position.
exactly. I think this was going towards a draw, but after this knight c2, knight a5, suddenly the evaluation has changed and shifted towards black being better.
Because queen is almost trapped.
Yeah,
Yes.
queen is almost trapped.
Check.
c6, queen has to go back, and now he's thinking, but Sagar with the bishop on g2.
This bishop is terrible. Terrible. It's stopped by the pawns. Knight is beautiful.
Sagar bhai, there is also. Oh no, I thought that there is knight c4, b3, queen a5, but unfortunately there is just
taken king
f2.
But b3 just coming
Come back.
And you know, Arshit bhai, my hand is going instantly to king f8, king g7.
That's a very
Put
nice
the
idea.
king there,
Exactly.
keep the rook here, and try to continue.
Very nice idea. King f8, king g7, kind of putting the king in some sort of a shelter. And this knight on d6 is going to create chances against the c3 and d4 pawns, which are very weak in the long term, Sagar bhai, because the pawn has already left the b2 square.
Yes.
Queen e2 played, and Arjun is thinking, but I think Arjun should be quite happy with this.
By the way, Harshit bhai, Anshul Godhaji has sent a super chat saying, Sagar bhai, my 5-year-old Arihan is watching you and Harshit bhai intently. Please say something to motivate him.
Yes, Sagar bhai.
Arihan, this what you are watching, I think you are going to play a lot more chess. So look at the people who are playing now, and someday you will be playing.
Yes, exactly. Look
At
at
the Olympiad.
look at how they are playing. Also look at how they are behaving, and get all these good qualities from them, because when you one day play in these events, it's going to be very helpful to kind of resonate to how they did it themselves.
Right. And you know, one thing which I love about the youngsters of Indian chess is that you don't just learn from them about chess skills, which are obviously amazing, but you can also be very confident to let other youngsters say learn from them about other things also.
Of course.
Like humility, just the way in which they speak, the way in which they behave.
Of course.
Fantastic, yeah.
Fantastic.
It's almost a miracle that each one of them is so amazing.
Everyone has their own personality, but the way that they carry themselves is on a very high level.
Yeah.
And I'm always very happy to see this for the Indian team, that no matter how high they climb the ladders of ranking, they still remain to be very grounded.
Amazingly said. By the way, Harshit bhai, we just have gotten the news that Prag went f3. Harshit OP ho
Arey,
jaye dosto.
I'm not sure.
Let's have Prag scam here. Actually, we had 65% people who went with me, and I took them right into the water. And 36%, look at that, everyone now going to you, support
Arey.
karne ko bhag rahe. And you took them safely on the shore there. Um, yes, Harshit Bhai was right. Praggnanandhaa thought it was not worth it to sacrifice a piece there and just goes f3.
Because it was unclear. That was the problem. Like there was no direct. There was no direct win for white, and it's very difficult to evaluate a position so early in the game as to whether or not you should sacrifice a piece, because it's going to change the team situation so much. Because if Prague sacks a piece, the other players also have to play accordingly.
Yes. Oh, true, true. By the way, as you all requested, we are going to Divya's game. We left it off at bishop d7, castle, castle,
Mhm.
and then a4, knight to c6. Looks fine. I mean,
But just allows knight to d5. So I,
so this move doesn't make sense, right? Maybe
yeah,
bishop
bishop
c6
c6
and
makes
knight d7.
exactly. Bishop c6, knight d5. You could even take with the bishop, and then maybe go knight
And
d7.
this is normal position.
Yeah, you can even go e4, knight e5 quite often.
But she went knight
Knight
c6.
c6, and this looks really good because e d5, knight a5,
But
knight.
I don't understand Harshit Bhai, because knight is coming to c4.
Yeah, but look at the next move by
अरे
Divya.
दिव्या देशमुख ओपी हो जाए दोस्तों, knight d2.
Yeah, and also now ideas like f6, bishop f6, rook takes f6 are going to be in the air, trying to open up the king side, because black's pieces, knight, queen, rook are all on the queen side. Can be a devastating attack. We have already seen Divya do this before. Create an attack of seemingly nowhere.
Amazing. By the way, Harshit Bhai, I must tell our chat about this move knight d2. It is like a positional move, stopping opponent's idea of coming to knight c4. And guys, if you want to solve more positional exercises, there is a website which is developed by one of our very good friends, Grandmaster Ankit Rajpara.
Wow.
It is called Chess Neurons. And he just contacted us a couple of days ago and said, there are so many people who are watching this broadcast who can benefit from my website, and I want to give 1 month free membership, premium membership, to everyone who fills in a form. So maybe if you can check the link in the description, there is an offer and there is a Google form there. You can check it out and
Yeah.
get 1 month free subscription of Chess Neurons, where you will get to solve more such positional exercises. And
Yes.
our director Saab has put this nice creative there. So guys, do check out this and fill in and make your account with the same email ID that you fill the form in with, so that they can make it into a premium account.
Yes, chess neurons, very interesting innovation there by Ankit. Definitely going to help improve the neurons for chess skills for the chess players.
Yes.
And b5 played.
Ooh, because she said, by b4 मेरा knight trap हो जाएगा. Let me make a square here. Man, Harshit Bhai now putting his GM cap on.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if I can ever consider this idea with f6 that I was mentioning. It is
Harshit Bhai
definitely
wants
going
to
to
go
be in the
all
air.
out on the attack.
I think that's definitely one of the first moves that comes to mind. Rook to a3 is another move.
Bhai, people are saying Gukesh blunder, Tania blunder. I don't understand what is happening. Gukesh, yeah.
I mean, Gukesh is also better or what? Okay, we'll one by one, Sagar.
One
Bye,
by
guys,
one by
guys,
one by
chillax,
one.
chillax. एक एक करके सब देखेंगे. This position is very interesting, guys, because rook to a3, the rook lift, very important theme.
भाई ये क्या टाइप का मूव
Because now I just want to go f6. I've already declared my intentions.
Oh, swinging over. And Amruta loves to sing the song whenever there is a rook lift. Amruta, what is the song? Can you please sing?
मुझको भी तो लिफ्ट करा दे थोड़ी सी तो
लिफ्ट करा दे बंगला मोटर कार दिला दे एक
Okay,
नहीं तो
okay. Bishop knight नहीं queen मिला ले. Yes.
4-0 nahi to 2.5,
Half
1.5
will-
dila de. So here rook a3 is such a classy move, Arshit bhai. You are going also to c3.
Yes.
Like it's like this Uber. You have done your final destination is g3,
Final-
but you want to do a stopover.
Yes, exactly. And I think that something like this is definitely going to be what Divya is going to look forward to.
Yeah. Let's see if rook a3 is and is it the only move, or can we also do like b4? I think this also makes a lot of sense, right, Harshit bhai? Knight c4. I take with my knight.
Oh, and then you have a
Oh, let me take with the bishop. You know why? Because my knight will sit beautifully
Oh,
here.
wow.
And c3, knight e4, why?
This is a great display of how strong the knight can be on e4. It is an outpost.
Bhai, मुझे लगा this is a great display of how strong Sagar bhai is, you are going to say.
Sagar bhai, no, that was actually a very well explained exchange for the knight on c4 with the bishop on e2, and just explains why it's so nice to be here with you.
No, bhai. Thank you, Harshit bhai. Making an old man feel good. But Harshit bhai, the thing is, here the engine points out you don't need to bring your knight here, but queen c3 intermezzo to attack the bishop could make some sense. But guys, this is very exciting, and Divya is on the front foot. Let's quickly go and check first Tania.
Tania.
Then we'll go to Gukesh, because Tania seems to be in a good situation. That's what the chat says.
Yeah.
Or is in a bad. I don't know.
e4 c5, so she goes for the Sicilian
Magnus opening.
Oh, the
Sicilian
Magnus, the
Khan.
Paulson. I think Amruta is going to be very happy seeing this. Maybe Amruta suggested this opening to her friend.
Amrita definitely dedicated her life to this opening, although she didn't get too much in return for it.
Arey!
Queen d2.
I think this clip might be deleted from Sagar's life.
Queen d2. Okay, but it seems normal, no? Like
Yeah,
what?
I think it's just a normal Sicilian
Yeah.
position. I think the more exciting part of the game is still yet to come, but we are kind of seeing a build up towards it, because we might see a castling, opposite side castling. And guys, जब भी opposite side castling होती है, it's like in tennis, yeah, one guy is hitting a forehand, another guy is hitting the backhand. Kind of comes down to who is going to hit it the hardest.
क्या बात है? What a beautiful analogy there. So queen d2 here. Let's see how this game continues. And very quickly we are going to go to Gukesh's board, because there it seems, oops, not this one. Here it seems like, oh my
Oh my
god.
God.
भाई गुकेश ने तो अपन कारो कान पे छोड़ दिया e4 c6.
Because his opponent thought for like 15 minutes. I think he should have just gone for something solid, because he goes for this ed5 variation, which is very like strategic. And after cd5 c3,
But this is a solid line for white.
solid. But look at how Gukesh. I mean, the thing is, Sagar bhai, with Gukesh,
Yes.
I have kind of, okay, maybe I'll say this after the event, because I think that he's very good strategically.
Yeah, he's amazing.
So, like, if I were to ever play him, for example,
Yeah.
I would try to play open positions, because in closed positions, the way he maneuvers his pieces, Sagar bhai, it's very scary.
Don't you think he's becoming more and more universal? Like you try something with him and he plays that way.
That's true. He's becoming more universal, but still, I think like his in like basic. Actually, you are right, because in the first day he played tactical,
Yeah.
second day he played positional.
I think he's becoming quite universal. It's difficult to find holes in his play. Yeah, like he's playing openings well now, well prepared. Middle games like a magician. Maybe end games, perhaps a small chance there, but who
वो
knows?
गेम एंड गेम तक पहुंचने नहीं देता है सागर भाई. पहले ही मेट.
By the way, queen c7 is against the move bishop f4, because generally the bishop is very well placed there. So the queen stops it. h3, knight f6, g6, knight a3, and you stop the knight from coming here. Knight c2, and Gukesh did play bishop f5, and because this is your problem piece, it was not allowed to develop on g4.
Yeah, and whenever this bishop is exchanged,
Yeah.
this knight usually is much better placed on d2,
Okay.
and very often it uh, goes reroute itself to g3. But because white has committed to this maneuver of knight a3, knight c2, Gukesh thinks that now doubling the pawn is not so dangerous, because if your knight ever comes to e3, I'm just going to go e6. So very, very nicely recognized there by Gukesh that now exchanging the bishops is going to be quite good with the knight being on c2. So these small, understandings that if agar white ka knight d2 pe rehta, so it's good for white, but now that it's on c2, it's good for black.
That's very well said, Harshit. I didn't know this. So take castles, e6, knight e1. So he's trying to get his knight from d3 to e5,
Yeah.
but already the position is so free flowing for black. Knight d3, he jumps in, and Harshit Bhai, very naturally, a long castle followed by rook g8, rook g6, and the rook doubling on
Oh
the
my
g5.
god, I can only picture how Gukesh is going to start attacking. Guys,
Gukesh rook g8 खेला है भाई, rook g8 on the board.
Sagar bhai, I can
Crush.
you can
भाई
guys.
गुकेश आ गया है, ऐसा
अरे, अरे,
ऐसा
आ
आ
गया।
गया है वो, अभी सिर्फ दबाएगा वो.
And this rook on 8, guys, मैं बोल रहा हूँ, mark my words, there's going to be magic, and this is going to also come on the g5 somewhere, Sagar bhai.
No, it's the next few moves are rook g6, long castle, rook g8. Full chat is on like who blundered this, blundered.
No, this is a huge uh, position here for Gukesh, at least considering that it's only the opening stage of the game and he's gotten such a comfortable position with the black pieces. I think that we are looking at a very, very comfortable opening stage for the Indian team, guys.
True.
Fourth round today.
No, today Gukesh, I think, is kind of leading from the front to give this team, because this is a very, very nice position. I can already sense.
And he already played a move.
He played Queen C1 here,
Mhm.
Predke.
Mhm.
And I think Gukesh is thinking here. I guess Harshit Bhai, the move could be either rook g6 or, but I think rook g6, maybe white wants to trade pieces.
Exactly. And with long castles, bishop f4, the difference becomes that you don't have to go rook g6 and rook g8 necessarily.
Maybe you can start playing on the other
Oh,
side of the
f6
board.
is a very, I really like this move. Controlling the e5 square and also threatening e5 at some point. This does look really, really promising for black.
Wow.
Even though the engine says it's around equal, I think it's practically very good for.
It's very good. But I have played one game. It was not against a very higher rated player, around 1900, and I had the same structure. And I can tell you, this knight feels like a dream.
Yeah.
And this open file feels. Actually, I had short castle there, so I'd put king h8 and rook g8 and tried to attack. That was also very fun to play. Here, maybe the king is even better.
I've noticed this, Sagar bhai, whenever you're having fun and the position is very exciting, it gives you so much motivation to kind of find the best move.
I agree. And Gukesh, although has a little less time on the clock than Predke, 10 minutes, the position is nice. Let's see that if he manages to kind of grow that advantage. Jeet Desai says, because of Ding, is learning from this. Is it that bother that this in World Chess Championship? He's saying like, will this bother Gukesh that Ding will see his games and learn from it?
I think that it's not going to be such a big factor because chess is so rich, it has so many openings that it's completely impossible to predict exactly what your opponent is going to play that day. And there are already thousands of games available of both players, so they already know each other's styles. It's all going to come down to who's in better shape and who wants it more. It's all about the hunger.
Right. I kind of agree with Harshit Bhai, and I think that Gukesh is not really focusing too much on Ding and so on. I think he just is using every opportunity to become a better player,
Yeah.
because he sees World Championship as just one stepping stone in his career. Imagine what kind of a player can think of the ultimate title as just a stepping stone because he has to dominate still for many
Still,
years.
of course. And there have been many players who have devoted their life trying and trying and trying to become world champions. Fabiano Caruana is one of them. Hikaru Nakamura is one of them. Wesley So, they've kept trying. Nepomniachtchi, of course, one of the best examples. They just keep trying. Koshish Sagar bhai kabhi chhodni nahi chahiye. Result is not in our hands, but the hard work and like the
Yeah.
continuous efforts are in our side.
Also, you need a little bit of luck, I feel.
Of course.
Like, because imagine that when Caruana was growing up, or Nepomniachtchi was growing up, or Karyakin when he was playing chess, they would have definitely thought we are the front runners to become world champions. But then this boy from Norway comes and gives no one a chance.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
who knows, right now we also see like Gukesh, Prag, Arjun, Nodirbek, all of them around the same strength.
Yeah,
But maybe one of them will just dominate.
exactly. But all of them are going to keep trying. All of
Yes.
them are going to keep trying.
Yes.
Sagar bhai, there is this amazing shire. I don't know if you know
Arre, Irshad. Irshad.
मिलते ही नहीं मोती यूं ही गहरे पानी में.
क्या
मिलते ही नहीं मोती यूं ही गहरे पानी
वाह,
में.
वाह.
मुट्ठी उसकी हर बार खाली नहीं आती. कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती.
अरे क्या बात है, क्या बात है दोस्तों. यही बात पे हम जाते हैं अगले गेम पर. मजा आ गया. हर्षित भाई, किसने लिखा है ये?
I heard it once when Amitabh Bachchan said it on Kaun Banega Karodpati, and it kind of stayed with me.
Nice, nice. Very nicely said by Harshit Bhai. Has so many things. Yesterday, someone said he's a economist, financial guy, grandmaster, now a shire. So, guys, Harshit Bhai, your roommates were
Yeah.
telling me that every day it's very difficult to find you in the apartment.
Arre.
Where do you vanish?
I'm in such bit jet lag that I'm waking up at like 4 a.m. and then
And going where?
and then waiting for the sunlight to come out to go somewhere, just walk, go around the city.
Where do you go?
Most of the days I went on a run. But yesterday I went out with my coach Christian.
Are you running away from reality?
Reality to Sagar Bhai is happening downstairs.
Okay, guys, more info on where Harshit goes to run, so that if you are in and around Budapest, you can go and meet him.
Oh, actually, yeah, if someone in Budapest is watching and would like to join me to walk or jog at like 6, 7 in the morning, I would happily join you.
Wow. This video will also go on Clips channel, so maybe people can comment there.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
join Harshit Bhai. Who knows tomorrow what will happen to Harshit Bhai? We may not see him in the commentary, but it was nice. Bhai, अच्छा शायरी भी बता दी आपने. Okay, so NCD7. By the way, Harshit Bhai, did you imagine that there was a possibility to
Oh my
sack
God.
a knight here,
Oh my god.
which Alexey Sarana could have done against Prague, but after takes Queen C2, E2 and B3 are hanging.
Mhm.
This was a possibility, but maybe Sarana didn't want to go into it.
Yeah,
This is
actually, this would have been a
crazy.
big shift in the game, because I think that this might have given Black a very, very good position and compensation. Very
this
good
is
compensation.
very crazy line, and I think
Very
Sarana
crazy.
just quietly put his
Returned
knight
back. I am someone who always finds these kind of position a bit difficult to play with white, because
Yeah.
Black doesn't have like that big of a weakness, because
No.
the d6 pawn is of course a little weak, but it's very difficult to get to it.
No one can attack it.
Yeah, and
And rook c8, rook e8, bishop f8, maybe g6, it looks like an easy play for Black.
mhm.
So maybe Prague is not very happy with his opening position. What do you think?
He's thinking a lot, which usually I don't know if Prague is accustomed to. I think he's someone who likes to play fast. I think all of the Indian players try to play fast, but still, of course, the position is very balanced and has a lot of dynamic like plans left for it. So maybe Rook D2, Rook F D1 is also like very typical.
You know what I feel today, Harshit Bhai? that India is pressing with the black,
Black pieces, exactly.
Yes, Praggnanandhaa white, okay position. Maybe Vidit also has an okayish position, but Arjun Erigaisi.
Oh my god, he went for this King F8 King G7 plan that you mentioned, Sagar Bhai, and I think that the white players from the Serbian team might be over pushing themselves with the white pieces, thinking that they have to somehow create chances. But whenever you try to play aggressively, it creates counter chances for your opponent. And I don't think our players need two invitations to like find some ideas.
Yeah, for them it's like just come and now. Oh, by the way, Rook C1. Yeah, this was one of my questions. Like, why did he place Queen to A5? Because see, in a way, I understand he was attacking this pawn, but after Rook C1, isn't the Queen a bit misplaced here?
It's keeping an eye on the c3 pawn, and I think that knight b5 is also going to be a possibility at some point, putting more pressure on that c3 pawn. I also at some point c5, and after dc5, if the dc5, let's say knight f5, if I go and if I can somehow take there with the bishop, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, for example, let's say if f4 here, bishop c5, king h1. Guys, what would you do here? Director Saab, let's have the chat chess moves ready here. Let's see how many people find the winning move here for black. It's mate in one. Mate in one.
Yes.
Look at that. We have so many people answering there. Rook g3. Look at that, Harshit Bhai. I can't see even read the number.
Yeah,
Is it
it's
what?
38, maybe 40 now, and like a lot of people have found it exactly, guys. Geeta, Pranshul, Sparsh, knight takes g3. Come on.
60 plus people have found this move. I think more than 100 very soon. Well done, guys. This is the correct move. But Harshit Bhai, I don't think c5 might happen, but it's a great idea.
It is. I think it's quite possible. I don't know what I think he already has made a move. I don't see it.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he. Are you sure?
Yeah, he's still thinking.
Okay.
Sai Prasad ji, thank you for your super chat. Says Don,
Don
Sagar
Sagar.
OP. Hi, every day I record one Don. I mean, Don Bhai comes and records in the evening. Maybe someday Harshit Bhai.
Oh, definitely.
You can also meet Don.
Don by two Dons.
Yes, who knows? Raja, Harshit Raja. Feels like a Don's name.
Arre.
Okay, so with it now.
Whoa, guys, look at his last move.
Vidit is saying, why should the youngsters have all the fun?
Oh my god, h4.
I'm also going to, and actually, I'm after a5. We left it at this knight e5. We thought bishop c6 was a good move.
Yeah.
But Ivic went bishop e8.
Yeah.
And here, little did anyone imagine that Vidit would go h4.
Incredible idea. Trying to somehow create chances on the king side, and this is exactly what I was saying, that white has to find some sort of counterplay towards the black king, because if black tries to manages to stabilize his position, then the isolated pawn is going to be a liability for white.
But also, like, look at Vidit playing a4, a5, now h4, h5. He's playing with his rook pawns. And who knows, Vidit might also go for this rook a3, rook g3
swing.
Inspired by Divya Deshmukh.
Oh, talking about Divya Deshmukh, it has been some time since we checked the guys' game. Maybe we can check quickly what was the other game in this section.
No, we saw all of them.
We saw all of them quickly.
Right now, if we have to summarize, the white games of Pragg and Vidit are equal.
Yes.
Gukesh is slightly better and Arjun is significantly better.
So we are doing very well. Very well against the Serbian team.
Which looked like a strong team on paper, but as on today,
it seems like
the boys are doing well.
They're doing well, and maybe the Serbian team is bit under pressure.
Yes. And Anu 31704U, thank you for your super chat and your support always to this channel. Let's go to Divya's game. Bhai,
B5, she's
B5,
thinking.
Can we look at Divya? Can we have her on the full screen? That is Divya for you guys. She comes to the commentary and we have a lot of fun. She's laughing, she's joking around, but this is
her game face.
Her complete intensity there. Totally in the moment, thinking about rook a3, thinking about maybe b4, which we discussed.
That is a very powerful move. I've really liked that suggestion by you, Sagar, by b4 and chop off the knight with the bishop,
Yeah.
trying to create a square on the e4 for the knight.
And then go here. It seems like a good idea. Let's see
Like
if
after all that chopping and chopping, the knight on e4 seems like a very nice like house that a bird has made for
Ooh, nice.
and no one can kind of attack that knight on e4, and it also creates a lot of ideas of f6 potential.
Absolutely. So b5, and I think rightly Divya is taking her time. It's been more than 22 minutes since she's thinking, and this would be the right time for you to just check out our layout on the screen and see we have the board, we have the bars, we have the commentators video, we have the player video cam, we have the scorecard, we have the subscriber count. Guys, do subscribe. And there are the logos, and there's one small widget in between, which is the help chess widget. And this is where you can help and support in young Indian chess players, because help chess is a charitable trust that is run by Chessbase India to support young talents.
Amazing.
And Harshit bhai, yesterday we were at 1530 believers. We had 30 believers, and we are now at 1561.
That is amazing to see that people are putting more and more contributions towards the big Indian talents, and
And in fact, we have already updated yesterday's amount as well. We received 1,07,087. Sorry, 1,07,787 yesterday.
wow,
Which actually the total amount raised in these 3 rounds is 1,77,653.
amazing, amazing.
All thanks to you, and I'll put the link in the description. This is where you can see all the people who have contributed. So guys, do check it out, and thank you all for supporting.
Yep. And I think this is the biggest thing that Divya has had so far, because she's thought for more than 25 minutes, because lot of good options available. But for me, of course, the most tempting one is f6. I don't know if it works, but
Harshit bhai wants to go on the attack, but Harshit bhai, what about your team tournament and not to take risk and all of that?
I think this might be a calculated risk because it's quite easy to calculate. So takes, knight e4, for example, comes to my mind.
Knight e4, trying to take this pawn.
Yeah, and f5 is quite logical. Knight f6, and it seems that black can actually, oh, look at this, white can actually have a deadly attack. Bishop g5, Sagar bhai. The engine wasn't liking it before, but now he's kind of concurring to my
You see the Raja fish,
Hare, hare.
he's much stronger than the stockfish, guys. This guy here today is spitting some amazing moves. I love it.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's very dangerous,
you
and
are right.
practically it becomes very difficult to defend. So I think that
Rook a3, b4. Why to do all these little things when you can directly go for the mate?
exactly, and I think practically this can be a very dangerous thing for black to defend.
Yeah, this is going to get very exciting there. Divya Deshmukh, I think, has
I think
trained
Divya
her
can go
eyes
for it, guys. I
on
think Divya can
F6.
go for f6. My prediction is that she will go for it. She is someone that loves playing aggressively, and I can see her eyes. They're
Let's
going
have a
towards.
poll again. Let's have a poll. This is a good time because last time, Harshit bhai, you won the poll.
Yes, Sagar bhai.
Will
We should have a best,
Divya
like the person who wins the biggest amount of polls buys the other person lunch or dinner, Sagar bhai.
Sure, bhai.
Deal.
Sure, done. Will Divya go for f6? Yes, we are with Harshit bhai. No,
We are with Divya.
we are with Sagar on b4. Let's see. I am thinking b4. Are Yashasvi Roy, thank you for joining. And also, we had a first super chat from Aditya Poo. Sorry, someone had sent, they retracted it. But yes,
Uh-huh.
Bhai Harshit Bhai, people are now trusting you a lot more. 62% people.
No, I mean it's so tempting to go for f6. Like all of your pieces are joining the attack, and with Black's knight on a5, I think that it's very very possible that she goes for it, and we got a new believer.
Chess believer Saket Telkapalli, thank you for your contribution of 508 rupees. And there you are on the screen. And we have another one, but I don't know who contributed. Vignesh Shankar
Another.
donated 500 rupees. Thank you for becoming the 1563rd believer. Kya baat hai?
Yes, amazing, amazing. And what has she done? She's thinking.
अभी तक तो कुछ हुआ नहीं है. Anand Subramaniam asks, what are India's chances against the US?
Guys, we will take it one step by one step. We still have a long way to go until we play the US. But yes, whenever we play US, Sagar bhai, I think it's going to be the closest encounter. Guys, US game ke saath na, Sagar bhai, we should have 20k live watching.
Definitely.
That is going to be the game of the tournament and game of the year, even game. I mean, match of the year, because four of the best American talents playing against the four best Indian talents, and where else are we going to see
match करवाने के लिए it's so tough.
ऐसा
And
मौका
here,
और कहाँ
Budapest.
मिलेगा?
मजा आ जाएगा if this happens, whenever it happens. Also looking forward to India versus China. This would be another
Many exciting matches.
exciting one. But let's go and check Harika's game. Harshit bhai, we didn't look at it very deeply until now. So Harika opens the game with e4. Her opponent goes e5. We had bishop c4, the Italian, knight f6, d3, bishop c5, castles d6. And Harika played c3, a5, rook e1, castles. This is all well-known theory.
h3, yeah.
Bishop e6.
Actually, Harika had a same game yesterday when she was playing with the black pieces.
Bishop b5, right?
Exactly.
Oh, queen b8 is what her opponent played, if I'm not mistaken.
No, actually, it had
Harika
knight
played.
d2 and rook e8 included.
Uh-huh.
A small nuance. Italian has so many nuances, Sagar bhai.
It's very tough to
Very,
remember
very tough.
everything. Knight d2, knight e7,
d4,
knight g6, okay, keeping the center here. Bishop d3, c6, knight f1, again just playing simply, and knight h5. Harshit bhai, is there some tactic with knight e5, because to win here?
But the thing is, our d4 pawn is also under attack, so I think this will not be in white's favor.
Yes. So taking here, and then black is doing fine. So here knight h5, g3 was played, and it's stopped here. This is where Daulyte-Cornette Deimante is thinking. I think already it feels like black's position is nice with this.
It's complicated. It's
because
like,
you know, Arjit bhai, you want to take your knight here. Now your knight on f1 is not doing so much.
yeah, and the h3 pawn is loose as well. If black can ever put pressure on that, like you cannot take now because there's knight g5, I think.
Attacking the knight and attacking the bishop and winning the knight.
Oh, there's an interesting question. What does nuance mean in chess? So nuance is basically a very, very technical idea that requires a lot of understanding to be able to understand.
Yes, I think nuances are such that you need such deep understanding in that subject to be able to come with a very small suggestion which people think, wow,
Exactly.
how did this person think of that?
Exactly.
Like Harshit bhai is in chess and in many other things, financial. Oh, by the way, we forgot football.
Yes,
In the last time, Harshit bhai, you didn't remind me. Footballer, I said all your talents. Okay, so g3 played, and right now Daulyte-Cornette is thinking, let's go to the game of Vaishali. She played a rook to b8.
She did, yeah.
And her opponent played c4.
And now look at this. She's thinking for more than 40 minutes.
What? Vaishali, what's up?
She's thinking for more than 40 minutes. That's a lot of time.
You know, somehow I do get a feeling that today the girls are playing a little slow than always. No, like you see already
Yeah, also
Divya is
Divya is also
thinking a lot,
thinking.
Vaishali is thinking a lot, even Harika thought a lot.
Yeah,
And
it's
let's see what Tania is. By the way, why is Harika thinking? Sorry,
Vaishali
Vaishali
is
thinking
thinking.
here.
I mean, maybe
Maybe
she's
some line, yeah, some.
Rook b6 is probably definitely the consideration. Rook b6, queen a4, and some sort of rook b4 or a c5. I think this is what she's considering.
C5 or rook b4.
Yeah.
But then you lose this pawn, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and maybe
dangerous. And
she's
she's
trying to think if you can
calculating.
trap. I think like queen d7 and queens, like it's quite possible that you can trap that queen with rook a4. Rook b4 is a perpetual right now.
Hmm.
So I think this is actually the best way to play.
So this is what she's calculating here after c4, rook b6, and trying to trap the queen here. Also, is bishop a3? I mean, this would be a bad exchange
Yeah,
because you have a very good bishop which you are exchanging for the knight, which is not so good.
yeah.
Meanwhile, we'll quickly check if Tania Sachdev has made any progress, and we must get Amruta at some point to commentate and tell her us our thoughts on this opening.
Paulson, yeah, would be nice to.
Paulson, AB, Bishop B4, and I think this Arjit bhai, how do you overall rate this exchange of the B pawn
I
for the
think
A pawn?
I think I like it for black because it strengthens the pawn d7 to d5 because
Ah,
the knight on c3 is pinned, and once the knight on f6 lands on d5, it's going to mean big trouble for white.
guys, what is the move that White can play here to attack this bishop?
Hmm.
White to play.
White to play.
Let's see. Oh, Ayush Shetty asks Harshit by whom do you support, USA or India?
I I mean, of course, I'm supporting the Indian team, but I obviously have like players I really like in the US team as well. So, um,
Also,
and
Harshit Bhai is very popular in US. Lot of friends he has.
I mean, I've stayed there for about 4 years already, and in St. Louis, I think most of the chess players in the team live in St. Louis. Fabiano Caruana, um, if I'm not mistaken, Hikaru also visits there quite often. Ray Robson is also from St.
Hikaru
Louis
comes to St. Louis
because
often.
because they have these big tournaments, and
Ah.
Ray Robson also plays tennis, and I've played tennis with him I think once or twice. So I've like been around. So of course, I mean, I have friends in that team and I want them to do well, but in general, I'm of course supporting India.
We have a very nice video on our channel where Harshit Bhai is meeting Fabiano Caruana. I think it was not on our channel, it's on Twitter.
Hmm.
Although there was a mistake in that tweet because it was written world number two Fabi. At that point, he's world number three because
Yeah,
he
but
was
I think many people can generally have a consensus that, I mean, of course, Hikaru is the world number two right now, but Fabi is kind of like, known as world number two.
right. He has been there on that spot for many years. And right now, people have mentioned, did they say Rook A4? Yes. And by the way, Rook A4 has been played here in Tanya's game.
Wow. Because a5 is no longer possible because it gives you the b5 square, and this will be a big shock if this happens.
No, no, no. Tanya definitely won't play here. But this is a great move by Ben Mesbah Natasha.
Natasha, yeah, very
She
good
has
move.
found a great move attacking the bishop.
Actually,
And
I'm not very comfortable with some of the positions that in the Indian women team have. This looks a little scary for black, I would say.
but
Um,
Ajit Bhai, after take, how about this end game? Like, don't you think that this is nice simplified position? We have a
your
passer
dark
here.
squares are so weak, and the king is like, I think that the king is also not really having such a good square because if you go to g8, then it's too far away from the end, like from the center, and on e7, it's going to run into a lot of problems.
And also, if we play knight c6, he can just take, and we can't take with the bishop because a6 is hanging here.
Exactly.
And if you take with the pawn, that spoils it a
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
So, concrete issues here for
Yeah,
Tanya.
some problems, and also, for example, I wasn't that happy with Harika's position as well. However, I mean, it's very decent. It's not that she's worse, but it's not like she's like, much better, or like, I mean, she's better
Yeah,
by any means.
she didn't get an advantage with white.
Oh, and finally, Vaishali has made a move, queen to c8. Um, and I think she still has very good compensation. I think she was calculating what happens if c takes d5, e takes d5, and maybe bishop takes d5. Maybe this is what she was putting some of her time in. But black has a very, very nice solution to this.
Rook b6, yeah.
Rook b6, attacking the queen.
Queen
So the queen
c4.
has to move to c4 in order to protect this. Then again attacking the queen, forcing it to go back to c6, and now you at least have a draw. But bishop to d7
Beautiful.
traps the queen.
I mean,
Traps
go
the
back
queen
and-
in a way that it has to leave control of the d5 square, and black is just winning.
Beautiful.
And very, very nice spot by by Vaishali there, queen c8. I think this is a very fine move. Very fine move.
Do you think like queen c8? I mean, how does it help? Because let's say I play bishop f4.
Now b2 is
Oh,
hanging.
B2 is
Yeah,
hanging.
so
I
it's
can't.
it's just
It also
basically
improves
asking
the position.
Exactly, and it's
And if I put my rook here,
rook b6 queen, and the queen can jump into b7.
Like this.
Yeah,
interesting.
very interesting move by queen
Very,
c8.
very deep move. I think I would have never thought of such a move. So Vaishali, kudos to her for using her time and coming up with a very interesting
But
idea.
Divya is still thinking. Divya is still thinking. She's down to 40 minutes, which means that she's thinking for about 40 minutes herself.
Wow. Wow. Divya Deshmukh is really this is sometimes you think so much and then you make a bad move.
Yeah.
It happens, and I think some players have said don't think for more than 20-25 minutes.
Yeah, it was said by a very strong player that
Kramnik maybe.
yeah, that if you think for over 15 to 20 minutes,
You
the
will blunder.
the chances of you making a mistake increase significantly. However, in the case of Divya, it kind of makes sense because it's a very, very forcing line. And if you think about it, that's for sure what she's calculating.
Can we have on her on the full screen, because I feel like she also feels a little bit tired. When you're looking at the same position for 40-45 minutes,
It changes your perspective of the position.
you
You're
feel
so
like,
right.
oh man, why am I still not making a move?
Yeah.
Some part of you is like, let's play, let's go for it. Some part is like, no, think there might be a win
Exactly.
here, and you are in this constant sort of push and pull of this thing.
Exactly. And I actually think that in situations like this, one should just close their eyes for 2 minutes, complete, and don't think about chess at all.
No, that's so tough, Harshita.
Yeah, it's tough, but just close your eyes, meditate for 2 minutes, just and get a new perspective of the position. Because sometimes we get so used to calculating in the same direction that we need ourselves to put in a different perspective in order to find the best move.
True. Meanwhile, Divya now super focused, zoned in. Let's see what she plays. It's a very interesting moment. And Harshit, by our poll right now,
Yes, what's the
is
poll looking
saying
like?
that 65% people are with you.
Yeah.
35% are with me. One move suggested here is b4, a positional move. Harshit by going for the aggressive f6. I think Divya really an aggressive player, but I think after such a long thing, it might not be a wise idea to go f6, because it will just open a can of worms where you'll again have to calculate.
No, I think she should go for it. I
Yeah.
think she should go for it because
Because you want to
defending
win the
becomes
poll.
no, because defending it becomes very difficult. I think in chess, attacking is very, very easy, and that's why I think she should go for it. Very tough quality to have. And look,
Let's go to the game. By the way, can we quickly check the game between two great players, Wesley So and Vasily Ivanchuk?
Whoa! The rook has come in the action from
Ivanchuk
h3.
wants to checkmate Wesley So, it feels. I'll just charge my phone.
Yeah. And guys, I don't think the rating 26-35 does justice to Ivanchuk's strength, because in team events he's very, very dangerous, and I definitely think that for Wesley it's going to be a very good result if he manages to hold this. Ivanchuk just wants to go maybe something like rook g3 and uh, The knight already pinned a queen, say. So I think this is how he's trying to create some chances. Very, very interesting position. And I will be actually coming back to this game for sure because I think this game might heat up. I think this game is going to heat up. Sagar will definitely
हाँ
come
भाई.
back to this.
And Ivanchuk is like, let me just show my creative energy. And I think a player like Ivanchuk really gets his things flowing when he faces a top player in the world.
Yes.
Because if he's facing 2500, 2400, 2600, he's not that motivated. He's been there, done that.
True. I think so too. That whenever he plays stronger players, he gets that inspiration and motivation to perform his best. And of course, he's a very, very senior player. But
Maybe we can ask our director sab to have him on it's actually board number 1, like the match 1, second board.
Mhm.
So first link and second board, perhaps we can have him.
Yeah.
Yes. Harshit bhai, you're saying.
And no, we'll definitely come back to this. But Sagar bhai, all eyes have to be on the game of Arjun Erigaisi. I think that is the key match because he's been delivering the quickest wins for Team India, and I'm very excited to see if he'll be doing that again today.
It seems like his
It seems
position
like he's-
keeps getting better every time
Time
we
we'll-
come back. No? Like first, it was like he had nice position. Now he has the e4 square, the c4 square for his knight. It's looking great. Oh, by the
Oh,
way,
we
we
have
have Wesley.
Wesley's
So, thank you, Director Saab, for having him on the screen.
Yes.
Wesley is thinking right now against Ivanchuk, two greats of the game facing each other. And let's get back to Arjun Erigaisi. I think the last
Arjun,
move.
last move was Rook F1 and Arjun is actually down to 35 minutes.
Yes.
That I've never. I mean, he usually gets 35 minutes for his whole game
Yes, Arjun maybe for a change started to think
because this
in
is
his
a
own
strategic
time.
position. Yeah?
Yeah.
The last time we saw it was a bit more open. Here he's trying to find the best plans because it's possible that White can get some sort of a fortress sometimes. So he wants to make sure that there is no fortress for White. For example, guys, if you can imagine, White ne knight e4 khela, White ne mara, you take with the f pawn, and it's quite possible that after something like knight e3, Black just doesn't have enough breaks. So Arjun is like, I want to make sure that I put enough pressure on White that
Because to get such positions with black is never easy.
not easy, and to win these kind of positions is even more difficult. But Arjun is someone who can do it, and I'm expecting this game to go in India's favor.
Right. And by the way, Harshit bhai, while we were talking, Divya has made her move. Can we go there and see what is it that
Wow.
she played? She actually didn't go for both of our moves.
Oh my God.
She touched the pawn which I wanted to move, but only moved it one square, not two.
Interesting.
She takes away the c4 square. And I feel in a way it's a great move, a positional move, but it could have been made in like 10 minutes or 5 minutes also.
Exactly. And time, Sagar Bhai, is very, very important in this opening because it's a very, very, if you ever place move like f6, you are going to need time in order to find the correct dynamic finish. But she's taking her time, and I still think that Divya is doing well. I think she's doing well. She has a very good position. The knight on a5 is on the rim, and sometimes it's not dim, but this time it is.
Yeah, it's a terrible knight there, and she's dominating it. And I think the f6 idea does stay in the
mix.
mix. And if you play f6 on your own, that just limits your piece terribly.
Yeah.
So Divya in a good position. Tania, we can say, in a slightly tense position.
Yeah.
Let's have Tania on the screen. We haven't seen her in a while because I think whenever we go to her camera, it's her opponent that we are seeing. But Tania seems to be under some very slight pressure.
No, definitely. I mean, this is a key moment that she doesn't go for a5 or take on c3 because
Yeah.
that would mean that, and she is focused. She knows that it's a big moment. We can see the coach and
Abhijit is
captain
back.
Abhijit Kunte back.
Because for
sitting-
3 days, Swayams Mishra was coming in. I
Yeah.
think Abhijit just arrived to Budapest.
Yes, exactly. and he's here with the team today. But we have to be careful. We have to be careful today.
Yeah. So rook a4 attacking here, and now the bishop can drop back. Look at Tania. There is a beautiful view we have of the camera where you can see right up close to a player. So this is wonderfully done by our broadcast team of Meno and Leonard. Meanwhile, we have had couple of members. Vatsal Singhania, thank you for becoming pillar of Indian chess. And we also had another member. All the members who become on this channel, by clicking on that join button, all the money goes to laptops for budding talents. So we have the help chess where we help them for tournaments, coaching, and so on. And we have this membership money which we give to the players for their laptops. So thank you all for supporting. Harshit Bhai, I would like to go to the open section.
What about Vaishali? Just quickly checking if there was any development in there. No,
Couldn't
not
see
yet.
it.
Yes,
Not
okay.
yet. We are actually on top of the games today. Yeah, very like moving
yes,
with
exactly.
the games.
We are very swift because the players are actually thinking a lot more today.
Rook e2, and look at Arjun's move. I'm very surprised with his last move where he has switched from open e file to a8.
Sagar bhai, this is an amazing move because the white's rook on e2 and e1 have nowhere to go after this bishop on e7 goes to f6. If you play rook e1 here, I'll play bishop f6 and ask, तुम इतना यहाँ पे तो you are like, you came with all the preparations, with all the cars to a road, but that road is blocked.
Yes.
You just cannot move forward. And Arjun had already realized this. He took a U-turn and is already on the way to success.
Beautiful, beautifully put. It's like one of those things where you do a course in a subject which becomes irrelevant after a point. Yeah, like पूरा इधर ध्यान दे दो e file में, यही future है पूरा open file में. अरे Arjun is like, नहीं नहीं भाई, future is on the a file.
Exactly.
This is where the future is.
Exactly.
Harshit bhai, future is in chess.
The future is in
This
AI.
is chess. This is stock market. We need you in chess.
Yes, I'm very, very happy to be here, Sagar bhai. Amazing move, rook to 8 played by Arjun, and I think he's again showing that he can not only play tactical chess but also play strategic chess.
Yes, I agree. So very good play here by Arjun. Of course, as we are now learning from these games, that these youngsters no longer have one style.
Yes.
They are very universal. They can play aggressive. They can play defensive. They can play strategic.
They're very good at penalty shootouts, but they're also very good at like playing tiki taka.
Tiki taka, yes.
Tiki taka, tiki taka, tiki taka, tick.
Few days with Harshit Bhai, and I have learned Vamos, Sui, Tiki Taka, all these things. Komate Vistala. Sorry, guys, not so good at Spanish. Although, Harshit Bhai, please, any message to the Spanish fans who are watching today?
I think en este partido creo que Arjun tiene una posición muy bien porque the thing is I'm not very good with the names of the rook and knight, but I think so basically torre, I think
Torre is rook.
Torre, yeah. So la torre tiene una posición de donde tiene muy potencial y también Praggnanandhaa tiene una posición muy dinámico y en Gukesh, en el partido de Gukesh hay mucha potencial para una attack for the king, and estoy muy feliz por este match y por being here with you, Sagar bhai.
अरे भाई एंड में तो दिल्ली जीत लिया. Just imagine that someday I go to a Spanish broadcast and I hear them speaking Hindi. This is how some people might feel when they will hear Harshit Bhai speaking Spanish.
I'm also like I love the Spanish guys, so shout out to the commentators from Spain, Divis and Pepe. They're also like I'm good acquaintances with them.
They are here. I think
they are here as well.
David
and
Martinez is
it
here.
Really, like, I think Pepe Cuenca kind of got that football styled commentary with like ratatatatatatatata, and that was, very, very
Very cool.
nice to
Very,
watch.
very
Very
fun.
nice, very nice.
Yes.
Sagar bhai, whoever is doing an effort to make chess more exciting and fun, no matter where they work or what, like where they are from, I'll always, have very high regards for them.
Absolutely. And I think
Because
someone who does good quality work always appreciates others' good quality work.
Yeah.
I think it's a very common trait we see in them. Harshit bhai, I'm liking how Vidit is grinding this after h4. You see, Ivic was put on the back foot with king h8. Then he pushed h5 like a4 a5 here.
Mhm.
Then h4 h5.
Mhm.
Then he went h6.
And the pawn comes to h5, and now the bishop joins the attack from f4 and queen to d2.
Beautiful, yeah, knight d2. And now he wanted this, but because the knight will chop the bishop, he went back.
Yeah, he went back, and now maybe at some point, do you think that we'll ever get to see g4 g5?
Could be.
It's
could
possible because the bishop on e8 cannot come to c6, which is why I think it is not out of question that we see something like g4 g5 going for the kill.
I'm liking Vidit's chances here, guys. Vidit Gujrathi, from a position where I thought he might go for d5 break and equalize, has created quite a lot of play here.
No, he's definitely going to go for it, and I like it because he's playing with the white pieces, and he's, kind of trying for a win, but he's still kind of kept the position under control because it's important to not, burn the bridges and get to a point where it's very difficult to come back, and you just have to go for it. But black ends up neutralizing your attack.
Let's look at this move, Harshit by rook c8. Just as normal developing move, attacking the bishop.
Mhm.
What should white do here? Like, should we take on d5? Should we play bishop d3 back? Should we go for bishop takes h6 sacrifice somewhere? Or should we go with your g4 ideas? Like, there are so many possibilities. It's a rich position, right?
It's a very, very complicated. We can even, for example, have some merits for bringing the bishop back to b1, trying to bring the queen to d3. Was there a move played by?
No, it's not played yet.
Yeah.
I'm just analyzing rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8 I think is a very, very
Yeah, I think it's a normal move.
very natural move
Maybe you take the knight, right?
with the knight.
And yes, because if he takes with the pawn,
Oh, this is
then
so
bishop
good. Bishop
d3, and we
d3,
are very happy with
very
this
happy.
symmetrical
Queen
structure.
f3, and the bishop on e8, which was doing good, is actually Sagar bhai with the pawn on h5. Suddenly now this f6 idea no longer becomes possible because the knight has this g6 square. So
Oh, very nice.
they
thinking.
think about, these top players think about so many small things, and then finally when we look at the bigger picture, it all makes sense.
Right. It's like a symphony.
It's a symphony. It's like an artistic painting where all of the small details have to be thought before you make the painting, but once you see the whole painting made, that small nuances make all the difference.
True. But he can take with the knight, and here maybe we can. I was thinking if we can drop the bishop back to go with your idea of queen e4. Not sure about this position as such. And oh, by the way, he's played a6.
Interesting.
He's not gone rook c8. Ivic has played the move a6, and time wise,
About
actually,
even.
it's very interesting, Harshit bhai. If you notice, on board number 1, we have Gukesh, who is equal on time as compared to Predke, 43 and 41, slightly more time. Praggnanandhaa has 20 minutes less than Sarana.
Yeah,
Arjun has 30 minutes less than Indjic.
but a very good position.
Yes. And Vidit has
About equal, I would say.
5 minutes less than.
Yeah.
So today, actually, on the clock,
We are
the
not doing so
Serbians
well.
are putting
Pressing, and maybe this is their strategy, that don't get low on the clock, because we've seen the Indian team actually using the same strategy, is to trying to put pressure on the clock, and we heard Divya saying as well, why not put pressure on both the clock and the board? And today Serbia is doing that, guys. 6.8k of you watching, you need to like the stream, support the players, because already we are seeing a very, very stiff resistance
Yes.
from the Serbian team, because they are putting pressure on us.
Do like the stream, guys, because this is going to get very intense. And we, by the way, Harshit bhai, started with 1561 believers today. We have had 8 people contribute to helpchess.org. Hian Sharma, 100 rupees. Bhavesh Ja, 5000. Thank you,
Wow.
Bhavesh bhai. Sukendu, 501. Dhyanesh, 151. Hema Shekhar, 600. Anuj Sharma,
1, 2, 3, 4.
1234.
1,
Vignesh
2, 3,
Shankar,
4. Da, da, da,
let's
da, da,
on,
da.
let's get on the dance floor. Guys, thank you all for your support here. And a6 has been played. Let's quickly go and check what is up with Gukesh, because there were a few moves here in this game. Bishop f4 was played after long castle, and Harshit bhai, the move which you liked was played by Gukesh,
F6. Yes, exactly. Taking control of the e5 square, and also at some point he can consider pushing the pawn to e5. Maybe not now, but it's possible down the line. And also, Sagar bhai, if you notice that when you move the pawn from f7 to f6, it opens the space for the queen to join in the attack with queen to g7. So very, very multi-purpose move.
And G2 is a hotspot. I think there is this concept, right? What is it called? A mating, where mate can happen,
Yes.
and the top players immediately realize, oh, this is a hotspot. I need to zone in there. And I think Gukesh has his eyes trained on G2.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting to see if Gukesh manages to somehow create an attack. Queen h.
I like this maneuver by Predke, which was to bring the queen here because it defends and also attacks.
It does, but imagine how passive you have to be if you need your queen to be defending the g2 pawn. But it's a very, very good maneuver, because you can even consider at some point having your knight to f4. Rook to c6 played by Gukesh, offering a queen trade. He's
Oh.
like, I want to go into the end game.
Endgame खेलेंगे.
Endgame,
And I think Predke will take it, right? I mean,
if he takes it, we have always this break of the minority attack coming in to put pressure on this b2 c3 d4 pawn chain.
today we will see Harshit bhai. So we saw an attacking game by Gukesh, a strategic game, and perhaps if Gukesh wins this, an endgame brilliancy.
That it's possible. I mean, the engine says it's around equal, but practically I don't think that this is equal, because if this knight ever moves from d3, dusra bhi ghoda is going to join the action, and then it's like finito.
Yes.
So
Somehow I feel these doubled pawns are helping black so much.
for sure,
Because this takes control here, this supports here, and as you rightly pointed out, there is a minority attack rolling with b5, rook b8, b4, a5, b4. It can get very nasty, guys, Gukesh, but we should not really be like कि गुकेश जीतेगा ही जीतेगा.
Of course.
It is far from clear, but he has an easy play.
Yeah.
Let's go quickly and check the game of Praggnanandhaa, because
Oh, they're repeating. Maybe it's going to finish.
did Prag already draw or what? No, I think he has this very difficult question.
Whether or not. Oh, he did. No.
No, so rook d2 he played, knight h5, queen h3, knight f6, queen g3, knight h5, queen h3, knight f6. And we are here, and Prag is put with this.
Oh, he repeated. So if knight h5 is played, then Prag's game will be finished.
Aha. Can we have Prag on the screen, director?
Yes, definitely, because knight h5 is a repetition of the moves.
Yeah, maybe there
Guys,
is no
has
camera of Prag right
finished
now.
the game?
Oh, we have it.
Yes, there you see.
Oh, he's calling the arbiter.
Yes.
He's like, but you know what? I think Prag looked at Arjun's position, liked it, looked at Gukesh's position, liked it, looked at Vidit's game and said, okay, all good. And now I'll take a draw.
Exactly. He had to make a very
Calculated decision.
very important call there, Sagar bhai, because he is playing with the white pieces. But this is very important to know that according to the position that our teammates have, he took the decision of making a draw, and I think that's a very good one, just like Vidit did yesterday.
Yes.
That would be great if we can somehow have one of the players join. We will try, of course, Sagar bhai, to get them.
Yes.
And yes, it seems like they are accepting the draw repetition, and the first game Sagarbai seems like a draw, guys. So half, but Arjun and Gukesh are on the front foot right now.
So yes, score half. Maybe director Saab, you can update that. And this is
Praggnanandhaa, guys, we've just got news that Praggnanandhaa has drawn his game.
it's I don't know. I have a mixed feeling,
I
but I
think it's
also
good.
like
I think
it.
it's good because
we should get Prag here and ask him why he didn't play this Bishop F6 Knight B5
yes,
area.
for sure. But also think Alexey Sarana was their strongest player, so we were able to neutralize their strongest players and put pressure on the other boards.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Actually, he's the highest rated player on board 2.
Yes.
So Prag actually held that.
Exactly.
And now the rest of the guys can push.
Exactly. And also, this would have, Prag would have continued playing if we did not have Gukesh and Arjun having such good positions. But because they do, this is amazing.
Yes. Maybe, Harshit Bhai, I can think of going down. I don't know. But maybe it's already 15 minutes ago, so he might have left.
Yeah, 15 minutes is a long time.
But we have told our team that if there are any interesting people out there, if they can bring them to the studio who are there covering on ground, we will get some guests today. So guys, thank you for your patience.
Yes.
We have a super chat by Sai Prasad who says your chess edits are too OP. Guys, let me invite a guest for a few seconds here. The one and only Abhyudaya here, who is making the chess edits.
Amazing chess edits. And
Ajao bhai, just say hi to the chat because we got a super chat from Sai Prasad saying your chess edits are too OP.
Thank you.
And guys,
oh yes, we have Abhyudaya joining us.
Abhyudaya Ram is the man responsible for all the amazing shots and reels on ChessBase India, apart from many other things that he's doing. Abhyudaya,
the position quite looks draw already.
Abhyudaya's chess strength is inversely
related to
his editing skills. So let's not get him into commentary. But Abhyudaya, does one need chess knowledge to edit the videos which you are doing, or something else?
No, not really. I mean, I know the basic rules of chess, so that's quite handy. But otherwise, I don't think you would require so much chess knowledge.
But even you are growing a little bit in your chess knowledge.
Yes. My rating is 200 bits.
800. I think his strength is 800. Although I think chess.com rating is 200.
All people from my place are everyone commenting.
Acha.
Let's go.
Wow.
Nama Hassan ka, yes, bhai. Akshay BL.
Kya baat hai. So he's from Hassan, a place in Bangalore and near in Karnataka. Yes. Someone said yesterday after you left that it's so amazing to see someone from Hassan in the chess world right at the Olympiad, and they were very proud of you.
Wow, thank you.
So Hassan, of course, well known for one of the prime ministers of India, right?
Yes.
And also for Abhyudaya.
And Abhyudaya, who might become...
I should not forgotten. Like, he's the under-8 world champion.
Who?
What's her name?
Under-8 from India, you mean? This girl from, but she's from Charvi.
Charvi's from Hassan only.
She's from Hassan.
Yeah.
Oh,
I knew. So there was like
she
a banner put up in
Bangalore.
near my place, so everyone knew that. So
wow. Hassan is the place to be.
Yeah.
And I'm the next talent.
Arre.
Okay, chalo. Thank you so much.
But I think Abhyudaya really brings out the beauty of chess through his shorts and reels. Do check them out on YouTube, Instagram. He puts it everywhere, and he has this very nice storytelling. So thank you, Abhyudaya.
Thank you. Bye bye.
See you guys. And we have right now the game of Gukesh, where Rook C6 is played, and Predke is thinking whether to take or not. So we are waiting for that. Sai Prasad, thank you for your gift of 10 memberships. That's very, very kind of you.
Yeah.
And Arjun, after Rook 8, has taken bye, AB done.
Oh, and now the Rook can jump into A2, and that is going to be a very big moment.
Arjun bhai going in Rook A2. Let's go.
And maybe the Rook on H8 can also swing to the A file at some point. The knight is going to jump to C4.
This Rook is good here.
But
You know, Harshit bhai,
You want RS Agarwal aisa, but I think this is more powerful.
ऐसा जाके ठीक है, you want to go from here, this rook here, then this here, and put the other rook.
Yes, exactly.
Could be.
Going for the uppercut there, Arjun.
Arjun Erigaisi today looking little bit under pressure from the time perspective,
But
on the board,
position-wise, he's doing amazing.
he's doing very well.
And actually, it might be like a strategy that he's playing slowly, like kind of tempting Indjic to play fast and put him under pressure. But this would only mean that he's able to, at any time, basically capitalize on any strategic mistakes that Indjic makes.
Yeah, rook a2 is there, I think, on the board, or what? No, he takes.
And now, bam. I love how Arjun plays without any hesitation, Sagar bhai. He's just so swift.
Lefty. Arey bhai, Sai Prasad is in form today, sending one super chat after another. He says, let's be real, guys. Gukesh is the real Chad.
Chad.
हाँ भाई, ये थोड़ा youngsters के term हमको नहीं समझते. But rook e1 brought in by Indjic.
And
Bhai, Arjun जीतेगा.
rook h8 quickly played.
Did he play? No.
Or no, he's thinking, but I think it's possible.
Bhai,
Again, it's possible that he wins. He gives India. This is what I've been talking about. He's been such a important factor for the India. He's like the Trojan horse that we needed, because whenever you give someone like the first win, it puts your opponent under such tremendous pressure and helps out our own team players so much that I think Arjun in the first few rounds has been the key player for the Indian team.
I think shout out to Srinath for his strategy to put him on third board. Yeah, like I mean, it's too early to say, but as of now, it seems to be working out.
Seems to be working out. And the thing about these players is that no matter where you place them, they are going to play well.
Yes.
Arjun like I heard Fabi like in one of his podcasts saying that every board wherever you put him will be a different strategy, and it will only depend whether or not it's good depending on how the results are. But all strategies are good because these players are super strong.
But you know, I get this sense, Harshit bhai, right from the opening choice, if you see, Arjun goes for the kill.
He
Right
does.
from the word go. He tries different openings, he takes risk. And I think being on top board, doing that is a little tough.
Risky. True.
Risky if you do it against guys like Ding or Fabi or, you know, but if you do it against, let's say, Aronian, who is a little bit shaky.
True.
Who knows? Okay. Vidit, meanwhile, slowly and steadily. Oh, by the way, he did take.
Oh, this
Queen
happened.
F3.
Take, and we saw rook c1. So slowly but surely, Vidit is trying to somehow put more and more pressure.
Inching towards the king side. Vidit is going slowly. Bishop aega wapas. Slowly. Who knows?
What about Divya though? Because we saw
Divya. By the way, your move is on the board.
C5 has been played. I like it.
By Vaishali. If we can have Vaishali on the screen. But you know, Harshit bhai, this game, if we just had to summarize on this one imbalance that exists, it's that white has an extra pawn and black has more development.
And also at some point it's possible that he generates some Vaishali, she generates some counterplay towards the black king. It's possible down the line.
Right. Let's see how this turns
Divya
out.
का game देखते हैं सागर भाई.
Divya Deshmukh after b3. Her opponent played rook fc8 and Divya ne खेला नहीं. She did not go for f6.
Sagar
Divya,
bhai,
why
this was
not?
such a crucial move. I really was a big fan of this, and knight e4. Actually, maybe she made a good choice because knight e4 is not so good.
But you know what engine is recommending, and this is tough.
This is tough.
This is not easy
This
for
is very
humans.
tough. Very tough.
Bishop d3. Just defending here.
Threatening queen
this.
h5. Yes, this is a very engine variation. I don't think it makes sense, but he chose
bishop d3.
Bishop d3 with the idea of going f6.
f6, yes. And her opponent ne f6 खेल दिया.
And now Divya is like...
But if you think about it, Harshit bhai, this is truly a brilliant idea. So that you don't allow the time for black to play
g6. G6.
No, I mean...
f6. You are right.
The game that
Yes.
happened.
Correct.
So f6 queen h5, bishop e8, queen h4.
Looking good because the rook is going to join the attack, and I already can foresee a bishop gambit on h6.
Could happen. Oh, by the way, we must point out to our chat that black, whenever would take here, Divya is not going to take back. She's going to push this pawn
b4 and
forward.
c4. So
Yes.
it's going to be a total domination in the center by the white pawns. This is looking great for Divya, guys. Divya OP, because she might be on fire. We might have her again.
You know, Harshit bhai,
It seems
board number 3,
on
Arjun
both and
Divya. They are the ones who are scoring for Team India. Very cool.
I
Very
think
cool.
Divya has already scored a hat trick.
Yes, she's 3 out of 3. Arjun also 3 out of 3.
Both of them
and
on
both of them are like this heavy lifter. Yeah, they are like, chess khelna hai, chalo khelte hai. Double round, we'll
Yes,
play.
exactly.
They have that same approach.
They both of them very important for the Indian team, and they just love chess, Sagar bhai. They love chess, which is what makes them so dangerous,
Yes.
because they are fearless.
Yeah.
They will be like, if I see a sacrifice and I think it's good, I'm going to go for it. I
Correct.
don't care about the consequences. I believe it's the best, and this is why we have them in our team, because we need players to make the best decision.
Correct. And by the way, Mitra has attacked the d5 pawn. Do you defend it?
Do you defend it or do you go for the bam bam?
Bam bam ho jaye bhai. Let's go. Rook,
Rook
f3,
f3.
bishop d5, rook h3, threatening a mate, h6, boom bam.
Boom bam dhamaka gh6, and it's going to be checkmate time soon.
This is all over, guys. This king cannot survive for long, and I think this is getting very dangerous for Mitra here. And Divya, I think this time she won't hesitate.
Yeah.
I don't think she'll play bishop e4, right? Like, this is too passive to defend here, allow the queen to come in.
Yeah, I think that rook f3 is a key move here. Let's
Yeah.
see if Divya finds it. She seems focused, but sometimes it's quite possible to make a move like bishop e4 out of instinct.
Yes,
No,
because
I'm sorry, not out of instinct, but just like,
just making like you want to be too careful.
yeah.
Bishop e4 is a too careful move.
Yes, exactly. Like it's also like a reflex move, right? Your
Yeah,
pawn is attacked
and
and you
move.
just play bishop e4. But rook f3 is a very important move.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look at Tania, because after rook
She did
a4,
find the very important move, bishop e7,
Going
keeping the
back.
game under
Very,
control.
very
Very
good play,
important move by
Tania.
the Tania.
Castles.
Castles, and she goes for d5. Amazing. I think after the opening phase of the game, I think she has kind of played really well, and I think game is also going to be exciting, because opponent only has 25 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. So this is looking very good. D5 played by Tania. And okay, the position after ED, knight d5, bishop d5. Harshit bhai, this is actually a tricky position, to tell you the truth, because white has these two strong pawns.
True, and this rook on a4 can always swing on the h4 square. It's going to be very interesting to see how this game proceeds.
Yeah, yeah. Tarun Bhavsar says, love your work, love you and your team. I am on the way. Arey, kya baat hai?
I'm on my way, driving.
Harshit bhai, remember, if India wins 2 golds, you go to the bridge
Arey.
between Buda and Pest on the Danube River. You do 69 push-ups singing a song.
And then directly hospital.
Not hospital, maybe police station, but not hospital. Meanwhile, Sophie Millet, after c5 against Vaishali, has jumped with knight to b5. Very interesting
This
move.
game is heating up.
Very interesting. I would imagine that there is so much tension here that white would have dealt with it, but she just added more fuel.
Yeah. No, knight b5 is a very interesting move, but the tension that is happening in the center is going to be resolved soon, and black is down a pawn, so we have to make sure that we keep some sort of an initiative, because otherwise white is going to be able to neutralize the initiative and be a pawn up.
And I think this is the idea, right, Harshit bhai, to take on a7 and then knight c6, forking this and
Exactly,
this. So let's say
exactly.
if we take d4, then knight takes a7, or even knight d4 for that matter, attacking here, and very
Knight
nice
c6.
move by Sophie
Knight
Millet. I
b5
think
was a very nice move, and look at Sophie. She's very, very focused, knows that she has to be the key player in the French team because she is one of the most experienced players in their team.
True, true. And by the way, if a6 is played, why is this a bad move, guys? Try to write down your answer in the chat. Why is a6 a bad move? Let us know, because there's one move only that gives the advantage to white. Otherwise, white would lose the advantage.
True.
And we have Puskar Basak, Abhimanyu Singla, Gafi De Random, Abhigyan Goswami, Anushka Gupta, Sanket Joshi, Neha Vyas. Oh my God.
Many, many
You
players.
know, in our chat,
They are
there
very powerful.
There are people who are just watching this for fun. There are people who are there with their little kids. There are people who are contributing to Help Chess. There are people who are contributing to the membership, super chat. But there are also
some
strong
serious
players.
players. Knight a7, exactly.
Knight a7.
कोने में घोड़ा, but it is
काम करे बहुत ज्यादा.
बहुत ज्यादा, क्योंकि knight c6 and the rook on b8, bishop on e7, both are under attack, and white is a pawn up, and this is going to be big advantage for white.
So a6 definitely not on Vaishali's mind. Maybe queen d7 to pin this here, but we will, you have to calculate now. Another pawn bites the dust.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Vaishali now under some pressure, because she's given up one pawn. Her opponent is going after another pawn.
But also, I mean, it's not that easy to keep collecting pawns, because psychologically you feel like your opponent has some sort of an attack or initiative.
Yes.
So taking pawns also is not that easy.
And also Vaishali is an amazing attacker. She is like not someone you take lightly.
Definitely.
Let's go and check what is up with Harika, because Harika's game
is
very steady, very slowly developing.
It's developing, but if black plays f7 to f5, you are all of a sudden the game is going to be too exciting.
Yeah, it will blast open everything here, and I think we are waiting for that move to happen. Right now, pressure here, and Harika, by the way, she's just played her bishop back to e2 on your video, you can see. And now Daulyte-Cornette, what will she do here? Will she play f5? Do you know, Harshit bhai, that she is the wife
of Peter Heine?
No. She is the wife of Matthew Cornette.
Oh, Matthew Cornette, okay.
Peter Heine Nilsson's wife is also
in the Lithuanian team.
She's not playing here.
Oh, okay.
She's actually a politician.
Yes,
a very
I know.
high-ranking
I know. Yes.
politician in
Incredible.
Smilit.
Uh-huh.
So Victoria Smilit.
And I think it's good that Harika has more time, 35 minutes, because if her opponent had more time in this position, I would be a bit worried, because it's quite possible that black starts some sort of an attack. But with more time, she's going to be able to figure out how to neutralize that attack.
Correct. So can we just round up Harika equal?
Harika equal.
Vaishali under some pressure.
Yeah, some pressure, I would say.
Divya
found rook f3. Yeah, that's the move.
Boom. Let's go, Divya.
Rook f3, guys.
On course to victory. And Tania, maybe slightly pressure. She's under pressure.
Yeah, she's under slight pressure. So it's not that clear.
Not so clear this match, guys. Stay tuned. But India, Divya providing that edge to Team India. And let's go to the men's team now. If we start from the top, Gukesh
has...
Arre, end game aa gaya, dosto. Let's go, and joining us all the way from the playing hall is the one and only Amruta Mokal.
Yes, I am very excited to do the commentary. You're singing, you're dancing, you're happy. Some nice moves are being found on the board. I want a quick recap.
We just did a recap of the women's board.
Yes, that I heard.
But
we are
now in the men's, Praggnanandhaa has drawn his first game. The first game of the Indian team, and Gukesh is actually better because of this knight on e4, and these pawns, even though they are doubled, are controlling very, very important squares. and because he has this idea of the minority break with b5, a5, and b4, we are giving black the upper hand in this position. The third board, Arjun Erigaisi, is the key game in the men's section because he has a huge advantage with this bishop on g2 being very, very like passive, and all these pawns are going to become a big weakness as this knight is going to jump to e4 or c4, and this rooks as well dominating.
Arjun is our big hope here.
Arjun is the biggest. This is the biggest advantage we have so far. But also, Vidit is maintaining a stable edge.
Oh, I love that pawn on h5.
Yes.
We all love this
Wow.
move h4, h5.
So all the positions are very exciting for that matter. Nothing is like dull and boring.
Yes, but
Correct?
I feel
Exactly.
like men have a slightly bigger edge because all the remaining 3 games are very stable and in our favor.
Yeah, no, the men team is doing very good right now, Amruta. The men team is cruising. The women team actually have to like be careful in order to not fall for the bumps on the way, because the French team is very dangerous, and they're trying to put pressure on all the boards on our team.
Yeah, but towards the end, generally, it all changes.
Of course,
so
we've seen
very,
how the
very
Indian
hopeful.
team, turns everything around in the last few moments of the game. But Divya, actually, just like the previous rounds, has been able to put pressure on her opponent and has a big advantage already.
Yes, absolutely.
Divya will put pressure on anyone.
Yes,
Everyone.
anyone and everyone on and off the board.
But guys, do you know the interesting matchup today? Ivanchuk versus Vaishali. Did you happen to check the game?
Yes, we saw it once very briefly. I think Ivanchuk was playing in a very inspired fashion, but maybe the inspiration just simply went backwards. Yeah, like look at what happened.
Rook on h3, king
No, we
on
were
e1.
here. At this point, we thought, wow, Ivanchuk rook
Looking-
lifting
yeah.
and all of that. But push,
suddenly, all of the pieces had to drop back.
Oh, so
Bishop
Vaishali
B7.
actually.
Yeah, Wesley
managing
showing why
well,
he's one of
yeah.
the best players in the world right now. And if he is able to win this position with black, I think America is going to take this match quite comfortably, because they were banking on Ivanchuk to be able to create a lot of chances today with the white pieces. But seems like Wesley has it under control.
Wesley has it under control.
And another interesting matchup was like Magnus.
Oh, we did
to
not see
check what's
Magnus's
happening
game.
with Magnus. Also yesterday, because Anish, lost today. How is he doing? So one more very interesting matchup was Bangladesh versus France. Yeah.
Why was that interesting? Like just the
You get
MVL
to-
versus.
Yeah, of course.
We can have
It's
a
like
look at
very
that.
tough
Sure.
Yeah.
Just mentioning here, I mean, we may not be able to catch up on all the games.
No, we can quickly
but,
look at it.
It was very nice today. I saw Pia Kramling playing, and
And
her
Anna.
husband was watching the
And
game.
I-
Anna in the same
Anna
team.
Kramling's father is the coach, Pia Kramling is the player, and Anna Kramling is the player.
Wow.
Sagar bhai family ho to aisi. I mean,
I
everyone
know.
in the chess community.
Taking one
I
step
think even
ahead
when-
of Pragg and Vaishali.
Yeah.
Yes.
And also when maybe Anna marries, it's gonna be a chess player, and maybe in the
Arre.
so it will be all chess forever.
True.
What happened?
Everyone
What's
started
happening?
like
Amruta already making things a little bit spicy from the perspective of marriages and all. Knight c6, queen c2, rook c8, b3, and b5 played. And actually, Magnus Carlsen, by making these little moves here, he has taken the advantage over.
Yeah, Magnus is going to be very happy with the position he has right now, because it's a kind of a position he enjoys playing. Two
But
bishops.
Arshit, c5 would have been a good
C,
move. or
C5 is possible, but you can just take, because you can't take back with the queen because the rook on d8 is hanging. So big, that was the problem.
not? So maybe we could have done c5 here then. Instead
Yeah,
of
but
putting
even
it-
then, d takes c5 and queen c5, there might be bishop takes h7 tricks. I mean, you mean here, but yeah, here
b4.
yeah. Bishop coming in and the two missiles.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen had things under control, yeah.
Yeah, and he's roaming like many
Yeah.
times. He's roaming, watching other games. It's a delight, I guess, for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because normally when he will walk anywhere and there is no game, people will go behind
Yeah.
him, right? Over
Mhm.
here, it's in the tournament hall. Nobody
Exactly.
can disturb. So
Today, Anish Giri is crushing. That's what the chat says.
Oh.
And if he wins, can we have him here?
Oh, he's already winning.
Oh,
Yes.
can I go and find him?
Anish is winning, and you think you will be able to get him?
Because he had told, like, if someday I'll win, I'll come.
I think he must be in a, like, what to say?
Good
Would he
mood.
not be sad?
No,
You
no.
think?
He's crushing his
I
opponent.
mean, normally you see him all the time laughing. That's something very inspiring about him.
Let me try.
Smiling.
Let me try.
Of course,
He's
please.
on board number 12 or 13.
Chale
14.
jao,
14.
chale jao.
14. I'll come and
Okay,
I'll try and
bring
bring him.
somebody. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, do we need to wear this?
No, no.
So seems like Anish is completely winning here. He's actually a piece up. So
Oh, and it's completely crushed. The king on d7 against Romanov Evgeny. I guess sometimes this happens, no, Arshad? You
how
lose
did
the
he
game,
lose a piece?
and then you just want to make a comeback. Like you just want to crush
Yeah.
your opponent. So,
And it's
oh, f4, f5 he got with the king in the center.
and the bishop came in and he just
Seems like an easy game for
yeah,
him.
completely
He
easy.
just managed it.
He just won very, very easily, it seems like. Back to Ajju Bhai.
Okay, let's go to which would you say until now has been the game of the day?
I mean, game of the day is hard to say, but because Arjun has seemingly like gotten a very big advantage, but I felt it was kind of effortless. But of course, I'm sure that there were a lot of calculations, but he's gotten a very, very nice advantage. Maybe if Vidit wins, this would be a very, very nice and instructive win because look at how he pushed his pawns, Amruta. H4 and H5.
I really like that.
And after H6, Bishop F4, Knight D5. I and Sagar saw this. Queen F3, take, and Rook C1.
And at some point
Black-
there will be a sack on h6 or g7
Yeah, because
somewhere, I believe,
the
when
bishop
the
on
rook lift,
E8,
of course.
I mean, is protecting the pawn on F7, but he can never go F6 because this knight will jumping.
I think black will keep the bishop on f6 maybe because then he defends g7.
Yeah, bishop
he
F-
protects f7 indirectly and also ready to take the e5 knight whenever needed.
Yeah, Bishop F6, you have to be careful about some ideas connected with Bishop takes D5 because
Should I be worried? Like
if E takes, I can take the rook and
d5
the
is
pawn is
gone.
hanging.
Oh.
So maybe you can take on C1 first, but then it gives white the access of the C line.
Yeah, there is pressure.
So some pressure like this, some practical pressure is definitely there on black, and that's exactly why he's down to 19 minutes.
My goodness. By the way, we have a news coming. Vaishali has blundered, it seems. Can we quickly have a look
I
at her
think
game?
they might just be.
Acha, it has been happening. What to say? The tricks have been happening.
Yes, knight b5. I mean, I don't think queen c6 is a blunder. It's just a
She's
normal move.
definitely in a difficult position.
Yeah, she's in a
but
difficult
it's not
position, but
losing.
yeah, she's
I mean,
definitely
like
not
people
a
are
blunder.
thinking that it's a losing position.
Divya's
Okay, let's
position
continue
is
with,
amazing. Divya's position is amazing. She's just sacrificed a pawn on d5. But if you take this pawn, the rook will swing over to h3. And how are you going to stop any of this mating ideas?
Wow.
I think we might just have a tradition in the Olympiad of having Divya win quickly and join us because she's been playing some scintillating chess.
And very quickly. So do we continue with the Vidit game analysis over there? What we were looking
Yes,
at?
just quickly to okay, so Divya in very, very good situation right now.
Harika is better. Okay.
Tania is also doing quite well because she also has 20 minutes more than her opponent.
Wow, and only 16 moves. So her opponent needs to make 25 moves in 11 minutes, which is a lot of pressure. On time, Tania would be evaluated
Exactly.
at least +1 maybe.
Bringing the clock scenario in the into consideration, I think black is even slightly better because 20 minutes up on the clock and the position being around level, she might be trying to keep the game going and put some pressure on her young French opponent.
And I today saw Abhijit Kunte who
Exactly.
had arrived, so it was very nice to see him.
Yes, definitely. We have our captain Abhijit Kunte for the women's team. Divya's opponent has taken on,
Yeah.
Vaishali's opponent, but we'll come there. Harika's opponent has just played knight takes g4, and now it seems like suddenly uh, she might actually be in a very, very good shape because her opponent is also down to 14 minutes. So I like the women's team's idea.
They are clearly better on time.
They're clearly better on time, and some of them are also having very good positions. Like Harika, for example, now has an option of uh, like troubling this knight by playing h4 to h5. And as soon as the knight is kicked back to e7, white can jump in with his own knight to h4 and have to retract, because if you go knight f6, I can even already push h6 as well. Very, very tough
Lot of
situation.
space for white. So all of them are better. So that's why I asked you which is the most exciting game of today. So in women's, you're saying
Divya's game is the most
and
exciting.
in men's, Arjun and Vidit, I believe
Arjun
both
and
the
Vidit.
game look
Gukesh's game,
very exciting.
like we
How did wow the king on d6?
So
I
they
like
traded.
that. Oh, he long castled.
rook
Get
e1.
it.
He put his king to d6 so that
Yeah.
the king protects
I want
the
to
e6
understand
pawn.
this endgame a bit better. So after king d6, king went to
f1, because in the endgame you always want your
King
king
is a piece
close.
in the
It is a
game.
piece, and you want the king closer to the center.
Only thing is for white, he will have to be very careful because there is a weakness on the G file, and whenever the king moves, some ideas on G2 are possible.
Yeah, and we just hit 1.85 million on YouTube.
Wow, we do have subscribers today.
Amazing.
Array, great,
Great,
Arshis,
guys.
You have to later choreograph something for some after whatever number of subscribers.
Definitely.
There
And
will be a dance.
the pawn on g2, as you mentioned, is going to be something that white needs to keep an eye on, because you can't leave the pawn and go away with your king, because if you lose the g2 pawn,
जीतू को थोड़ा ख्याल रखना पड़ेगा.
जीतू भाई को तो पकड़ के रखना पड़ेगा. a5 played, and I think he's just going forward with the plan we were
You
mentioning of
mentioned a
b5,
minority attack.
rook b8 and b4 at some point.
I like that. So one question to you is the doubled pawns on f6, f5, right? That structure.
Mhm.
Do you think if the pawn on f6 was on g7, was that better for black? Or the pawn on f6
No,
is
definitely
this better for black?
this is better, because with the pawn on f6 you are controlling these two knights from entering to this e5 square. This is the key difference with the pawn being on f6.
Nice.
And another additional upgrade we've gotten from this pawn being here is our rook being open on this
That's what I
G
was
line.
thinking कि भाई flight upgrade कुछ business class वगैरह मिल
अरे,
गया
अरे,
US
अरे.
जाने के लिए हर्षित is like another upgrade but okay
And
मिल ही जाएगा.
so this is looking like some pressure on Predke. And I think that all men's boards right now, guys, all three boards are putting pressure on their opponents. Gukesh is putting pressure, Arjun is putting pressure, and also Vidit is putting pressure. I think this men's team is doing very, very well right now.
So the prediction which generally you have been very good at.
I am
What
thinking that we have half right now. I am thinking that we'll get another 2.5 points out of 3. 2 wins, I'm guessing, from 2 boards, and 1 draw. So I'm guessing a score of 3-1
for men's.
for the men's team.
Okay, and women's also 3-1, right?
Women's is complicated.
Sorry, we were a little bit struggling.
Women's
over there.
is complicated.
So even 2.5 would be like excellent.
2.5. As long as we win the match, everything is
So
acceptable.
if Divya wins, let's say,
Yeah, that would be
then,
huge.
Out of 3, they all can draw.
Yes.
But Vaishali is slightly.
Vaishali is
in
slightly
trouble, so she will
worse.
have to sustain that.
But it's possible that Harika, on the other hand, goes ahead and h5. She found 97.
Nice.
And it's possible that Harika, after her loss yesterday,
Exactly.
comes back and strikes. This is what we need for the players to support each other and not let them feel bad, because we need them tomorrow. And this is amazing to see how the Indian team has made sure Harika makes a smooth comeback, and she's doing so today.
Absolutely. You're in a different mood generally when earlier day you have lost. You just don't want to lose, right? In such a
Exactly.
tournament. And then your vibe is different. The way you play is different. You're just there that, I don't know, I'm going to crush my opponent. And so many times you actually do it, right, Harshad? I believe it must have happened with you many times.
Yeah, it's not easy for sure to handle a loss, especially in a team event with thousands and thousands of people watching you. But I think Harika has been in this situation a lot. She's very experienced. She knows that one game is not going to let her feel down, and she's back today. She's in a good position. She's also up on the clock, so she's feeling good.
Yeah.
Wow.
By the way, I just went down to check. Anish is still playing,
Okay.
so couldn't get him. And also, it's a very, like, the atmosphere is so intense.
It's getting tense. First few
Like,
rounds, the players
I
were a
just-
bit.
I couldn't. I was like, let me go back quickly.
And when you go down there, you can see so many amazing chess players. So many people are captain and coaches, and you're wondering because last year there were these coaches. Let's say Sokolov was for Uzbekistan, but this time he's for some another team.
Yeah.
Then there is Kramnik, and then you're wondering like, okay, this guy, which team ka coach, and it's so much
It's like the entire chess universe is here.
mesmerizing.
Yeah.
That you wrote.
You've
very well
tempted
to
me so much,
that
Sagar bhai, that
article,
I'll take a small break and I'll go and check out
Please.
what's happening
And
downstairs.
if Anish has finished, then please invite
Yeah,
him
for sure.
Yeah,
He's
don't
playing
get-
with Macedonia, right?
on 14, board number 14.
Okay.
Don't get lost, as he said, like it's like an entire chess universe. The gravity pull will be very, very
Luckily, I cannot go and play, but hopefully one day I can.
Yes,
Yes,
you
of
will,
course.
Harshit bhai. And right now, Amruta, did we have a result already? Did Arjun win?
Not yet.
no, it's not so early. Like abhi tak
Oh, but
middle
Ding
game.
Liren has drawn against Haik Martirosyan, and Wei Yi has drawn against San Shargishian. So actually, the Armenia-China battle is building up, and we have almost a drawish position in Yu Yangyi versus Gabriel Sargisyan, and Bu Jiangji and Karen Grigorian is also equal. So maybe China-Armenia ends in a draw.
Wow, but Armenia generally has been a very, very strong team
Yeah.
all these years.
By
So
the way,
I
Amrita,
wouldn't
we
be
just hit 18,50,000
right.
subscribers.
And you know what? Harshad is going to choreograph a step for some number of subscribers whenever we reach. Either it's 5K
भाई
or
हर्षित भाई
10K
हमको
or
चेस सिखा के जाएगा या नहीं, पर डांस जरूर सिखा के जाएगा यहाँ पे. एंड गाइज, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is currently slightly worse against Guengok Trongson. Sorry. Nodirbek Abdusattorov is holding against
Le Quang Liem.
Le Quang Liem. Yakuboyev is slightly worse against Guengok Trongson.
Today when I went to the Uzbek team, I was taking their photo and I was taking a video like that. And then one of the women players were like, Chess Base India. It was so funny, so random. Like,
Amazing, Amruta. You have had so many experiences on ground, which were so amazing, and that's brilliant. So right now, all matches are very even, very nicely placed. We have a guest here. No, the guest is not coming in. But thank you so much for being here, Amruta.
yes.
Gukesh, right now,
Oh,
his
G4.
opponent has played a very important move. He has pushed his pawn to G4. How
And
does
why
that?
do you say this is a very, very important move? Because just when you were not there, we were talking about G2 guy, it's gonna be weak, G2 Bhaiya has to be taking care of himself and all that. And now comes G4.
Because in some ways, it gets rid of the weakness,
Mm-hmm.
and in some other place, it will be the idea to go G5 at the right time. to get the e5 square for the knights.
Oh, wonderful. Now everything, comes together because Harshit did mention about the f6 pawn, which controlled a very critical e5 square. And the whole idea is to deflect. Matlab, that square can be so important, right? It's like somebody wants to shift to a place and they just want to stay in that area. Like, wahan pe everything is there. There is school, college, gym, ground, walking, everything.
Something that you never got in your life. And Amruta, the thing is, this pawn can become very weak, but at the same time, it could also be this positional pawn sacrifice that we are talking about, like fg5, and now getting the e5 square for your pieces. So,
Now I'll ask you another question. You are assessing that the e5 square and that h5 g5 who can go together, and as you saying kando unse kande milte hain, like it looks so powerful. Like it's
yes,
not
but
going to be
Amruta,
so easy to give the
it's
pawn,
also
right?
like you're attacking the rook, f3 is coming in. So this g4 move is making the position imbalanced.
Very
From
dynamic.
being like in Gukesh's favor, the position can become like a little bit going in either direction. So let's see if Gukesh can handle this move well.
Correct.
Meanwhile, we had a huge super chat here by Shreyansh Shah, who says, waiting for international donations to start at Help Chess. So happy to see the form with which our Indian players are slaying it here. Also, what a crazy trio for commentary. More power to Chessbase India Chakde.
Oh,
And
it's
Shreyansha, I want to
amazing.
give you a small update that in Help Chess, now we can accept international payments from an international bank if the person who's donating has an Indian passport. This is the update we have received, and I think it's possible maybe our link already is working on Help Chess to accept it, or if not, we will make it happen in a few days from now. But thank you so much for keeping this in mind, and thank you for all your support.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Amruta,
Let's
going
go
to
to
Arjun's board.
exactly that's what the people want to see.
So here Arjun tripled on the A file, right?
Battery.
Takes,
We call it a battery.
rook b2, and now knight to b5. What a move! What a classy move here, Amruta. Because now after rook b3, Arjun has a tactic in his hand, and will he
Can
play
we
it?
find it?
Guys, there's a tactic. Will Arjun find it?
Will the chat
See,
find
look at Arjun.
Yeah, with his look, you know that he spotted it. There
By
is still no doubt about it.
Arjun Erigaisi, can you spot the tactic, guys? What is it? Yes, knight takes c3.
मिल गया सबको? We do have chess moves today, right?
रुको अमृता रुको.
ठीक है, we'll wait. Arjun, just making sure he's considered every single possibility.
जय राजपूत डॉन शाह नहीं आ सकता कमेंट्री में, वो सिर्फ रात को आते हैं. And Arjun
Come on,
lifts his hand.
go.
Let's go, Arjun. Sack on c3, because after take, rook takes, check, takes, queen takes, check. It's all over. Boom! Let's
क्या
go.
बात है? क्या बात
Let's
है?
go, Ajjubai.
Knight d4 and materially, how is the... knight d4 nahi. You were thinking of knight d4 kya? Because when I started the calculation, I
No, in my
also
head
started
it was
with knight d4.
in my head it was bishop d4, and I somehow missed the two moves, mixed it up.
That was so scary. But look at this, knight c3 is like winning. Like it's over. So that move was
But
blunder,
wait.
no?
Rook c, yeah, the last move definitely was a mistake, rook b3, but the position
Already
already
was-
was very difficult, Amruta.
So knight c3, rook
Takes.
c3.
And now I take here. So now you see the rook is hanging and there's a check. So you
Double
take,
attack. Okay.
queen takes.
And now
And
is the
now
question we should
queen
also
e3.
ask.
And Amruta, this is not winning. So our chat's question is, what is the winning move here for white or for black? Black to play.
Oh, actually, this was the important point. Oh man.
Look at this.
You know, you can
Insane.
just completely sway in the thinking, okay, takes, like Hikaru Nakamura keeps saying. But sometimes it's not takes, and then takes. Sometimes it just takes, and
Move.
Sticks
Pin.
and pause.
Pin.
Yeah.
Pin it to win it, guys. Arjun Erigaisi wins the
Takes
queen
and
here.
move it.
It's not just a queen because it's so bad that you can't come out of it at all. Arjun's
Amazing.
opponent already shows the look of a man who's going to resign Amruta now.
Hmm. Because I believe he would have calculated bishop d4. You know what you miss is rook a1. It is called as
Ah,
dash. What is it called? Muh to everyone will tell me, Sagar.
yes.
Naam batao.
So you think he must have calculated this
Yeah.
and thought, okay, I'm
I am
actually
okay.
fine.
Yes, I'm okay. And who was the first one?
Intermezzo. Absolutely right, guys.
Wow, Rupam Devani. Intermezzo.
I think Arjun's boom bam move is going to give India the first win today. So that would put us on 1.5 half. Then it would mean, Amruta, that Vidit, who's better in this position
Yeah,
because
I
his
like
knight
Vidit too.
is so good as compared to these bishops.
Here, I would like to, if you want to keep some time, should we stay at Arjun's game? Because I believe there is a resignation which is going to happen. So, shall we
I
stay
don't
there?
know. I don't know. I think it's already
Do the
done.
guys
The game
want
is
to
done.
see the end?
Maybe we can have his video and we can look at other games.
Ha, perfect. That sounds like a good idea. Okay. So, rook c1, you said, like when the knight is on e5, I agree it's beautiful. But because opponent, whenever he has a double bishop, he also has a choice to exchange one of the bishop with the knight and to end up in a opposite colored bishop
Yeah.
endgame. So, do you think that Ivic will try to, go for a draw?
He's trying hard, Amruta, but the thing is, it's not easy to trade the knight for the bishop because firstly the queen is attacked, and when you move the queen, I can always
Rook
bring my knight
c8.
back and try to go here.
Can I
And
not go rook c8?
yes, rook c8 is definitely an idea.
Because wait, 1 second. What is the idea? White to play over here.
Let's say if I play bishop
No,
d7,
no.
why not?
Okay, that also works. But there was a tactical question I had asked. What is the idea?
Oh, that's okay. So what if b6?
Yes, I guess they have found it.
Take, check, and you win the queen.
Correct. Removing the defender. And many people have found it amazing, amazing.
Queen d6 played, and Amruta, maybe Vidit is going in rook c8, and Arjun has gotten up from his board and is looking at Gukesh's game. And one of our members who has said here, Sai, who can beat a team with 3 candidates and one world number 4? बात तो सही है. बात तो
Oh,
सही है.
actually, very nice
Meanwhile,
point over
on
there.
helpchess.org, we have Mihir Kumar contributing 100 rupees. And actually, Amruta, today
Thank
we have
you.
had already 12 believers from
Lovely.
1561. We have reached 1573. Rajagopala 501. Monit Shah 1000. And Ashish Jain 1100. Thank you all for your support.
Oh my goodness, we have got a huge super chat and again by
Sai
Sai
Prasad.
Prasad. 2000
India
rupees.
for the win, says Sai Prasad. Thank you, bhai Sai Prasad. This, I think you have put
Yes.
so much of support for this broadcast. That's very kind of you. And there you see
Absolutely.
Vidit really kind of wanting to get in. You know, Amruta, he wants to get with his rook into c8. He
Exactly.
wants to think about
Question
it.
is, Sagar, when rook c8 happens, there is a direct threat of rook e8. Okay, how is black going to deal with it? First, pehle ye batao. Chat, how is black going to continue? Like, first question to me, even if I go bishop f6, it doesn't solve the problem because knight f7, yeah, look at that e5 knight. So cool.
Maybe this is the move.
Queen e6, still can I go rook e8, rook e8? Knight f7, no, I don't have enough compensation because the king will simply run away wherever. Yeah, queen e6 is a nice move. What happened? While laughing.
Under side super chat, we have comments, which is like Ambani ka khoya hua beta. Bro, are you a millionaire? Bro, can you give me membership? Please membership. My guy is rich. Crazy bhai. Bhai kitna paisa hai? Richy rich. Refund or what? Arey bhai.
This is a new feature kya by YouTube, like you have a super chat and then you reply and like.
Yeah.
Is it good? Like, are people
Yeah,
liking
it's
it?
interesting. Many people are writing below.
Rishi K also super chats 899 rupees and says India, India.
Thank you, Rishike. That's very
Yeah, this
kind of
is
you.
one thing, yeah, about Olympiad and about the team event, that everyone gets to cheer for their country and it's a nice feeling.
Definitely.
Maza aata hai.
Meanwhile, Indjic unable to make a move here because his
No,
position
it's-
is so hard right now, and we have Gukesh, who's just chopped off FG, HG, and played A4, trying to gain
Oh.
space on the queen side. And now opponent plays A3. We are again seeing this kind of clamping move,
Correct.
Amruta.
No, you have to explain me. Go back with that move A4, because you know, like even Harshit had mentioned, and you guys must be discussing about the minority attack B5 B4. Now A4 is a committal decision, right? Because if I go A4, then I do not have B4 to support the A5 pawn.
But here is a boy who has no commitment issues, Amruta, because if you think about Gukesh,
Hmm.
at the age of what 8 years old, he decided to quit going to school
Yeah,
and
and
just
I'll
play
go for
chess.
chess. Correct.
So there is always a commitment, and here he thinks that A3 is the idea he wants to pursue to attack the C3 pawn, and rightly Predke has gone A3, so that now these pawns have lost their mobility, or you can say the flexibility. But on the other hand, the white pawns also look a little bit cramped.
Hmm. Correct. So he is happier with not actually exchanging those pawns and opening the files, but rather creating weaknesses and targets where he would love to bring his pieces with a nice maneuver and coordination, because I think that understanding of his is very, very, very good.
True, true. So by the way, here he goes after A4, A3. Now Gukesh
So,
is thinking for his
Sagar,
move.
whenever we're looking at Gukesh's game, have you observed that many times we get Canadian dollars as super chat?
Acha,
Huh?
maybe that is true because he won in Canada. The candidates Ramanjit
Exactly.
Singh, thank you for your contribution of 10 Canadian dollars.
Yeah, it is.
It's very kind of you. So right now, Gukesh is thinking for his move, and this is a slightly better position. As you can see, his knight well placed. He has clamped these pawns. Now they can no longer move because of en passant. The G4 pawn can become weak, but expect for this move G5 to happen very soon, where after Gukesh takes, the fight will be for the E5 square.
Yes, I agree with that, but I am still very happy with my outside passer, the edge guy, the rook pawn, which is the lifetime enemy of a knight.
Hmm.
So
So
I'm okay
97
in for
played
the
Amrita.
battle. In for
97
the battle.
on the board, threatening rook takes G4. Amazing, amazing.
Very imbalanced endgame. Yeah, this is called as a sharp endgame. You have to calculate as well as strategy. The kings are weirdly placed. Normally they are in on g8 and all. Kya hua? Am I shouting?
Can we go to women's board very quickly and see what is happening? By the
Divya
way-
mistake. Everyone's saying.
No, let's go from
Okay,
Harika first.
let's do a overview.
I think Harika's position, at least without engine, looks really
great.
good,
I
Amrita.
love it.
Because her opponent, okay, F2 is a bit weak, but her knight is well placed. Rook D1 putting
D6
pressure
is a
here.
weakness.
I would say this is looking good. Let's see. Yes, slightly better for Harika. Slightly
Not
better
just
position.
slightly. Sagar. 8 minutes for Daulyte and 18 moves.
Yeah, Daulyte definitely under some pressure. And then going to the game of Vaishali, it seems like she, after knight b5, some moves did occur. She went queen c6.
Yeah.
Opponent took on c5. Okay. Bishop c5. And now went back. Maybe there was also bishop f4 here, attacking the rook. But that wasn't preferred. Going back, takes. And now can Vaishali take this? No, because her bishop is hanging. So she played bd4. and e3 played. You cannot take here.
Yeah, you have to go e5 only move, Sagar.
So
Or
she
bishop
went
e6.
bishop
But
e5,
f4 again, kick it up.
f4, bishop went back cd, and here we have Vaishali
Looks
thinking.
okay. This looks
Actually,
okay.
this looks really good,
Yeah,
right,
but you
Amruta?
can't play knight d5 because of fork
e4. E4 is coming. This is bad.
Yeah.
But
so
you can
why
take
is she
with the
thinking?
pawn.
No, so why is she thinking? I'm thinking.
No, she's not. Right now, we cannot know.
Like, is
what
there an intermezzo? Rook b4.
she
Yeah,
took,
there
she
is
took.
rook b4.
No, she took. She took here, and now Amruta White is thinking for the time being what to do.
Hey, but I now find Vaishali's position much settled in because queens are off the board, and I like that e3 weakness which has
Yeah.
been newly created.
Also, pressure here. I think Vaishali is back in the game, looking
Absolutely.
good. Harika slightly better. Vaishali roundabout even, you can say. Divya Deshmukh, my goodness, Amruta. We saw till rook f3, king h8, rook h3, Mitra just going on full defensive, bg8, knight comes into f3. Where is Divya heading with her knight?
I think she wants to go and checkmate. Knight
But
on
where?
g6 would be a checkmate.
Oh, queen h5,
Yes.
knight h4, knight g6. Oh, all in. Knight b3. Oh, what did she do?
Oh, queen c3. She wants to play queen c3
But
double attack.
Amruta, you know what? She could have done this because if knight
You
a1,
don't
knight
care.
h4.
Oh, lovely. H6 would be like bishop h6.
This
Benito.
is just
Hey, no,
over.
look at this
Check.
mate. क्वीन सैक
Boom.
अरे नहीं क्वीन सैक करो ना
नहीं क्वीन सैक नहीं चलेगा.
क्वीन सैक कर लो
अरे क्वीन सैक को मार के फिर किससे मेट करेंगे? किंग
बिशप
भागेगा.
h6 और बिशप f8
अरे ऐसे थोड़ी ना मेट हो जाए.
कैसे बिशप
जस्ट मूव द बिशप. ऐसे
हो गया चल
But
let's
no,
go back.
I think Arjun wins. Arjun wins on board number 1. Thank you, Director Saab, for getting us that moment of Indjic resigning. Amruta, Arjun Erigaisi,
सागर
OP.
हो जाए तेरा डांस जो भी था
अभी नहीं. गेम मैच के एंड में.
fine I don't
Arjun
know the
scores the first win of the day. India now leads 1.5 against Serbia. Very good win there by Arjun. And he is on fire in this tournament. He's on 4 out of 4. He puts back all his pieces. And there we have it, Amruta. Fantastic game by him. Absolutely flawless. And today winning it in style, which means that now India needs only 1 point out of 2 games to win the match against Serbia.
you know but I'm very greedy. I'm like India needs one but India is going to go for more.
Yes, I believe so, because look
It's
at
like
Vidit.
when you get a let's say brownie एक से होता है but then you want to eat more.
Two. Yes.
Right?
And meanwhile, Amruta, to celebrate the occasion, we have a huge super chat of 4,000 rupees. Sheshank Shekhar says, I don't understand chess, but love the work you guys do. My only association is working as a lawyer on GCL coming to life. Keep going, you guys.
Lovely.
Sheshank, that's so wonderful to know that you are part of the GCL event after this tournament.
Are we
will.
also having a court in GCL where there will be cases and lawyers?
He brought it to life, means he drafted contracts and all. Amruta.
Of course, I know that. But the nice part is not funny that he doesn't understand chess till he's enjoying.
Yes.
This I always find it fascinating when I meet so many people who do not understand chess so much, but they are able to enjoy. Because sometimes when I'm watching football, I'm not able to enjoy because I don't understand sometimes. Like when they are running, especially. But when the ball is near the goal, then it's.
Sarath Chandra sends a super chat saying, Sagar Bhai OP, thank you, Sarath Bhai. And also, we have another super chat, Manan Shah. Love the help chess video clarifying CSR opportunity. I'm a finance consultant. Will ask my corporate clients to contribute to the cause. Great work, Sagar Bhai. Thank you. That would be amazing. Really, there is a huge list of talents who need funds, and we are supporting them. And if there's more money, we can support them more. They can play more tournaments, get more training. So thank you. And we have a few people who have contributed some membership. Zeet Bora has
Oh.
given 5 Chessbase India memberships.
Arey, Zeet is back.
Gaurav has contributed 10. Thank you, guys. That's amazing. 15 memberships going to the laptop fund for the players. Meanwhile,
Lovely.
Amrita.
Which game? Which game is right
Look
now
at
going
this.
crazy?
She sacked her knight.
Hmm.
Divya took it back.
Queen
Queen
C3.
C3 attacking the rook and the bishop.
Well, can you go rook D1 and simply say I'm a piece up?
Divya did that. Queen B3
Bishop
attacking the
A2.
rook. And now Divya is thinking. She is being very, very focused here because her opponent has come with great counterplay, Amruta. And I think this is very special because Bishop E2, the move you said, drops a bishop here.
Oops.
So she has to be careful. And I think Mitra's decision practically very good.
Yes, because generally you want to do something when there is an attack on you, and at least that creates some sort of pressure. Because if you are doing nothing, then anyway the attack is slow, poisoning, and you're just going to be dead one day. So
True,
at
true.
least this is the way to defend. Attack against attack.
I'm
Sir.
actually waiting for what Divya will do. Rook
But what is a
D2.
good move if not bishop e2? Have people suggested? Because let
Rook
them
D2.
think.
Rook D2 is a
Don't
good
tell
move,
all the
Amrita.
moves, Sagar, because look,
Rook
you are a
C1
titled
check.
player, right?
Yeah,
I
no,
would
sure.
like to
We
think.
need to go to more games. That's why we need to be moving ahead. So
Okay.
that's why here,
So we'll come back here. Rook d2 is a good move. Queen e1 is suggested by Yashasvi as well.
I think Queen E1 also a good move. And by the way, Amruta, here if you see uh, Tania's position now suddenly looks okay. Rook A5, Knight D7. Because with the pawn on C4, this pawn is no longer under pressure. So Tania has managed to develop a few of her pieces and now is looking pretty okay.
Yeah, very decent. I like her position.
But she also has 14 minutes. Her opponent has 4 minutes on the clock. So Tania equal, Divya better.
No,
She
so
has
Tania
gone-
time wise and everything, if you consider Tania also better that way.
Yes. So,
So let's right now go to Vidit's game because
no,
I
but
think
let's just round up women board. All 4 boards going. I would say Harika equalish, Vaishali equalish, Divya better, but also getting bit difficult because she went Queen E1. Now Bishop D5 can go in any direction, and Tania equal. So very equal match at this point.
I beg to differ from you. I think Tania time wise very much better. Harika also has a lot of initiative over there and time wise also better. So I would be on a
Maybe you are
different
right, Amrita. It could be. And meanwhile, Ramanjeet has sent in his super chat and said, all the best to participants. Great initiative.
Oh, lovely.
Thank you, Ramanjeet. Mayuresh Musale says, started playing chess recently. Love your commentary, Sagar. Thank you. And we also have Keval who says, love the work. Thank you, Keval. Bye. And Amruta, you said let's go back to the men's section.
Vidit.
Vidit has moved his rook up the board. He wants to swing it here. Use the bishop, knight and queen. Is there any good defense here for black?
You know, with the rook coming to the king side, each piece of Vidit would be in the attack.
Yes.
Like when they say bring all your forces together,
Yes.
you know,
So do you think, Amruta, F6 makes sense here?
very committal and long term. You just don't want to make that move.
So after knight G6, let's say I take,
I would calculate even knight g4, Sagar.
and I can take here, but HG is even more insane, Amruta. Because
I would
now,
not have made this move HG. Very
why?
difficult.
Why? I'll tell you why. The thing is, it doesn't create an instant threat, but in all end games, this king will get mated on the back rank. So let's say if I play something like Rook D8, I can always play Rook C8, and you are tied up. You can never take.
Yeah.
And if you take, suddenly this is weak because this is clamped. So with its pawns are beautifully placed.
Yeah, that g6 pawn is almost like a piece which is completely binding the king, and very nice.
Amruta,
very
ये जो
nice.
pawn है ना वो ऐसा, you know,
Yeah, sugarcane juice.
yeah, like
Which
how
you
he's
really
just
love.
completely clamping down. Jeet Bora, another 10 memberships. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, Jeet. That's very kind of you. By the way, guys, in this tournament, we are trying to put out some members first videos. So we publish them. I mean, we schedule it, but members can see it before they are live for public. So sometimes you can get 3-4 hours before others. So this membership is very useful for that as well. Let's go to Gukesh. So what happened was after G5, Amruta, he sacked the pawn. He did go G5.
As you mentioned, because that it feels irritating that you have these amazing knights and they can really do nothing, right?
Yeah.
It's like you are in a city like Budapest, but you don't have money, so you cannot travel in a train or something. But then once you get a pass, tram pass, you can just go anywhere.
Correct. But here, the thing is, knight g5 would not have been great, although it keeps control of the e5 square. The problem is a double attack comes in, knight c5, attacking here and here,
And no, triple attack, Sagar.
and also a4. So, for that particular reason, Gukesh said, let me chop off with the pawn. And then knight f e5, Gukesh had to go back, and f3. Very good play by
Yeah, because c5
Predke.
square is also going now.
Check, king here, and now he's thinking here, Gukesh, because the position is getting wild. The king could become a target.
I don't
Knight
know.
c5, check here, rook here. Oh my
And I
god.
was looking ulta, Sagar. I was looking that the white king can become target because this knight is incoming, this thing over here, somewhere g4, and you are going to create some meeting nets.
Amruta, there is a big update that people are saying, and it's true what you are saying here. It can go in any direction.
Okay, sharp.
It is a sharp position. Divya seems to have made a mistake. That's what people are saying.
No, because if she makes a mistake, it's like she's already low on material. It can get very, very nasty.
Because you see what Mitra did very smartly is pushed Divya back. Divya has an extra piece, but now the problem is black already has 3 pawns for it. And here Divya had to play a very calm move, say queen e2, but she played knight h4, okay, threatening a check here. King g8. Now Divya played rook. 1 second. Can we look at Divya's board right now? Where is it? Itachi says Team Norway in trouble.
Ah. By the way, Vicky Magu says, Hi Sagar, my name is Vicky from Chess, South Africa. You interviewed me in 2016 in Delhi. I'm here. I will come and pay you a visit tomorrow at the venue.
Thank you, Vicky. Look forward to meeting you.
Okay, Maya, thank you for being the member for 35
G3.
months. Yeah,
Thank you,
we got
Ki Maya.
the
No,
Gookie
but the-
winning. Everyone's like Gookie's winning. Man, this becomes so difficult
No,
towards
but
the end of it. We'll
second.
see here.
Once again,
Yeah.
this is hanging. There's no threat as such. Maybe bishop h6, but there's bishop f8. Can we just take queen takes a4? Take this pawn, and then you have 4 pawns for a piece. That is insane. I think from being material up, Divya might be material down. I think Mitra has just rolled the dice and made the game a complete chaos.
So Rook G3, the last move was a mistake. Yeah,
Bhai,
Sagar?
Harshit bhai, it's
Sagar?
going crazy. You need to come.
What should have been played instead of Rook G3?
I think
Last move, Sagar.
maybe very difficult, Amruta. I was thinking whether we can take AB, and continue this way. But I think Divya is still in her mode of trying to checkmate her opponent here down the G file. Harshit bhai, the position has
2
become
minutes.
a little bit equalish now. 2 minutes for Divya, 14 for Mitra. And also, people said, who's winning? Gukesh.
Gukesh is winning.
Gukesh is winning, and also
I
did
don't
you-
think so.
what about Arjun? He already won, right?
Yeah,
Arjun
he
won. Bhai,
won.
aapko mila koi niche?
I have met Arjun. I asked him if he wants to
Mhm.
join, but I think he wanted to just take some rest.
Good. No,
but I
this-
did ask him.
We
yeah.
did our
I
work.
asked him, and
Did Anish finish?
Anish had finished long back, I think. But another game finished. I don't know if it finished here.
Which one?
Magnus.
Oh!
Okay, we'll not know the result, but
But I think it might
Jiriya,
have finished here.
Jiriya. By
of
Magnus
course
ka plus
Magnus
tha.
will win.
He won.
There's no doubt about it. Okay, it's over.
But he won in what? Like, he just won because he
No,
got
he
a
was a
piece.
piece up, yeah.
He got a piece, and then his opponent had no compensation. 28 moves. Magnus Carlsen is winning, but his team, Johan Christiansen, is in trouble. Amruta. Aryan Tari is equal, and Urkedal Frode is equal. So the match can go in any
But
direction
what
right
about the
now.
women's game? I heard you said
And
Divya's
let's
game is
go
going
to
crazy.
right now. Maybe we just were on Divya's game,
Gukesh?
but Gukesh's game, can we start with that? Because
Bhai,
Amruta,
Gukesh,
Amruta, he's going to win.
Gukesh
Don't
will
worry.
win kya?
it's complicated. He
I'm
will
not-
win.
I'm
I'm
not
not
sure.
worried, but
I'm
you
not
know, I
sure.
love
I am
the.
sure, Sagar bhai.
The reason why I feel not sure is because White has lot of compensation here for the pawn.
But,
Yes,
that,
but
but he's
also-
materially down.
He's material down.
He's materially down,
He's
and
pawn down.
Gukesh,
Don't
Sagar,
be so materialistic, guys.
Night be.
कभी कभी चलता है
भाई वो
Sagar.
नाइट को उधर कैसे रख
Oh,
सकता है यार?
it's out of the game.
Oh,
no,
now
no, no,
knight
Sagar.
c5
Just stopping this.
Yes. So it's like B3 knight and D3 knight. They are like the wrestlers, sumo wrestlers.
Yeah.
Okay. So this knight and this knight, which is going to be the stronger one against the king, is the question.
But right now with Rookie 2, he is putting a lot of pressure here. So
we
Gukesh,
defend करेंगे Rookie 8. Rookie 8.
नहीं
We
ना
have
अमृता,
Rookie 8.
Rookie 8 नहीं खेलेगा. Gukesh never feels stressed by his opponent's
Ideas.
pseudo threats. He's like, really, is there a threat? He will calculate. Like if I play
H5. Yeah, I will also consider
check,
that move.
King E7, you can't take because I'll take your knight.
Oh, and
But the good thing about this is that Arjun has already won, so we are leading 1.5 guys, and Vidit has a stable advantage, right? Can you just quickly check Vidit's position?
yeah, let's go to Vidit. He played Rook C3, Queen F6 has been played to challenge the Queen, and I think Vidit would like to exchange queens generally. No?
Well, he would, but Amruta, maybe here Bishop takes F6, and then if you play Rook C7, I was wondering if this is a fortress.
I don't want to go into opposite colored bishop
Yeah.
with such a position
Oh,
where
big
the
news
advantage
coming
is
in.
very...
Vaishali has just drawn her
Oh,
game.
that's amazing result.
That's a great
Yes.
result for Team India because Vaishali was under pressure out of the opening. They repeated here, and good news.
Perfect.
Good news. But
Yes.
but
So what
when-
about Harika and Tania, if at all we can see the
Like,
time ratio?
what's happening here?
I feel Harika's position is good, but not good enough
Not
to
good
win.
enough. Yeah, and Divya.
And Divya Deshmukh's position is this.
Oh, 2 minutes for Divya.
Can we have
I
Divya's
can't
game on
believe
full
that
screen
Divya
there?
is under time pressure here.
Let's have
Oh.
Divya's game on full screen, guys. Director Saab, if we can do that, that would be too good.
Because you know she has to make 12 moves in 2 minutes, and she plays the next move. Yeah, we'll have her board.
She played Bishop E2.
She's thinking here, or she played. I don't know.
And Tanya is also equal, right? Tanya's position is equal, right, Sagar bhai?
Tania
Yeah.
is no, but time advantage. She has got a bigger time advantage.
But her opponent's position is quite
if
equal.
she manages to play well, yes, that is true. At the end of it, F4,
This looks fine. I think this might be a drawish
28
game.
moves, but 40 seconds. Yeah, you have to make 12 moves. I don't think it's that easy to make 12 moves.
But I think Amruta all focus on Divya's game
Correct.
because now
Very critical.
with her last move, what Divya has done is given up her knight. But if you take it, guys, what is the problem? White to play.
You're just checking if the chat is alert. Yeah, Sagar, that is so cool.
By the way, the
Good
bars
question.
say all
Supri-
girls are at 0, 0, 0, 0 evaluation.
Supratin, Vaibhav, Vardhan, Adarsh, Guhan, Pushkar, Aniket. Yes.
Rook takes G7. Disco धमाका रुकना नहीं चाहिए सागर भाई.
भाई डिस्को धमाका चलते रहना चाहिए, but what a धमाकेदार match this is.
Yeah, it's-
everyone at 0 evaluation, and I feel
This is
Divya's
very close. The men's game has kind of like it's going very smoothly, but the women's games, guys, are going very, very neck and neck.
Can we have Divya on full screen, Director Saab? That would be really good because then We can follow this with our board and people can see the tension in
But
the
people
air.
will not get to know the score in
Yes,
between. We
because
should
right now,
switch.
Amruta, we should be fully focused on this game or not? Because बाकी सब game काम है.
I mean, all what chat wants, Sagar. It's like
Okay,
nothing
chat.
to do with what we want.
Right now, bishop e2, the bishop is hanging. And we have Anshuj Gupta. I started playing chess in 2020 because of Samay. And Sagar Bhai, today I hit 1650 on Chess.com. Thank you for everything. And I'm giving thumbs up on your stream as a modern day Eklavya to Dronacharya.
So
Bhai, बढ़िया है.
sweet. So sweet.
पहले के जमाने में लोग अंगूठा देते थे.
Ah.
Now they give thumbs up. क्या बात है?
Arey, this is very nicely
Modern
said.
day Eklavya.
Yeah, very cute.
And Mitra is thinking.
And we
I
have
don't know,
11,000
why
people view
can't
watching. India men is leading 1.5 half. The women team, Sagar Bhai, we need all the support needed from you guys because this is going to be a close one, Sagar Bhai. This is going
Absolutely.
to be a close one. It's like those drift races where, all the cars are neck and
Harika
neck.
is
but it's-
winning.
What?
1 second, let's
Yes.
go. I told you 40 seconds. You cannot just
Oh, she played
neglect
bishop
that.
f7, by the way. Here.
Oh,
Let's go
and
to-
Divya is also much better, guys.
because of bishop h6 here. Let's go to Harika. Why? What happened? Suddenly everything changed. We left it here.
Not suddenly.
She
The
took
time.
ED. C5,
Acha, maybe this was not the
and
time.
now a big blunder by Harika, which was b6.
No,
Not
Harika.
Harika. By
Harika, sorry.
Oh, look, Divya, I think we can actually just stick with Divya because she has on less than a minute on her clock, Sagar Bhai.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we'll
she's,
go there.
but
No,
yes,
but by the way, CB6, the idea was rook b8. But right now, after b6, Harika is thinking what to do. The position is still not clear. She's better because after take rook b8, there is knight f4, take on b6, and then knight d3, shifting the knight to a beautiful square.
guys, it kind of almost feels scripted the way how Indian team always has the 10th position until the end of the game, and then suddenly, it's like that Indian Bollywood movie, Sagar Bhai, one guy likes a girl and then dot 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 dot.
And he has to catch her at the airport.
Exactly,
And then that way he goes.
car
ev-
traffic se jati
Everything
hai,
works
very
out in the
zoom,
end.
boom, bam.
That's the storyline, and it seems like the Indian team, women's team, who were in a bit of a jar, are trying to find their way out because Harika has a good position. Divya is trying to.
Should we go to her game?
Divya's game
Yeah.
is very.
Let's
She has
go to
37
Divya
seconds.
game.
I think this is going to be the crucial game.
But
Yeah.
what changed, like when bishop f7 was played?
I was very.
What was the move she should have played? Bishop h6.
Yes, bishop h6 was the key move, but after
Because,
bishop f,
you know-
oh, that
But
was
queen,
not
you
easy.
can't
No,
take on
this take.
h4.
Oh, that was.
Take, and because the queen is
Yes,
coming here.
this was maybe something that was overlooked by her. But let's stick with the live board because she has no time.
She plays rook g4. And now we want to go full screen on Divya. It will be really cool. Rook g4, attacking the queen.
Where does the
This-
queen go?
Yes, that's. Thank you, Director Saab.
Queen c2 maybe. Let's say queen c2. So
Yeah,
that at
queen
least
c2.
f5
Staying
is
in
under.
the zone.
Did she
Staying
play
Oh,
in
that?
but then it's a bad move.
She
The
played this?
natural.
No. Rook g4 is on the board.
We just
Rook g4
looking
is
at
on the
it.
board. I mean, Divya is visibly a little nervous, but
Still bishop h6.
why would you not be if you have 37 seconds on your clock,
And you have
Sagar
to
Bhai?
make 11 moves. It's
11
not
moves.
just
It's-
about 37
And
seconds.
a complex position.
Harshit Bhai, do you
Yeah,
think...
queen c2 has been played.
Where? It is still not played, Amruta. Let's look at it. How Mitra, she's also completely focused here.
This is not an easy position at all to play with 37 seconds, Sagar Bhai, because so many things that you can calculate. Rook takes g7 sacrifices, bishop h6 can come, the queen can swing to g3, but at the same time, black has a swamp of pawns in compensation for the piece that she's down.
If the queens are traded, black is on her way to victory because then there is no attack. So for Divya, it is all important to keep the queen on the board.
Extremely true, Sagar Bhai, but what is she thinking about? Where to move the queen? Queen can only go to c2 because if
Yeah, queen c2 most natural, no?
There's also
Even
queen-
oh, there
queen
is queen
a2
b3. That is true. Queen b3 is another
or a2.
possible
Yeah,
move.
because
So,
you protect f7.
Queen
She plays
c2
it. Queen
played.
C2 played
Queen
on the board.
goes to c2.
Let's see
Okay.
what Divya does next now. Divya quickly moves her
Bishop
bishop
to
to
h6.
h6. Wow.
I
Okay.
hope that after bishop f8, she doesn't think that rook g7 is completely winning, because after rook g7, bishop g7, queen g3, there is this intermediate move, Sagar, by bishop to g6.
Hmm.
Wow,
And if you
nice
take
defense.
here, then I can take
Yes,
here.
yes, and it's still
Wow.
complicated,
But if
but
I take here,
um,
okay, we are back. Let's stay with the game.
let's stay with the game, because bishop
Yeah.
h6 is
Because also
played.
the board is small.
Yeah, bishop h6. She played bishop f8, I think.
No, yes, she just played, and oh my god, look at the time. Look at the time. 40 seconds. The seconds tick by so quickly when you're playing a chess game, guys. I'm sure you must have had the feeling when playing on some websites online, and then out of nowhere your time is gone.
30.
The time goes so quickly when
Yeah.
you're engrossed
No, she's
calculating.
at 26
28 now.
seconds, 24 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Has to make a move pretty quickly. Queen g3 could be another move. She plays it. She brings her queen, but it's a blunder.
It's a
Because
blunder.
queen takes e2 is hanging.
But rook g7 check?
Rook g7, king h8.
Ah, you don't have time for rook f7,
Oh my
queen
god.
d1.
Will Divya lose this one?
This is going to be a nerve-wracking game, because black is winning. However, it's not easy to take that bishop on e2, because your king is coming under
But
big
bhai,
fire.
how do you defend g7 anyway? I think Mitra has no choice but to be brave here.
Yeah, and she
Sagar,
has been brave all this while actually under this attack.
Big risks, big rewards. Divya is going for it. But with less time on the clock, I think this game can swing in either direction.
Yes. So queen e2, rook g7, king h8, and somehow there is no way
No
to
rook
win.
g8. The bishop, if you take the bishop on f7, your bishop on h6 is hanging,
And also, bhai,
and
rook
the rook
is hanging.
So you're kind of in a
And
stalemate.
also, it's a very simple calculation. It's not even very difficult
But
to see
Amrita,
this because it's all
nerves.
forcing.
It's all
It's
about
all
nerves.
about nerves here.
No, but Mitra is having 7 minutes.
I know,
so she will
but,
actually have
but
the
she's
nerves.
playing 2-4-8-3.
Which
No,
means
but she was defending against such a heavy attack. What she played.
I understand.
After all of this, you think she will
so
miss
queen
queen
takes
e2?
e2. Sham Sundar in the chat. Hi Sham, Grandmaster Sham, who was the trainer of the Indian
Oh.
Olympic team in the last
Rookie
Olympiad
one.
team.
He
Queen
says
e2,
rookie
Sham
one.
going deeper says rook e1, and after queen a2 there is rook g7, but still king h8.
Yeah,
And
but
somehow
and maybe
this
she thought
queen
that there
defends.
will, yes, because there is no knight g6 business. Unfortunately, it's getting
It's all protected.
the game has shifted
The only-
unfortunately in the opposite direction, because the whole storyline of Divya's game was that she's winning, she's winning, she's winning. But guys, one of the hardest things to do in chess is to win a winning position. Let's see if her opponent
Yeah.
capitalizes
Will she take
on
e2
Divya's.
or not?
Let's hope she doesn't.
Guys,
Let's
this
hope.
is
let's
what
hope,
we are here
let's
for.
hope.
These are the tense moments that make the whole
Why, I
Olympiad
am
exciting.
very stressed out right now. I cannot handle this. All especially with Divya. You know, she's been like so much in such a great. Oh, she takes
She
it.
takes it.
Wow, what a move there by Mitra! Fantastic.
Fantastic move.
I mean,
Crazy.
guys, we have to give it up for Mitra actually for finding a great move here. And now Divya might have wanted to take g7 and she will see king h8 and there's no way forward. What to do? What to do? She plays rook e1, the
Rook
move
e1
Sham
played.
Sundar suggested.
And now queen to a2, I think is it's a pretty logical move, because it protects the bishop on f7, and I think which is why, even if it is one of the only moves that gives black an advantage, it is an easy one. I think Mitra is going to play queen to a2, and after that it's going to be upon Divya if she finds any sort of counterplay.
Bhai, but still, I feel till the king is weak, anything can happen. For example, queen a2. What if I take bishop g7?
Yeah, it is possible. Sagar bhai, actually, when Mitra is thinking, we need to check Tania, because this other games will also decide what's happening in this match. She's also down to 1 minute.
Should we go to Tania or should we stick here? Bhai?
We'll keep their cameras on the board just to bring the board here. Keep the cameras on
No,
Divya so that
maybe we can
and
ask
it's
the
equal.
chat
Tania
what
is
they want to
equal.
do.
Tania is equal, and what about Harika? Because after that it will just come down to this. Okay, Harika
Oh,
is
Harika better.
Oh, clearly better.
Harika
Wow.
better, but we need her to win,
Positionally
because
better.
otherwise
need
we're
her
in
to
trouble.
win. Yes, we need her to win.
Coming back
But this
to
is
Divya,
a very
coming
good
back to
static
Divya's game.
advantage. She will manage.
Yes, we need
Very
to come
good
back to
advantage.
Divya's game, because
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, the Harika is pawn down. She got her pawn back. And now All the black pawns are weak.
They're all islands.
Come on,
Oh,
Harika,
this is
let's go.
winning endgame
Let's
actually
go.
for Harika.
Black has too many pawn
Amazing,
islands.
amazing.
And queen
Oh,
to A2
Queen
was
A2
played.
found by Mitra or what? Has she found it yet? Let's just look at the. No, not yet. Let's go full screen here. Mitra Hejazipur, who's representing France, may just provide her team with the most important win. But if Harika wins her game, it will all boil down to Tania's game, which is equal. And maybe today we are looking at a 2-2 draw for the
Yeah.
girls.
And that too only if Harika wins, because okay, even Divya actually has some chances, Sagar, but the game is not over yet.
Do you think there is a twist in the tail here in this game?
There are always twists in all tales, Sagar bhai. That's what stories are about, because without any masala there will be no story. Divya is little upset. She's a little upset.
Yeah, materially she's 4 pawns down for now.
Queen A2 found. Brilliant move again. Let's see what Divya does next. Because materially, yes, you are right, Amruta. 4 pawns down.
4 pawns is like a one piece, 1 pawn, and if your king is protected, then it's over. So right now the attack is still on.
Attack is
For
on
now.
because there are 4 pieces in the attack here. Also count the pawn. And somehow look at Abhijit Kunte coming close to Harika's game, because today is first day for Abhijit in Budapest and he's feeling the heat.
He's feeling the heat. He's feeling the heat. It's not at all easy to watch these kind of games, because a lot is on the line. A lot
Yeah.
is on the line. We don't want to lose a match point early in the competition. We need those points until the end of the tournament. Look at her. She can feel the heat. 10 seconds.
Oh my god.
10, 9,
Can you play
8.
G7?
Bishop takes
Oh, she
G7
takes-
played.
And now the best move, Harshit Bhai, Amruta, is bishop takes, rook takes,
King
and
H8.
king F8 or H8.
No,
H8, H8.
king H8, I was looking at knight G6. Is there a chance over there? Because
She took.
She took.
rook G7, maybe you can just try to see this move because it's forcing, yeah? Rook
Yeah.
G7, king. If king H8, is it a mistake? Because there can be a hope.
She took, but let's look at Amruta what she does. 1 second. Look at the board. Mitra has 2 options. King F8 is a blunder
Oh,
because of
really?
rook H7 winning. So King F8 is a blunder and King H8 is winning for black. It's a crossroads, guys. It's a big crossroad. Oh, King H8 finds
Yeah.
another good move. Wow, this French player is not giving Divya any chances.
I believe even you have lost with her, Sagar.
Yes, yes.
In Indonesia. So you know
Arey,
that.
Amruta bringing back the old bruises.
Yeah, I got brutally crushed there because I missed a move and she had beaten very strong player.
But
She's a
this is not.
WGM.
This is not. 3 pawns versus 6 pawns. 3 pawns down is Divya. She needs to find some sort of a counter play. Otherwise, the match is going to clearly shift towards Mitra's favor, and we need.
She and
She
also
goes
the
back
thing
to
is,
C4.
the thing is, we are at move 35. So the only
And
way
Queen
in
B3,
which
amazing.
the only way in which there is any chance for Divya is in the next 5 moves.
Yeah.
Because then once 30 minutes are added, yes, Divya will get time,
Yeah.
but also Mitra will get time.
Guys,
yeah.
13,000 of you watching, we have to somehow wriggle out from this one, because this is looking like we've kind of put ourselves in a very tough situation, Sagar bhai. We need a last minute counter attack. We need some sort of contra and vamos.
Yes, Harshit Bhai, with 3 extra pawns, I'm feeling it's a little unrealistic. you know?
Unrealistic. It's like we have given 2 red cards. We are playing with 9 players against 11 players, Sagar bhai. But we need to somehow get our players towards the opponent's goal and create some chances.
Maybe perpetual is what you might want to look at.
At
But
this
knight
point-
G6,
at this
any
point,
ideas
I
are
think-
happening?
Not
That's the only-
sure,
I
but
think
I
that's
think
the
draw
only
is a very
logical
good.
idea.
No, draw is a great result from Divya from this position.
That would be just a dream scenario.
And when I mean by counter attack, I do mean for a draw, because winning this has kind of become a far fetched thought, Sagar bhai.
True. And by the way, Queen B3 and Amruta, how do you prevent the queen trade? Because if you go back Queen F2, the rook just swoops in and attacks. So it's like everything is just flowing in for black.
It is. And Sagar bhai, this is exactly why when you are playing with the white pieces and have a winning advantage, you have to be very careful.
Yeah,
Very careful, because the line between playing aggressively and getting things out of control is very thin.
Right, 10
And
seconds left. Harshit bhai, Amruta 6, 7. Oh, sorry,
Oh.
6, 5. She goes knight f3, keeps the queens.
yes, makes sense.
At
I like
least,
this
yeah.
decision at least, because without the queens there is no chance. And now queen to h4 is a serious threat.
Yes.
Queen h4 is a threat.
Queen
but
h4
what
and
about
queen
bishop
h6?
h5?
That is a
Trying
strong
to
move.
attack
Strong
the
move.
rook
Sagar
and
by
the
finding very, very good moves. But queen,
Can I go rook g7 after bishop h5?
but then again, rook to g7 having
With
no
idea
real
of, no,
threat.
I have.
Oh,
Rook g8 played.
Rook e7 was the
no,
idea.
she's thinking still. Knight f3.
Guys, we need a breather after this one, because it seems like the games are heating up already in the
Yeah.
4th round, and we have 7 more rounds after this. You have to keep supporting the channel, keep liking the stream. More and more people need to support the Indian team, because these are the kind of moments which are going to decide whether or not we win a medal.
True, absolutely. And guys, maybe it's time to also look at Harika's game,
Yeah.
because
Yes, we have to
Divya,
keep
Let's
an
go,
eye on the
let's
other
go.
games.
yeah, let's go to Harika now and let's see her
Harika
game.
is winning, guys. At
Oh!
least something going in our
Awesome,
direction.
awesome.
Harika
Someone,
doing
Too good.
it.
I mean, you see, this
Beautiful.
is what I was talking about. If some player loses, there is another player from our Indian team who is able to take up their position and strike the balance. So this game seems like Harika is going to do the magic after a tough loss yesterday. What about Tania? Because everything will boil down to that game.
Bye, Tania, come on.
And
Let's
Tania is
go!
better.
Slightly better, 35th move.
Tania Sachdev on fire. Double bishop advantage. Let's have
Actually,
Tania
yeah,
on the
this
board.
becomes now the most critical
Oh,
game, because I think Divya is
five more
losing.
moves, Amruta.
That's what. That's
Very
why.
true, very true. This is the critical game. Let's have Tanya's game here. We can't go full screen on this one
Because in men's, they
because
are
the
winning.
video keeps shifting here. So we'll keep this angle.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, and in men, yes, in men we'll get there. We'll get there. For now, Tanya's knight is attacking the bishop, and but Harshit bhai, Amruta, the rook is looking at the b3 pawn. This is a nice
This is no
construct.
bishop advantage. I think
Yeah,
we
then-
might see an amazing performance by Tania. We were kind of not sure about her position from the opening, but the way she has managed to trade the queens and get into a bishop
Oh,
pair
Mitra!
position.
Mitra, what? Let's go to
What?
Divya's game. Let's go to Divya's
Oh,
game.
it's equal.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
Can we go to Divya's game? Maybe this
We
one.
never imagined
Cannot
this.
believe.
She took and played
Lovely.
queen h4. And now rook g7 is the winning move. Or queen takes f3 is also winning.
Oh my god, she missed queen takes f3.
Because
She's
queen
winning a
takes
piece.
f3,
Queen f6.
check, rook g7, she thought take, but this is lost because 4 pawns are coming down. a5, but it was difficult to
Yes,
foresee
let's
this.
stick to the right live position though.
She
Sagar.
played king g7. It's a blunder.
Why?
And the
One second. Let's
only
try
way-
to find.
Only way that Divya can hold here is with knight
I'm
d2.
getting a lot
Oh,
of
it's
pressure.
such
I
a
have to
tough
use the washroom.
move.
अरे भाई, हर्षित भाई, washroom. अरे
Arjun
भाई.
भाग के गया एकदम ही. Listen,
No, but
knight.
Amruta,
Huh?
knight d2
Isn't it a
attacks
tough
the
move?
queen, and knight e4 attacks the f6 pawn.
Oh,
That is
Divya,
what.
please find it. Knight d2. It's a very tough move because
Let's
it's a
go,
backward
Divya.
move.
But what is her time situation? She has very little time.
50
seconds.
seconds.
No, 40 seconds. Think. There is enough
Use
time, Divya.
all the time because this is your only chance, right, Sagar?
Yes.
30, as you said. Two
On-
more moves.
This is your only chance, Divya. Let's go. Don't blunder now. Because if you play any other move, then black is okay. The king is safe. But knight d2, attack the queen, knight e4, and then getting your knight and queen together.
Oh,
Place it.
thank
Finds the
God!
knight
Divya
d2.
finds it. Well done. Well done.
Amazing
Because
chess.
Sagar, less time and backward move. And the only move. So I think hats off for Divya to find such a move.
Beautiful move. And now,
Still,
Amruta,
how is it
the combo
going for a
of the
draw?
knight and the queen. Here, knight and queen. For example, how can you use your black queen to defend
Let's
f6?
see, let's
It's
see.
a big question.
I can't. So queen c3 maybe. No, then there is a tempo.
No, queen c3.
Queen
Look
c2.
at this. Queen c3. Knight e4 because the queen is defending
Exactly.
the rook.
That's a problem. So queen c2 I will go.
Arshid bhai, she found knight d2.
Oh my god, boys. We are in for a treat. Knight D2 has been found. Itna pressure
Look
tha
at Divya.
Sagar bhai,
Look at Divya.
insane.
In
She
her
knows it.
body language, suddenly
We
life
can
has
see.
been
Yes,
instilled.
exactly.
Is there a smile on her face?
Not
I'm-
smile, but she
Smile
feels the
mein,
energy.
Arey Sagar bhai, I'm telling you, it is not about the number of
great.
pieces. It is about the quality of the pieces. 9 players can even defeat 11 players if they are playing well. And here
Bye,
we are
bye,
seeing
bye.
that 2 red card मिले थे हमारे players को. We are down 3 points. 3 red card मिले थे.
But
we
the
are
remaining players are now coordinating well.
exactly. We've got Messi and Ronaldo both in the same team. It
Let's
feels
go.
like.
And also Mitra
Tania
down
is
to
winning.
3 minutes.
Man,
Tania
so
is
Tania
winning.
is winning.
Tania is winning.
Harika is winning. And
Arey,
Divya,
ye-
if she
ye-
draws this, it will.
Amrita,
it will be
it's like
3-1.
the train is about to leave, and then suddenly someone, the hand reaches them, and then
Jab
we
bhi
get some,
met, yaar,
we
jab bhi
find
met.
some sort of a hope, Sagar bhai. This is the kind of hope that we are looking from through your support. Knight D2 is jumping in with the knight to E4. The F6 pawn is weak.
Okay, guys, for a second, it seems Divya is completely fine now, but we want
How?
to wait.
Let's
And
even see
No,
how.
Amrita, there's nothing here. Knight E4 and Queen F6. Just 2 moves. There's no way to stop it.
And then perpetual, yeah? Like Queen
I mean,
D8 check, Queen
then
F6.
then it doesn't matter because
So I want to try Queen C2, Knight E4, Queen C7, at least trying to, you know.
But if
then you will
give
get
the
mated.
F6
You
pawn,
will get
then-
mated.
No, I won't.
This
I
is
won't.
going. Gone. Game over,
Man,
Amrita.
I mean, Divya can even win.
Which-
She can. She
She
can.
win.
She can.
I kind of thought that it's, it was like, in football they say 2-0 is the most dangerous score, Sagar bhai, because that's when your opponent, you start kind of playing a bit relaxed and your opponent has more game. I think we are seeing something very similar. Her
Right.
opponent was completely winning, but suddenly the tables have shifted.
But right now, Mitra down to 1 minute 45 seconds. 40 seconds. Oh my goodness. She has very little time now again, and this is how the tables have turned. That Mitra also senses it. She can't find a move.
Because in the last two, suddenly Sagar mindset shift and time pressure is very
Yeah.
hard. Like
Yeah.
it's a psychological hit. What has
Exactly.
happened to her?
And now, if in this position, Mitra plays a move and Divya's move is ready, she can pre-move 94. Do whatever, pre-move.
Pre-move.
This is the 39th move. So
Yes.
basically, guys, only 2 more moves
Two
until
more moves
they
for
reach the
Divya.
time control.
Mitra, 1 for Divya. Only 1 move.
Guys,
and look
And
at
Harika has got up from her
Harika
chair.
seems to have, maybe they reached 40 moves. They
yes,
reached 40
yes.
moves.
And
So
by the way, 59 seconds for Mitra. She's under a minute. Look at how Divya has gotten her pen in her hand. She wants to write the move quickly and make her move.
yes, and Sagar bhai, Divya OP ho jaye once,
दिव्या
because
अरे भाई पता नहीं अभी थोड़ा जल्दी हो जाएगा वो
I
भी
mean,
थोड़ी
but
देर
still
में
to create the hope of survival
Yes.
from a position which
Yes.
was completely losing. It's about
True.
even having this opportunity is incredible. Tania also playing some incredible chess after taking a rest yesterday.
Yeah, Tania might be the person who will bring India the full 2 points, match points. Queen C2 played by Mitra, and look at Divya.
94,
94.
instantly.
She
And
didn't
she
even
has
write
more
the move.
time now
Yes,
than
she
her
has more
opponent.
time.
For
And
first
she
time
has
in the
reached
game.
40 moves. She adjusts her piece. She's like, oh, I reached 40 moves, and
Now she has 30
guys,
more minutes.
time to bring down the sleeves
Guys,
because
guys,
it's going to.
guys, Divya can win now.
She can
because
win.
because the only defensive move for Mitra is King H8, which is so difficult to
So
make.
difficult. So difficult.
Is that the only
Only
move?
defensive
Are you
move.
serious?
Yeah.
And it's like
What?
you are actually going towards some goal, but then you realize that
That ghar is the safest.
Yes.
That your home is the safest spot. No, she's holding her king, but goes the other
oh
direction.
my god.
So
But okay, this is a very difficult. Okay, they have reached 40 moves.
Bye.
But guys,
Bhai,
Divya has an advantage
Divya,
now.
thank God Divya has time, because
30 minutes.
if she would have taken F6 or D6, there's a mate on G2.
Oh, that is
Bhai,
true.
G2 by pe mate hai. But we can play G3, and let's go to Tania's game now, because that is where all the action is. Let's go to Tania.
Oh, Tania is completely winning. She's a
Oh,
piece
piece
up.
up.
Guys,
peace up. Okay, no doubt.
Tania.
Ek second. Can
Yeah.
we
Delivering.
Can we see where they are? 1 second.
She's also very relaxed right now. I mean, 40
भाई
moves.
तानिया ने क्या कर दिया? भाई
Oh,
तानिया को
Ifa,
लेके
what an
आते हैं यार.
amazing resource.
We can find Tania down there, and I will bring her. Guys,
Wait,
please
wait,
continue.
right now,
No,
right
it's
now,
okay.
no.
Let me find her. This might be the time.
Guys,
Because he will
we have-
anyway shoot, no, Sagar? Huh? That the final moments, that would be cool.
super performance by the Indian women's
I
team. The
cannot
way they have
believe it.
shifted the game in our direction, because Tania's game was around equal. We were like, maybe it will be a draw. Harika's game was kind of equal, and Divya was in a tough spot. But Divya is suddenly better. Harika is completely winning, and Tania is the piece up.
And we have 16,000 people watching. And what about Harika?
But एक minute.
Harika is pawn up and
Also
completely
40
winning.
moves
A
done.
pawn.
But
40 moves done.
Guys, can
No
we
worries.
just quickly see where Tanya's opponent went wrong? Because
C5, after C5, you need to show this point.
so
After
BD7,
C5,
she pushed C5.
and here the tactical awareness of Tania brought her the extra
Oh,
point.
lovely. It was all the time about that knight.
What a move!
What
Take,
an insane
take.
resource.
If she goes
Deflection.
back, bishop C5, and you lose the knight. So she played bishop E5.
I mean, anyway, bishop
And then
c5.
now Tanya took.
Now bishop d4.
She,
What
if
was
she
the
played
problem
bishop
for bishop
D4?
d4? Rook b3.
No. One second.
Yeah.
Oh, rook
It kind of,
B3.
Because
guys,
if you go king e4 now, there is rook b4. And you still win a
Oh,
piece.
Amrita sharp there.
Very
Very
sharp.
sharp. Very
Exactly.
sharp.
And
A7 hanging.
Tania spotted this very
Like a flash.
very accurately,
Too
and
good.
she's completely winning. But we needed this win from Tania,
Wow.
because our situation was not that clear. But now with Tania's win, I think it looks like we are going to secure the win.
Yeah. I think Natasha might resign here. She's a complete piece down. No, but she has a pawn. So we never know. Maybe. And now we can go to.
Yes, can we just
can we
check
go to
with men's
board?
section?
Because
Okay,
now,
once, because we need to
Harshit
check
bhai,
that out.
It might be 3.5.
It is possible. I mean, Tania's game kind of reminds me of Aguero. He's a very famous football player from Argentina, and the way he scored a goal in the last minute in a very important match, and the commentator goes Aguero, and similarly Tania.
What if,
Amazing.
What if we shout like really loudly Tanya, and Tanya down there is like, thank you
Arre,
guys.
arre, arre.
Thank you guys.
No, she'll come up over here. Then when we have to call her, we
Yeah,
just shout.
Super performance, guys, from the women team. What's happening?
Maza
to-
aa gaya, maza aa gaya.
Uh,
Let's go to men's section
we
and
go
check
to
what's
men,
happening.
And we see Vidit Gujrathi here
Firstly,
pushing, completely pressing
but opposite
against
colored bishop.
Velimir Ivic, because he's a pawn up.
Yeah, Vidit is a pawn up, and he's going to grind this out for a very long time.
पूरा जान निकालेगा वो बोलेगा नहीं I'm not going to give up this game. He will play. Chances of a draw do exist, but Vidit can also win. And meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi, Gukesh. Oh my goodness, Gukesh is playing like brilliant chess. Huh?
Yeah.
Look, he's going for the
way-
white
and,
king.
And again, these rooks remind me of the second round game. They were exactly on G7 and H7 or like something very similar.
But I thought under time pressure or something, Gukesh will drop his advantage, but it has not happened. He still is better. He's pawn up, and his king looks safe now. I think Gukesh is playing at another level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, his king is safe, right?
Yeah.
He managed to put the pressure on the white king in that sense.
Now, can we look at Gukesh on the screen? If we can have him, maybe just.
And what if we just try to push the H pawn now? H4, knight G3 check. Even H4, H3 simply can be pushed. But
But do you want to give the g4
exactly,
square away?
that's a big trade-off. But after getting the H4 square, the rook, after playing H4, the rooks on G1 and G2 are kind of not going to be in play, because the knight is going to jump to G3, and then suddenly these rooks on G1 and G2, which felt like were putting a lot of pressure on this direction, are going to be completely shut off.
Yeah, it's a
It's
important trade-off.
I think
actually,
this
what to
end
do.
game is too tough, because with every push there are 4 knights, right? They will get some square or the other,
Yeah.
and it's not going to be easy to assess it. But the players now have more time because they just hit 40 minutes, 40 moves. We actually left it at this point here.
Mhm.
Rook c7, knight g4, rook e7, rook h1, knight h4, h5, knight goes back, rook h7, and yeah, I think Gukesh has managed to really coordinate himself beautifully.
Yeah.
And
Time and time again, they're showing the importance of placing the right piece at the right square.
exactly, I was going to say that the knight on b3, when it went, for a moment we were scared that it's going to be out of the game. But that knight helped everybody else to do something Really nice.
I think the knight is like that homemaker, right, in the family, who's like, you guys can go and do your stuff. I will take care of the home. And that is
Wow,
how the knight
really.
said, no one gets to c5, no one
And
gets
very
there.
very cool idea that after h4, after knight c1, how should black take the knight on c1, or does he have something else?
Knight A1,
Knight a1. What?
Knight C2, Knight
No,
E3.
does he have some other idea?
Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, 94 check.
Oh, bye. Take.
It is a reverse trap, guys, because after king d3, king takes e5, there is rook to e1 check and you lose your piece. So
Oh,
guys,
lovely.
whenever I ask questions, you have to be very careful. They can be traps.
Yes, bhai. Harshit bhai asking very tough questions here.
We
King
have to be.
e2 on the board, and Gukesh is thinking whether he wants to take here later. H4, knight g3, all these plans.
Yeah,
in
it's
his
going to
head.
take time for him. He will have to give it a serious thought. What
So,
about
so
Vidit
let's
is
let's
also going
let's sum
slow?
up the open section. We
Okay.
are on 1.5
Half.
against Serbia.
With-
Gukesh could win.
With Vidit and Gukesh both having positions from which they should never lose, and which means that we've basically secured the match for our favor, because 2.5, 1.5 is the margin with which you can win, and above that would just be great for us, because that would add up to the game points which would be crucial in the final stages of the tournament.
Okay, so that's very well summarized. And then going to the women's section, we have right now half is the score. We have Harika, who is having an outside passer.
Dead winning.
She's totally dominating.
Totally.
So she will win.
Yes, because in knight endgame, Sagar Bhai, knight endgames very similar to king pawn endgames, they say, because the a pawn, the outside pawn, is very difficult to defend against, and Harika is showing her exceptional technique here. She's just going to push the pawns, push him.
Yeah. So Harika will win.
Pushing
and
P.
then here Divya has just played g3, the best move. Of course, it was easy because it was mate in one, and now she has an advantage, which could go in either way because she's 3 pawns down. But also, it might be very easy to play this position because you just have to start chopping off the pawns.
Yeah.
But
So-
also my question is, Sagar, that until there was a point where she was in trouble and she would have assessed that, and now this
played-
position she has made a comeback. But is she assessing as unclear? Is she assessing as complex, or she knows that she might be slightly better? Like
I think
the
Amrita,
assessment.
the thing is, Mitra definitely is trying to see if she can find an advantage here and would be unable to do it because there's so much counterplay.
Yeah, I think what's happening in Divya's mind right now is that she knows she was completely losing. We could see it from her face that she knew she was completely losing. And now it's not even about whether or not she thinks she's losing. It's about thinking that she's got a big opportunity of survival.
Yeah.
And whenever you're going through a tunnel for a very long period of time, it's very easy to lose motivation to keep going. But Divya kept going, and now she sees a beam of light looking straight at her because she's gotten a big advantage.
Yes, it's
Wow,
just like
nice.
your health is terribly bad and doctors have said there's no chance of survival, and suddenly you start feeling some new medicine has come out, your life can be saved.
Yeah.
So right now this is the situation, and Tania I think will convert this. Tania doesn't need any real, because it's a
Like if you play,
entire
if both of
piece.
you have to play, let's say 1,000 game in this position, how many times do you think you'll mess it up?
1,000 times.
Tricky
I-
question by Amruta.
I think I would win this against
1,000
even
times.
Magnus.
That
No. With Magnus, no.
Come on, what is there in this? You
Yeah,
just
okay, you're
have to bring
completely
your
winning.
king up.
No, it's just
You have to
complete.
just push your
Yeah, this
pawns
is
a bit.
completely winning.
There is
Okay.
no way this
Yeah,
pawn
I mean,
is going ahead.
I don't think anyone would agree to play this with white because this is completely
Yeah.
winning.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So this
Lovely.
one, Tanya became the real last, as you said, this Aguero.
Tania.
Aguero.
Yeah,
I
she
like that
really
so much.
converted that. And by the way, we had Aditya Golatkar, who says on Instagram, says if India wins gold medal in both events, then I will super chat 1 lakh. Sagarda, what?
Amrita Tai and Raja, hats off all of you.
1 lakh यही था ना आदित्य
Yes,
गोलटकर
yes,
1 lakh
yes.
रुपए भाई भाई भाई
He's serious about it.
he's
Yeah.
he's constantly reminding us
Uh-huh.
bhai Aditya bhai thank you so much but if you need the money please don't spend like 1 lakh. By the way guys, 15,000 of you watching and you haven't liked the stream, please do like it so that more people can join. And also Chess Base India is at 18 lakh 50,000. We need to reach to 2 million, so do subscribe if you haven't. And Harshit bhai
Arre.
crossed 5,000 on Instagram.
was very exciting. So
GM.
thanks a lot.
क्या बात है?
GM Harshit Raja on Instagram. Guys, do follow. We have to make him reach 6969 because he's the 69th Grandmaster of India.
Lovely.
Thanks a lot for all your support, and I'm sure this support is vibrating in the minds of the Indian team because they are putting on an exceptional performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And there you have it. The opponent of Tania playing Rook d6. Do you think it's a good idea to trade the rooks with Rook d8? Because then, I mean, there's
I want to
this-
keep the rooks. I want to keep the rooks because I think with two bishops and a rook, there is going to be a lot more mating opportunities for black.
Could be. I'm also feeling like this might be a winning position totally because
It's possible, but I don't want to reach two bishops versus a bishop, which
Where
might
is
be
sacrifice?
theoretically drawn.
no, it's a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Or even reach a position with my d8 bishop and the h pawn against a soul king. Because it's
Yeah, true. Okay, so by the way, there is a news that our chat is saying that USA might. By the way, Fabi won beautifully today. He's actually doing all the heavy lifting for the team. But then we were seeing that Wesley So
Yeah.
was totally better. But now Ivanchuk has fought back and now has a piece for 3 pawns. So chances of a draw do exist here.
Definitely. I'm very curious about this guy Lorenzo Lodici, the guy who had beaten Anish Giri yesterday, playing against Peter Lecco from Hungary. What a match that is.
But just this
By the
one,
way, this one, I think Wesley will manage to convert this because finally the pawns are going to create a massacre against the knight. Especially there is a
but
rook
Amruta,
pawn.
the
We should
rooks
not
and
forget.
knight can also create a mating
Mating
net.
net.
Yeah, I think this game will head towards the draw. I
Could
think,
be. And
yeah.
Ivanchuk knows that it's very important because third board ended in a draw.
Yeah.
And right now Korobo is completely
Oh my
winning
God.
against Ray
Oh
Robson.
my God.
Yeah.
So that means that they might have an upset.
2-2.
They might have an upset.
No, how upset? Because
I mean, 2-2 is a big
yeah,
upset.
2-2 is up. They might not lose.
But the team is very good, right? Like Korobo,
Oh, yeah, 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 of
Ivanchuk. I mean,
course.
ratings don't
True,
give
true.
the,
But Amruta,
big
USA
justice.
USA is
I don't know. Today the resting Aronian was a good idea. But okay.
because he just won 3 games in a row.
Yeah. And Daniel Vocaturo. Oh!
We have such a special guest joining us.
Please sit.
Come, Sani. Of
अरे आप
course,
बैठो.
yeah.
अरे क्यों? अरे सब लोग Tania inviting everyone to the party right now. Tania,
Make my life easier to commentate.
we are कोई तो एक जन बैठ सकता है. We have Tania Sachdev
Yes,
in the
congrats.
house.
What an amazing game.
Very stressful round.
So Tanya, we don't have to worry whether you converted this endgame or not.
I was
Because
worried,
you-
believe it or not, because there's so much emotions on the board. You know, it's like you want the job to finish before feeling anything.
you know at some point we thought okay, Tanya will hold because her position was okay and Divya will win, but suddenly Divya started losing her game and Vaishali had drawn, Harika was equal, and we were like, now it's all up to Tanya to save India. And then suddenly Divya started drawing and he was like, if Tanya wins, India will win. It was, and then Harika started
And now
winning.
Harika is winning,
Harika is winning,
and I believe
Divya is
Divya
winning.
is
Divya is
winning.
also
Okay,
winning.
And
good.
now you also won.
Yeah, because Divya was super unclear.
Right.
And Harika's I thought was equal. Mine, I have no idea what I did in the opening. So
It's so nice to see two Tanyas on the broadcast.
Oh,
We have
is
one
this
Tanya
allowed?
there.
Yeah.
We have one Tanya here.
Because live, I'm still going on. So
Yeah.
what are we supposed to do?
But okay,
Sorry.
this is fine. I think yeah, the game is over. And Tanya, maybe we can
We can, but I really want to see Divya's position
Oh,
first
okay.
and Harika's because it's really.
Sure.
Although I think Harika's ending.
Can we look at Divya's game, Director Saab, so that there are no two Tanias on the stream, which
Yeah,
looks...
it's really strange. There's some sort of.
Actually, Tania, do you have a twin sister?
Yeah, she's the one who's playing. I'm the commentator.
Yes.
She's the player.
Yes.
Okay, so this is Divya's position.
Yeah,
I
and
had a bad
just
joke
a
in my mind, but I'm not going to crack it.
Crack it now. What's that?
if you
That's-
thought about
Now
it,
you
then
said
I
it.
will
Now
bold
we
though.
keep thinking about it, so you have to say it.
That's Tania Sachdev and she's Tania Juddev.
Oh, what?
Oh my god! I don't know how it even came to your mind, Sagar bhai. I think
The real and not real.
after such a nice game, that is such a bad
Sorry,
joke.
Tanya.
मैं जा रही हूँ, क्यों आई मैं यहाँ पे?
I told I don't want to crack it.
Okay, so this is the position, the live position.
Yeah.
G3 was played because mate was threatened, and F6 is hanging. So what is going on? Okay, white is better. But
the
I
thing
I
is-
still find it really unclear.
No, the thing is that now
D5?
this is falling, and I think from where we have reached here,
Yeah.
the momentum. If you see Mitra's body language, she's under a lot of stress.
A few moves back, this was the position, and she was completely winning.
Oh, damn.
Completely. And I think it's more even about the psychological aspect of going to.
But Harshit bhai,
Yeah.
the win is this very unclear line, which is Queen takes F3, Queen F6, Rook G7, take, and you have to calculate if this is winning or
I
not.
don't
No, you don't have to
have to
calculate. You have to evaluate. And I think this, I mean, with these 4 pawns,
You know why calculate? Because there's only one move that wins A5. King F6 is a draw. Other all moves are draw. So,
But
maybe,
I mean, King F6 runs into Rook A1, so I think A5 is kind of like the
Kind-
only move.
yeah.
when you get to this point, then you can find A5, right?
sure.
But
Maybe,
yeah, also other options were there. But okay, let's go to the current position
Yes.
because more importantly, Divya's winning now.
Yeah, Divya is winning now.
Divya is better, not completely winning, but I think look at her body language. You know, she's feeling so positive. She's moving around.
Yeah.
She's feeling that flow of energy.
And that's always really nice for the whole team because it kind of, when you have players who have a confident body language, it
That's-
gives a lot of good energy to everyone else playing.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's, I mean, I don't think Divya's going to get any rest in this tournament.
And
Let's
also,
just say
Tanya,
that.
today was a very important decision for the team whether
Yeah.
you would play or Vantika would play. And when you got to know that you have to play, how was it? Like, were you feeling like, okay, France is quite a tough team?
So I took a rest yesterday. So I already had it in my mind that there's a big chance that I'm going to play today. So I was kind of ready for it. And yeah, Abhijit, he came and he decided, and I was happy to play.
Abhijit couldn't
And
actually
also I
arrive
played
today,
Sicilian,
right?
which I just don't play normally. I play E4, E5.
You played the opening Sicilian Khan. We thought you got inspired by Magnus.
Then I would have come 10 minutes late.
Yeah, on the bike. We can just go through the game a little bit
We were a
here.
little worried, but after he played Rook to
I think
A4,
B4 is not correct because I missed Rook A4.
and Bishop E7 was so nice because if you don't go Bishop E7, it's
yes.
like
You
And
are in
this-
trouble.
Bishop E7 is like the only move, and
Yeah,
we were
I felt so.
a little worried
Because-
about this position, but then you found some really good.
How did you assess
Yeah,
this one?
this ending looked bad, right? Because now she'll play King D2 and Rook A1 will come super quickly. And then A6 is really weak. This bishop will get really strong. Knight B3, C5, A5 ideas. Actually, Rook
Tanya
A4.
is analyzing right now like commentator plus player. She's become
No,
like
it's the emotions after
such
playing.
a
So they're
force
just going to
now because earlier she was commentating like this. Now she can even calculate like this. Amazing.
अभी खेल कर आ रही हूँ ना तो सब याद है.
बढ़िया मजा आ रहा है तान्या.
But actually, honestly, I was a little heartbroken at this point because I missed Rook A4. I thought in this position, I'm just getting D5 next. And she's already misplayed the opening. So after Bishop B4, I immediately was like, oh, damn, Rook A4. Mat dekho. And she played it. But she had very little time at this point already. She had used up so much of
And
her clock.
A5, which looks like very natural, is like running into Knight B5.
I
and
thought
all
A5, Rook into B4 first.
Yeah,
It's winning.
you're right.
And then Knight CB.
Yeah.
Knight
Correct.
CB5, yeah?
This is
And I
just
don't have a good
crushing.
square. Yeah, this
Yeah.
was scary.
Very good calculation.
So nice that you played Bishop E7 because
very difficult move to make because
Yeah,
you
because you
feel
just kick, like you went there with so like
पूरी
much-
आशाओं पे पानी
सब
फेरना.
पानी फिर गया, then you feel like you have to start all over again and you don't know how good this position really is because a6 is weak, but we can go
But
really
d5
quickly.
was nice. You must have felt nice making this move, right?
Yeah, this is quite a
But here
thematic
I
idea.
felt you are this.
I
These
don't think she
pawns
should
are
have gone
dangerous.
C4.
No?
Yeah, I thought rook a1 was the best because c4 blocks the diagonal of her own bishop, right?
Exactly. And then you got this knight on a decent square and also.
And I think then there was this one critical decision whether I exchange pieces, go for that opposite color bishop. I don't know if you guys were on that position, if you just go. I mean, I was trying to create some chances here.
You know,
Very
Tania,
tough.
we thought that your game is the calmest one, which we will come to slowly because there was so much happening, and suddenly you were me somewhere like what? So here, rook d1.
Yeah, so takes. I'm trying to play against her rook on a3.
Mm-hmm.
Now I like this move because
Oh,
if
this was
knight
really
a3,
nice.
knight b4 traps the rook, so you don't have time to
Nice.
get your big five.
Oh, beautiful! What a trap!
So it's sort of like a setup of the knight and the bishop dominating the rook.
Nice.
Knight d4 is not possible, so she's trying to get bishop to f3.
Rook b8 and now. maybe
Yeah, so
This is a
c8.
nice move.
I liked it as well because she had no time to actually deal with it, and I'm threatening bishop a8. अब bishop e7 खेल गया था तो दूसरा bishop भी एक बार वापस ले आओ b3 attack करने को.
But she can go bishop f3. Did she
That's
do that?
what she did.
Ah, she did it. So, and now you played bishop a8.
And now she took because there's no way to really defend b3 and knight d4. So here I was like, okay, bishop d4 draws on the spot. But I had
Because you take.
I could only see Divya's board because
Take.
Harika was too far away and I had no time.
And what did you see on Divya's board? Was she winning or at
It
that
was
point?
crazy.
Ah.
So I knew Vaishali had drawn, and I
And
was,
by the way, now the rule is you can't ask the captain,
no, you
right?
can't.
So now you have to make your own decision.
Yeah, which I kind of think is good.
It's
After
good.
what happened in World Team in Sitges in 2021, I'm like, खुद decide करो जो करना है. So I decided that okay, it's complicated, but I'll play this position because I was really not sure what's happening on the other boards.
But this was a very brave move, bishop d7. Oh, sorry, bishop
And I see
e4.
it's not a great. Bishop e4 I played, yeah? No, I played bishop. Yeah, I played bishop
Why
e4.
did you reject? Because I thought then you were controlling this square,
Yeah, so
something like this.
I mean, I don't know. It was between these two moves, and I think I played bishop e4, yeah? Yeah, I chose
also-
bishop e4 against rook c2. Sorry, what, Harshit?
After bishop e4, you have this rook d8 idea, which is
Exactly.
yeah, it probably would be very handy.
So first I come back with the bishop, and now I played f6.
Oh, this is nice. I love whenever like the bishop gets completely restricted, and now I think you're. But it's hard to win this
So
position.
this
yeah?
is interesting because now knight a7, and I know she set up this trick, but I have a counter trick to her trick, and I was like, "Bye, Guru.
Please, please,
Please c5 खेल
C5.
दो."
Oh, and her trick was what?
Yeah.
C6.
I think if I don't have the move I played, white is doing fine now. And she played this really quickly. She
Oh,
also
C5,
had little time, yeah. And then she fell for e5.
क्या
Oh,
बात है?
wow.
क्या बात है? This
But as
move
soon
was
as you
so
played
good.
e5, it's like so much energy
It's
coming
like
into you.
What
This
a
was
move.
crazy, yeah.
And then take
now
your,
you just
and you have to also see that your rook is hanging, so you have to be a little careful.
yeah.
Oh, rook e8, yeah.
I
Nice.
thought this was the simplest, and then I got the piece. And then I wanted to be super like precise and finish it as quickly. So I went into a position where she's forced to trade rook.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Super.
nicely done. Nicely done.
And and then I saw that Divya is doing well and Harika is close to winning when I finished. So we're all feeling good now.
We have the bars here which show that Harika is 4.73 right now. And
Yeah, I mean, you
Divya
can
is
just-
2.66.
she's
So you
completely-
from almost India being on the edge,
Yeah,
you may win 3.5.
Yeah.
this is insane.
How is the team spirit, Tanya? Like we see that you guys really enjoy before the round. Sometimes have these nice conversations. There are two kind of experienced players, you and Harika, and three
three
youngsters.
Yeah, it's like a really new team. Yeah? We've been playing, Harika and I have been playing for so many years, but I think having Divya, Vaishali, Vantika, it feels like you said, it's sort of, you have these two different generations of players playing. So really good energy. And it's fun. We are sort of I'm the senior most player in the team.
Do you say like, "Acha, mere liye khana leke aao?"
अरे, 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 अरे.
मैं इतनी भी senior नहीं हूँ मैं.
Just joking.
But
हाँ.
it's really so far it's really good, and I think we've got big rounds coming ahead, and we're all really motivated to play.
But it's also so nice that you have amazing spirit in the team because Harika lost yesterday, and like
But
there
you know,
was
Harika
still,
wanted to play today.
Yeah,
like
that's
she
so
was very
good.
clear
Yeah.
that and I think that's so important.
yeah,
Um, and I can completely relate to that because even for me, when I have a bad game, I think even all of you,
Yeah.
you would also know, I
Yeah.
said like the best way to do it is to go back and,
And
play
play
again.
again.
You want a win. So this is a very important win for Harika because on first board, it's so important to
Of
have
course.
her
Yeah.
in her full best spirit.
Right.
So she was very clear that I'm playing.
yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And I think all the players are like this, no? They are rising up to the occasion,
Yeah, we're all ready to play.
ready to play. And that's a great team to have. That the coach also feels, the captain is like, I can choose anyone. to
Yeah,
take.
that's what. Like you choose any person to sit out, but the person who's coming in is going to be equally good. And we've seen some really good performances by the Indian team in the first 4 rounds.
Yes.
And it's going
मजा आ
to
रहा है commentary करके?
बहुत ज़्यादा, बहुत ज़्यादा. We can
Today
shout-
was a bit
you know-
scary, like
you know,
stressful,
Tanya,
but-
we've gotten this room which is kind of secluded, right? Because the
Yeah.
other broadcasts are there, so we can shout as much as
It's a
we
very
want.
fancy room compared to Chennai, I must say.
At some point, Tanya, because Harshit made a very nice analogy. There is a football player. What's the name? I
Oh,
forgot.
Aguero. I don't know.
Aguero, and he on the last second in some match
In-
scored a goal.
Yeah.
So the commentators were like, Aguero, and like in this game, you were on the last second scoring a win. So we were like, Tanya, and we were like, okay, if we shout any louder, maybe
Yeah.
Tanya will hear it
Yeah.
in the hall.
I think Chennai I would have definitely, but here you guys are quite far away, and it's a really nice setup actually.
Yeah, it's a good one, and
And I think Harika is actually just completely winning.
Yeah, she's got these 2 passes. B3 is stopped.
So 3.5. I mean, it's probably a,
it's very likely.
Yeah.
But with Harika's win, the match is sealed, in a way, because you won
but
one and a half.
It's
And
still 3.5 would be good.
true.
But before the game, do you guys like have some strategies, or do you guys just be like, oh, let's just play the best, or do you guys like try to see that?
I think the strategy is more or less about choosing the players as far as that, and then we're all just focused on our own game and
Right.
preparation.
Because it's easy to get like kind of distracted or get tense looking at other games, because if
It is.
Divya is, for example, not doing well,
But
then
that's
it's
what makes
possible
team
that-
competition
more
so exciting,
yeah.
right?
And even
Because-
for us to follow, because
Yeah.
you also have to keep an eye on all the games and then make a decision today.
Exactly.
And,
So much of your decision depends on what's actually happening on the other boards many times. But in general, I think we all just want to give our best on our boards.
True. And so right now, Tanya, Harika is winning. So we can quickly go to Divya. And Tanya, my one last question to you is that it
You know-
felt like there were only a few teams who were favorites, to win the gold. Like we were all talking about India, Georgia, China, Ukraine, maybe, but without the Muzichuk sisters, maybe slightly weaker and so on. But it feels like once the tournament has started, anything is happening. Like there are upsets everywhere, and I mean, not, at least on individual boards. So it feels like there are many teams who will be fighting.
But that's the thing about sports, right? What's on paper doesn't matter. If that's what mattered, no teams would show up. So being a top seed or being in the top 3 or the top 5 or top 10, it doesn't matter. It is your form on that particular day, how you deal with your nerves, how you deal with your pressure. And that's really one thing that I learned from watching the Olympics as well, that it's so much, it's really got nothing to do with who is a higher ranked team or who is a higher rated player. And you just have to focus on the job ahead of you on that day, and anything can happen. We've seen big upsets happen. That's what makes sports. Otherwise, kaun hi khelta na?
I also love this part where Tanya just mentioned, she resigned.
Oh, there-
She resigned. Team India
Okay, so
wins. Arshit
2.5,
win.
1 more point to go.
And that is a
Let's-
fantastic victory for Team India. Clearly, Deimante is not very happy with
Yeah.
her game because she played well, but then it shifted
It suddenly-
in time pressure.
Yeah.
That one move, B6,
I think-
changed it all.
Because there's a delay here. I'm just scared अगर वो खत्म हो गया तो सब छोड़ के मुझे भाग जाएंगे.
Yes,
Okay.
you should go back, Tanya,
Yeah,
because
I
that
will
also
go
it's
now,
very
because
important.
I think-
for you. But I think Divya is still playing. I think
This is
this
the
won't end
position.
in
So what's
15.
going on here, Harshit? Okay, I see the bar is saying,
Yeah.
but the position still looks so crazy to
So,
me.
I think like the biggest point is that you can't even go rook to g7, because I think there's something like with rook g7, which seems like a normal
Oh,
move with,
that's
like,
nice,
अरे
yeah.
queen वहां से वो घुस रहा है.
So can you go queen c5 d4? What's going on
Yeah,
here?
queen c5 check. let's say I go to G2.
And
And if
here-
you go D4, I think you can probably go check first. And oh, there's also knight D7.
Oh, knight d7 just wins on the spot. Yeah.
No, I think I mean queen
The
D2
knight is too crazy here.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
I
a
think
crazy knight.
it's actually insane because of the rook on e1. There's a lot of mating ideas as
Yeah.
well.
And this queen b4 is so tricky, yeah, because your focus is
Out
on
of
one side of the
nowhere
board. Full board awareness.
It's amazing how this knight and queen duo are so important, Tanya. We really thank you for
Yeah.
coming
Yes.
here, spending time with us,
Thank
because
you.
we've been following all of you, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Sagar. It's not formal. Thank you,
Arey.
Arjun. See you guys later.
See you
Thanks,
and
chat. Bye.
good luck for tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
Tanya, I gave you this feeling of a player, no? Like you were playing. So I was like, "Achha,
ठीक है ऐसा.
So, guys, that was Tanya Sachdev here. Really enjoyed the time with her. She came in,
Yeah.
showed us the game, told us about the team spirit, what is happening, and oh, USA losing?
What? No way. Let's check that out, Sagar bhai, because if that's true, that would be a huge upset. Huge upset.
Can we go to Gukesh game or should we go to US game?
US team. So what happened in the first board?
भाई पहली बात तो oh!
Chucky!
I just
Ivanchuk
went
come-
down and I
we were
saw
talking about-
Ivanchuk and Wesley. They're playing right now.
Ivanchuk
The
is
whole-
winning.
Everyone's around them. I think is he mating, checkmating him?
भाई डायरेक्टर साहब अपने पास एक वो कैमरा है ना जिससे पूरा व्यू दिखता है, वो एक लिंक दिया था, वो वाला ट्राई करें कभी तो.
Oh my god. Such a big blunder.
Look, this was the moment. Ivanchuk.
Okay, one second, Amruta.
This
But what
is
happened?
insane.
So what happened? Where is the blunder?
Sagar
Check.
bhai,
Huh.
if this happens, this is a huge upset.
Yes, true.
Huge. And Sagar bhai, we can never count down on one of the greatest players. Ivanchuk is one of the best players in the world.
Can
in
we
the
have
history of
Ivanchuk?
chess.
Director Saab, it's
True,
board
true.
1, link 1, board 2. Ivanchuk, Wesley. So you already showed us once. Meanwhile, Gukesh, we'll come to Gukesh's game, guys. It's going to go on for some time. Bhai, kaise, like Wesley saw the most solid player out there.
Generally,
Anything
never
can
misses.
happen. Tanya was just saying how in sports anything can
Yes.
happen.
She made a very nice point. She's like, if everything happened as it was on paper, no one would come to play.
Definitely. Every day is going to be very exciting in the Olympiad because we are seeing so many mistakes. Because Sagar bhai, अगर perfect play होता तो हम commentate किस पे करते?
Correct.
Because there are ups and downs. Because we have a roller coaster of emotions that we go through with everyone watching. That's what makes it more fun.
Agreed. But Director Saab, can we have like the game of Wesley and Ivanchuk? Link 1, board 2.
Link 1, board 2.
सब by heart करके बैठे हो. But you know, towards the end, when you go to the tournament hall and in the beginning, there's a big difference. The captains, they are so much tense.
Yes.
Because it's all dependent on
Because
that
Amrita,
one
it's
game.
like, some captains have been only recruited for this one event for many teams.
Yeah.
It's not even like they are there forever.
And some people have a specialty in managing teams in order to create that team spirit, to lift the team. Sagar bhai, it's very important to have a very good team manager and captain. And we have amazing team captains and managers in the form of Srinath Narayanan and Abhijit Kunte for Team India. We also have amazing helpers behind the Indian team. And look at Wesley.
Wesley is very upset because and Ivanchuk is walking right behind him.
Yeah. That's definitely not a good feeling. Sagar.
You know who's this legend who's like a legendary player in black behind
Who?
Wesley? So that's
Black Blazer?
Vladimir Akopian.
You
can't
have
see
done his
from-
amazing interview,
Yes,
Akopian.
I think so. Vladimir Akopian.
Yes,
is
yes,
him.
you're right.
By the way, Wesley.
He's the captain of one of the teams, no? I guess.
Yes. He's the captain of the Armenian. No, wait. I'll tell you. I saw him yesterday. He was with it's UAE team, I think. UAE team.
Oh, and people are saying Uzbek is losing because that would be a big upset. They're very
क्या चल रहा है?
strong.
क्या चल रहा है?
It is insane if they
Bhai,
would be
but
losing.
they were completely winning.
Okay, maybe they're trolling us.
No.
We never
Not
know.
sure, because
really?
I don't know, because so many people won't say Uzbek is
So
losing.
Wesley is in a.
So the thing is, let's just show the chat. Rook f7 and rook h8 is a mate. If the king goes back here,
Rook d7.
then rook d7, and there is no way to protect this.
Yeah.
So actually, it's a mating net. We were talking about.
You
know,
have
Amruta,
just mentioned about
we-
the rook and knight, how
yeah.
they can create a meeting net. You are right, completely right.
So the mistake that Wesley did, he plays rook e5
What was a blunder?
with the hope of putting the rook here, but Ivanchuk will take, and now threatening a checkmate here. Look at Ivanchuk. Look at Chucky, guys. Just enjoy this moment.
Yeah.
The greatest player that the world has seen, the most creative player. I wouldn't put it in greatest, but the most creative player, and the one whom Gary Kasparov was a little bit afraid of.
Definitely. I think Gary Kasparov respects Ivanchuk a lot. He thinks very highly of him, and we all know why. Because he's one of the most imaginative players that we've seen in the game of chess. I'm a personally very big fan of him and the way he analyzes chess.
I'm a big fan of how his body language, like he's turning around his eyebrows.
Yes, I think you have got some really good interviews of him at the Batumi Olympiad a long time back, but a very nice interview for people to get
It's
to
actually
know.
at the World Cup
Tbilisi.
in
Yes.
Tbilisi.
In
Yeah.
Georgia. Yeah,
Yes,
in Georgia.
that was
And-
one of my best interviews in my early days of journalism.
Yes, and also I think Tania has gotten really good
Oh, that
interviews
one
of him
with
from
of the
in
game,
Gibraltar.
one game.
Yes.
That was epic.
Any interview that Vasil gives is always a pleasure to follow, and now
And Divya is winning. Mitra has blundered. That's what some people are
Mitra
saying.
Queen
so-
blunder?
Arre,
Oh, did
arre.
knight d7 happen in that game?
let's check.
Oh,
Oh,
my
by
God.
the way,
Yeah,
h5
let's
is
go.
such a classy move, keeping the net, and if you take here,
then you
now
can-
this insane move, which I want to ask the chat before we leave from here, guys, white to play and win. What is this epic move here?
Yes, don't leave, please.
Lodichi beating Lekko?
What?
भाई हर्षित भाई को पकड़
Today?
के रखो
What?
हर्षित
Super
भाई को
upset.
पकड़ के
What?
रखो इस बीटिंग लेको एक
Oh
जिसको
my
मिलता है
God.
वो जाके उड़ा देते हैं
Actually, maybe I'll get Lodichi if
Yes,
he's winning
yes.
because I know him. He's a
Yes.
friend of mine. I'll
yes
get him.
but wait we'll see the
Yes.
position and then you go.
But I don't know if he's
But then
winning. It's
15
possible he's not
minutes.
winning.
Hmm.
And guys, rook f6, all those who said brilliant job, he takes on f7, and now g5 played and h5, rook f6. There's no way to stop the mate. You
No
have
way,
to give
Jose.
up this. Game over.
Game over.
Two rooks against a rook and 3 pawns are not going to last. So going back to Divya, first Lodichi because
He's better.
pressing.
Pressing?
I
It
think
will
he
take
can
some
win.
time.
No pawn
It
up.
will take some time.
Oh
Bishop
my God.
versus knight. It's actually quite.
But unfortunately for him, Richard has also won his game, which means that Italy is going to lose at least 2.5, and
Ah.
depending on what happens in
So
this game.
Peter might not be that.
But still,
worried.
for Lodici Lorenzo, he's having a run of his life.
Absolutely, this might be a life-changing event for him. Beating Anish Giri yesterday, now beating Peter Leko, or better at least.
Yeah. I'll
And-
quickly check
Yeah.
if he's going to come with us. So before I go, the Indian women's team is seems.
Oh yes.
Yeah, let's say Divya's game.
Divya's game. What happened was she gave a check, Queen C5, and after King
We will
G2,
need
It's
evaluation
It's
back.
over. I think she's going to win as well.
King H1 is somehow more accurate
G2
because
I think
King
is the
G2
same.
gives a check,
Yeah.
while
Finally,
King
you will
H1
have
there
to
is
go.
no
Yeah,
check.
yeah. I think
King
King
H1.
H1 is probably the best way to continue. And Divya might actually score another win for India.
4 out of 4.
3.5 win for the women's team, and the men team is also winning, Sagar bhai.
3.5 would be very crushing.
Maja
because
aayi
France
ki
is
nahi?
so
Maja aayi
strong.
ki nahi?
Harshit bhai, can you handle such emotions for 7 more rounds?
Sagar bhai, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Okay, while Harshit bhai goes down to meet his friend Lorenzo Lodici, we are looking at this game, Amruta. 16,000 people here who are watching this.
Really,
Guys,
after 40 moves, normally
because
16,000 people are
I
not
don't know
there.
if they're still there, but there it looks like a huge shout out to all of you guys, and thank you all. I just want to make a very small announcement that one of our friends, Grandmaster Ankit Rajpara, has actually launched his website called Chess Neurons, which deals with positional chess exercises. And he said that whoever signs up the Google form, which is there in the description, gets 1 month of free membership, premium membership on his channel. So if you want to fill up the Google form and create an account there on his website, you will get 1 month premium membership to train your positional chess. Thank you all. Let's get back to the
Hey,
game.
Uzbek is losing. Maybe for a moment we can go there.
But King
because
H1 played by
everyone over
Divya.
here is saying
Oh no,
that.
she played King G2. She preferred King G2, Queen C2 check
Maybe
play.
she will gain some time just
She came back,
for the repetition.
check.
But Mitra should not give Queen C5 check again.
She gave
She
already.
gave. Okay. It's going to be a little heartbreaking for Mitra as well, right? Because she actually was able to sustain Divya's attack.
Yeah.
Not just sustain, but to come out of it with a clearly winning position. And then to make a mistake like on 39th move is kind of heartbreaking if you just see from the other perspective.
I agree, Amruta. It's actually very tough. And also because at the end of the day, maybe her result will not matter because team is anyway losing 3.5. Divya goes King H1. She goes Queen F2 instantly. And now Divya has to figure out the winning idea here, Amruta, which is
Yeah.
maybe not that trivial. I feel
Because Queen E1 is a threat, and maybe just Rook C1. You don't need to do anything elaborate.
no, Rook C1 is a bad move. Why? Because
Okay, I managed to find that
yes,
one bad
because
move.
of check, king here, check, and you will lose the rook.
Oh,
So, Amruta, you have to
No.
start with check here, controlling this square. And only after this blocks
Now
do you go
rook
rook
C1.
C1, so that after one check, there is no more check on this square.
okay, very important.
Very
one.
beautiful
Very
point.
nice.
Very beautiful
amazing,
point.
Amazing.
And meanwhile, we have a contributor on helpchess.org. Hiyansh Sharma was there. Prashant Jambunathan 540. PVP Kumar 250. Ananya Gupta 111. Thank you, Ananya. And Nikhil Bafna 10,000.
That's
on
huge.
helpchess.org.
10,000 is very huge. Yesterday also we got 10,000.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nikhil ji. And also, guys, do check out helpchess.org. It's a charitable trust of Chessbase India to help chess players to pursue their chess careers, and we are supporting them through this stream. And you can also check out all the money that has been raised during the last 3 rounds. We have put that in an article which is in the description.
And we have a super chat as well. Fabricio Pereira. ARS. What is that currency? I don't know.
Brazilian
but he says,
currency.
Go India from Brazil.
Thank you so much.
Arre,
That's
so cool.
very kind of your support.
Oh, Wesley resigned. That's the news coming in
Wesley, let's
Sagar.
go quickly. And now, Amruta, I think Divya will do it. So that means we should definitely have a look at. Oh, yes, Wesley resigned because of this Rook F6 move. Can we have a look at Wesley Ivanchuk? Is there? Maybe we can get
Yeah.
Ivanchuk here.
Should I
Rook
go and run?
F6.
Should I go and run?
Ivanchuk, aa jao bhai.
Should I go and run? The handshake.
Well done, Ivanchuk.
Man.
Of course, Wesley is our dear friend, and we really, really love and respect him. But no, Amrita, this was 15 minutes ago. I think it'll take. He must have left. Maybe he's also lurking around. Who knows? If you can get Ivanchuk here, Amrita, I'll do whatever you want tonight. Like, I will not work. Rook F6 on the board.
No, I want you to work.
So Rook F6 and Ivanchuk resigns. Guys, क्या हुआ? चले गए? हाँ? अरे पर वो रहेंगे ना नीचे, किधर घूमते रहेंगे? हाँ, मतलब बोर्ड पे नहीं रहेंगे, but he generally when he wins, and also his team is still going on. Amruta, Korobov is still playing against Ray Robson. By the way, guys, it is very possible that USA is losing this because Caruana won, but Ivanchuk won on board 2. Then there was a draw, and on board 4 now, Anton Korobov from Ukraine is beating Ray Robson in this position. It's actually quite easy. A5, A6 and make a queen. These pawns are not rushing anywhere. So, guys, sorry, I just Vocaturo versus Richard Rapport. Richard Rapport won. And I think Hungary is through two and a half. Going to now Gukesh's game. If we go to Gukesh's game, you will see that Gukesh has been playing like, how can I explain Gukesh's play today? It's like how a Mercedes Benz drives on Chennai roads. Very smooth. No jitters, nothing. Gukesh has been +1 for a long time and he continues being +1. He makes these moves h4, knight coming to g3. Brilliant play. 6 pawns for Gukesh, 5 pawns for Alexander Predke. And I think Gukesh is slowly going to play this around. I love it. And I think for Gukesh, it doesn't right now matter that his team would win if he draws or anything. He knows his position is better. He's going to grind here. He's going to play till the end. He's going to fight. That's what he believes he's going to fight on. And so Gukesh better, but let's just try to understand where are the weaknesses. E pawn is weak, so somehow white will try to organize his two rooks to put pressure there, but somehow the h pawn is just too strong. It's tremendously strong, and I think it requires some patience, but he will do it. Let's quickly look at Vidit's game, because Vidit's opponent wants badly to trade the rooks. रुक एक बार ट्रेड हो गया ना तो दिस इज अ ड्रॉ. This is a draw. There's no way to win. So Vidit needs to keep the rooks. And if he keeps the rooks, he needs to find a target. And this pawn is not a target because the bishop defends it very well. And this pawn defends this pawn. So you need to turn your attention to that pawn on h5. Slowly bring your king up. It's very tough. And in the end, push your pawn some point at g4, trade, create a passer and use your rook and bishop to try and attack and try to win. But I don't think it's going to be easy. But still with it, I want to see with its sort of body language. Is he around there or is he walking around? We can't see him over there. So maybe he's just lurking around somewhere. And time-wise, both have 11 minutes on the clock. Okay. And I do feel that Vidit has this fighter spirit in him, He doesn't want to draw. He's no longer... Vidit 2.0, as we know, does not like draws. He likes to fight till the bitter end. And I think he will continue. He will play on just like how Gukesh is playing. But Gukesh's position much easier to sort of press for a win. For Vidit, it won't be easy. Going now to the Chinese board, China actually won because you managed to convert against Sargsyan, which means China beats Armenia, already a big result in round 4. China beat Armenia 2.5, 1.5. Now, going to the Uzbek team, Nodirbek drew with Le Quang Liem on board 1. Nguyen Gok Trongson beat Yakuboyev. And Le Tuan Min beat, oh my God, Javokir Sindarov. So it's already over. Tran Tuan Min is playing its equal against Wakhidov. Uzbekistan, the defending champions, have already lost. Oh my God. Guys, Uzbekistan has lost the game. This is too much. We are seeing so many upsets today. Uzbekistan losing. We are seeing USA losing. China kept up their spirit. India might play very soon against China. Wow. Okay. Going back to with Divya. Let's go to Divya's board and see what Divya is up to. because after queen f2, I don't see a move that has been played here. And guys, thank you all for your support on helpchess.org. We have, oh my god, look at who's contributed. Imocha ji, Laishram Imocha, one of the most experienced players in India, has played several national championships. He's from Northeast India and a great person. He has contributed 555. Thank you, Imocha ji, for your support. Nishant has donated 5,000 rupees. Alind Srivastav 300. Thank you, Amrit 500. All of you have contributed, guys. There's no big amount or small. Every contribution, we are very grateful for it. Thank you for believing in Indian chess. Thank you for supporting it, because today these champions are bringing so much pride to our country, and I'm sure that with your support, many more talents will be created. And there you have it. Divya actually went knight h7, which is in fact not the best move. If I'm not mistaken, did she play that? No. Sorry, she went knight d7, king e8, knight f6, king f8, and now Divya plays knight h7, which is maybe a mistake because it allows the king to go to g7. What does Divya have in mind for king g7? Because now the rook is hanging, and maybe there are a lot of problems. Maybe she wanted to play check, king here, check. If you go rook g7, I think she must have calculated that she's winning. Check here, king g8, and rook c1. Very important, because you take away the square from giving a check, and now this check is coming in. Guys, we have an amazing guest joining us at this point of time. The man who engineered the victory for Team Ukraine against USA, the one and only Anton Korobov is here. Hello, Anton.
Hello.
Good to
Welcome
have you.
to Budapest.
To you as well. What a huge victory for Team Ukraine.
Yes, we showed our fighting spirit and commitment.
It was tremendous, because at some point it felt like Ivanchuk was in trouble.
Yes.
And already on board one, Volokitin was in trouble. And you were better, but it was looking 2.5, 1.5 for USA.
Yeah, all of a sudden I saw that Vasily is full of power. And I realized that the tables turned in his game.
Yeah.
And I looked, he played rook b7, and then f7 is unprotected, yes.
Yes.
Beautiful. Should we have a quick look at your game?
Yep.
How did you manage to outwit Ray Robson? What was the critical moment according to you?
Oh, I don't know. First of all, I think that this type of position doesn't suit his style much, because he is always seeking for some active counterplay, for complications, and this type of closed position. After bishop e3, my plan is to take e3 and then b3, bishop b3, c4, and knight c3 to build up the turtle, yeah? And then maneuvering, maybe queen to f2, maybe rook to f2. Yes, this type of position, black is like an active counterplay. It's very difficult to invent something. And that is a battle of patience, which Bray doesn't like much, to be objective.
So was this your strategy before the game to play like a slow position?
Of course, why to go for complications?
Yeah.
First, before complications, I need to exchange something.
Yeah.
Of course, the more pieces I exchange, the less blunders. Yes.
This was a
C5.
very
This
nice
position is very interesting. Here, of course, okay, that is critical, c5. I'm making improvement of pawn structure, and black needs to be very active in order to prove that initiative. He had something for this bad structure. d4, yeah.
d4.
Knight g4, yeah.
And this was a very nice move, knight to c3.
Yes. And after bishop e6, may I ask you a question? Because that is probably the only move. Yeah, bishop e6. Did I have e4 here or not?
Yes, you're right.
Yes.
e4.
Oh.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was critical, but yeah, I'm
saw
not
it,
brave
yeah?
enough now to play this sort of moves. Yeah, because I need to exploit my advantage in development. Black didn't castle yet. So all the complications should work for me like a study. But that is general, yeah. But once you are playing against some inventive
You also
guy,
have to calculate. Yeah, that's very
Yes.
tough.
And I guess your idea was that if knight e3,
Queen d3, yeah, take f1 and take d5.
exactly.
Is the pawn, yeah.
This is amazing because these three central, even maybe d into
Yeah.
e5 is coming,
And all is hanging, g6, e6, and f1. All
True.
the minor pieces, yeah,
are hanging.
yeah, are under attack. But okay, I entered.
So if this happened here as well, knight e3, then you are anyway just going to.
Yeah. Here I can choose between queen d3 and knight d5. Both are good, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which is better, but knight d5 probably is this positional
Mm-hmm.
stuff. I have a very good pawn structure for the endgame.
Mm-hmm.
First, I'm active, then owing to activity exchange and trade in queens,
Mm-hmm.
and then being able
Slowly,
to convert
slowly.
slowly, step by step. Yeah, there is no need for a hurry. That's true. The bus in 45 minutes, by the way.
So bishop e6, you went queen e1,
Yes.
e4, knight went back to d2, and here he threatened an attack on h2. You traded the
You went to
queens.
this end game, yeah?
Yeah, I
you
like
could-
this type of endgames
Yeah.
because I know I'm familiar with this structure according to some computer games, and that is good, very good statistics for white. And this is something very smart. You need to block b6, and then because all their pawn chain is blocked on light squares, that is white. That is why white's bishop is much stronger space advantage. I believe here, okay, that is the play for two results. Yeah,
And if he takes here, still,
rook e1, yes.
and this is for
Yeah, d5 and then e4.
If-
And the pawn on majority, I will have the passing pawn on left side, on the queen side. Yes.
So after trading the queens, did you already have a feeling that you are going
No,
to?
because here that was so difficult. Can we return a couple of moves before? After knight e7,
Yes.
that was so difficult for me to resist the temptation to play knight d2 takes e4. I wanted to sacrifice the piece black needs to take, and then I planned d5. But all of a sudden, I wasn't sure about bishop c8. That was a move. I wasn't sure absolutely what is this. So maybe after exchanging of queens, their advantage of development doesn't mean much. Yes, so that is better to keep positional playing. Yeah.
So rook e1, you played like a team player. Mainly it was
Yeah.
It's if it was an individual
showing
game.
to have control or pretending to have control. Yeah. In practical chess, that is the same.
Knight f6, b6. Basically creating a square for your knight. Yes?
Yeah. So my plan is to play knight b5, then knight c7, attacking a8, and then knight b3 and knight a5.
Oh, nice. So just picking a pawn by force. Yeah.
And I think that black objectively is late with the counterplay. After exchange of queens, that is very difficult to create some serious threats against it.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
He tried though. He was trying some counterplay with rook h6, rook g6.
Yeah. And the bishop c6. And bishop h5. Here, I believe I am much better here. Because, yes, after knight h5, what was the critical? Can we return bishop h5, knight h5? Rook takes h5.
Rook f6.
Rook f6 and g4.
Oh, you
That
saw
was-
this? Wow.
And after
Amazing.
knight d4,
King g3.
I
Amazing.
have king g3, and d5 is hanging. And okay, I have better position and a pawn up with knights.
Super.
So that should be
Yeah.
winning, yeah?
Nice.
No
You were
counterplay.
calculating.
Yes.
You were not
Amazing. This was brilliant. Rook h5 takes take. Oh, he didn't. If he takes here, then this should be.
Okay, I am better
Yeah,
on pawn
and
up.
the
Okay, double, but
bishop
okay.
is also just completely.
Yeah.
So he decided to kind of complicate the matter
Yes.
and then took here. Knight b3.
Oh, that was very tricky. Knight f6, king f6. Yes, and
Rook
after-
h8.
I think
I really
trading
like this
rooks,
rook h8
yeah.
because once the rooks are off the board, black's like mating chances go away completely.
But you see, his plan was to sacrifice the second exchange. Yes.
Oh wow!
Because he
Look
played
at
knight
this.
c2 and knight d4.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. First, I was calculating some stuff with rook a6, and then
Yeah,
I
yeah.
convinced myself that cannot be.
Yeah.
Rook a6. So,
Oh.
what was the mistake? What was my mistake? Because I believe I played something bad here.
King d1 is the better move.
Because
Because-
there was no check.
No
on b3.
check.
Now there is no check, and actually you can take.
And after rook h8,
Rook h8,
knight d4,
d4.
and rook c8. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And now
Rook c7,
The,
knight
the
b5.
knight is trapped no, because c6 is handed
Yeah.
and then b pawn. Yeah, okay, I played here. Okay, that was a kind of a time trouble. Yeah, but that is like a study. That is so difficult.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
find.
of course.
But that is not that clear at all. Yeah, no, okay.
Now
Oh,
he has
yeah,
to give
yeah.
another check.
Of course, he allowed me to sacrifice the rook back, and then to gain some kind of stability. Of course, the more clear the setup is, the better for black. So he needs to play knight fd4 first, and then knight c5,
And then
getting rid of this positional sacrifice.
Oh, then he.
And that is a fight for 3 results, right?
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
human perspective,
It
because
would
this
be-
passing pawns from bishops.
yeah.
Okay, the material is not enough here.
So
yeah?
you were probably very happy to see knight takes c5 because after rook f1.
Yeah, after rook f1, I thought I'm immediately winning. Yeah, but
just
that
took
is
it.
not. Yeah, but still, that is a change up. Yeah, then I calculated the pounds on the board. That was 4-4. Then I calculated killed near the board. That was 4-4. So,
And I think now it's easy.
but okay, yes.
And
Yeah.
you managed to convert
Equal number
it.
of pounds, blockade, everything is under total control. So.
Huge
And-
win
and
for you.
A huge result here. Divya won, a smile on her face. She has won her game. That's a great result for Team India. But Anton, a huge result. What does this mean for Ukraine, this victory over USA?
Okay, we are back in the game. You know, for that kind of teams, how to say about Ukraine, not strong enough to play every day like a challenge. Sometimes it is better not to win and to play somewhere starting for 10th board and then in the final to show, yeah. But okay, now we cannot meet, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Now you are going to meet tough
and-
teams every
yeah,
round.
yeah. It seems to me that we will be suffering till the very end. Yeah. Chess is not for everyone. Yeah, very cruel universe. Constant fight for survival.
But you have been in it for so many years and we've enjoyed your game so thoroughly. And I think today this would be one of the high points of your journey, right, at the Olympiads.
Yeah, okay, the game to be proud of. Yeah, that's for sure.
Beautiful. Guys, big thank you to Anton
Thank you.
for coming here. And Anton OP in the chat, we have a lot of people following this. Thank you so much.
Hello, guys.
for coming.
Thanks for following. Yeah, I'm completely exhausted. It's time to
Yes,
go to
yes,
the bus.
yes. Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot. I'll
Thank
take
you.
you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
I'll show you how to.
Hope to see you again.
Yes. Guys, that was Anton Korobov here showing us his beautiful win. One of the finest players from Ukraine. At some point, his rating was well beyond 2,700. Today, beating Ray Robson. And meanwhile, while we were going through this, Divya actually managed to beat Mitra. Because we saw knight takes h7, king g7. We thought, oh my god, is Divya actually messing this up? But then something truly unbelievable happened. Here, instead of playing king h6, which was very important move, and in fact, we analyzed this before Anton came, that queen h5 check, king g8, and now a very important move, rook c1. But Divya first repeated, checked, and then played it. And this is beautiful because although black has an extra pawn, there's no way to stop this. And Divya has also stopped queen f3. And now she played rook c7, hoping for Divya to chop this off because then queen f1 would be a mate. But Divya, of course, played an intermezzo, a check there, and then king g7, and then took it. And with this, she scored the win. 3.5 for Team India in the women's section. This is huge against France. This just shows that actually it's not over until it's over. Anything can happen in this tournament. And now it's time to shift our attention to our boys. Gukesh against Alexandr Predke. It's a big fight. It's a massive fight. It's also something that we are going to enjoy now to see how Gukesh grinds in such positions. Rook b1 played by Alexandr Predke. His idea is to play b3 here. Alexander wants to open up a front because he sees that Gukesh is very strong on these files. And let's see what Gukesh does next now. If we can have it on the full screen, bring Divya. I think today Divya might be very tired, guys. It's better if she relaxes for her next round. She's played a long game filled with a lot of emotions, and I think going over it might be a bit too much. Mitra made an error. You missed the whole critical match. Harshvardhan Singh says, guys, it happens sometimes. We get a beautiful guest in our studio, and sometimes we miss some critical moments, but we also gain something to get to know such a phenomenal result that happened Ukraine versus USA. I hope you guys got something out of that interview. Vidit beat Predke to win the. Yes, he did beat Predke in the last round of the Grand Swiss. Correct. Mudit Goel says, what a moment to have Anton Korovo with us. Absolutely. It was really. I think Harshit Bhai should be really given a pat on the back for getting him here, because I have never actually had Korobov in the live stream. So, really, it was wonderful to get him here. Meanwhile, Gukesh is thinking about his move. He's planning what to do. And we have Sheshank Shekhar, who's contributed 20 Chess Base India memberships. That's so beautiful, guys. Thank you all who are contributing. In the last, we launched our memberships in December 2020 on this channel. And since that day, we've always mentioned that every single penny of that will go to the players. And it has been that way. And then we were thinking sometimes, we would collect 50,000, 60,000 rupees a month, and then it would be a little too less for some player. It would maybe be for one tournament and so on. And we thought, why not collect it for the full year, and then have, like, let's say if we collected 14 lakh rupees or 15 lakh, there'll be 15 laptops which we can give to talents. And this we did a few months ago, for the last 2 years of memberships, and we gave 14 players laptops. So thank you all for your support. And meanwhile, Gukesh goes knight f6, his opponent goes king h3, and then knight e8 played. Okay, interesting. Gukesh maybe wants to put his knight to d6, from where it can go to f5 or even c4 to get rid of this knight. Vidit is winning, they say. What? Vidit is winning? Oh my god. Should I go there? 1 second. Oh, Vidit Gujrathi has a great position. Guys, let's have a look at Vidit's game. Oh my god. We left it at when his opponent played Rook D. No, when did we leave Rook D5 here? And Vidit played Rook F4 check. Okay, King E6 check. King E7, Rook H6, King F7, King H3, Rook G5, G3. Hole, hole. Hole, hole. Guys, Bishop F3 is a bad move. Why? Why is this a bad move? Jagdeep Singh says, where are Harshit and Amruta? Guys, I am telling you, the playing hall is like a black hole. It sucks you. Once you go down there, so many things are happening. You can't come back easily. So I think they must be covering something there. Yes, Rook F6 check, and you lose this bishop. That's the main point. So Rook D5 played here, and then King H4, Rook D1, and this is the moment. H5. How is this winning? Guys, the main problem is that if you played ever f4 in such a position, then the bishop would come here and defend this, right? But then the bishop controls this and this. Somehow Vidit will then get his pawn up, king in, rook down, pawn push with the bishop and rook. He will create this kind of 3-4 member team which will keep going downwards and win. And Amruta coming down here. Amruta chat is asking, where is Amruta? Where is Harshit? What has happened? What happened?
Exactly. I saw her shit down, so I thought I'll come up over here.
No problem. But how are things down there?
A lot of games have been over. Uzbek lost.
Lost, yeah.
Big
Huge,
result.
huge. No, I saw that.
Absolutely shocking.
USA lost,
USA
Uzbekistan lost,
lost.
China won. China just about made it against Armenia.
Right.
Yu Yangi beat Sargisian.
And I can tell you,
no.
Gukesh is playing, Vidit is playing,
Yeah, sure, because their game is going
David
on.
Howell is playing,
but
Peter
Amruta,
Leko is playing.
I can tell you, my feeling is that both of them will win. Look
Vidit
at
will
Vidit.
win?
Look at Vidit's focus here. He is wanting to convert this at all costs. It's more about, Vidit. I think Vidit really gets inspired by these youngsters. This is what has, guys, it's a very interesting thing, this Indian chess, if you look at it. If you look at Vidit as someone who's like been at the top, seeing these youngsters rising, he could have actually felt a little low about it, that, oh, there are so many people coming up. But he chose to learn from them. And I think he's kind of revived himself. And even here, you can see that on board number 4, he sees that, okay, he draws, Gukesh is winning. It's fine, Indian team will do. But he's fighting. He's like, let's grind. Let's grind.
Wonderfully said, and actually that is what must be happening. Everyone's 18, 19, 22, whatever. He would be feeling like as good as 20 years old, Sagar.
Could be.
Right
could
now.
Be. By the way, Himang Ghosh and the move f4 has been played here by Vidit. Good move by him. With his king coming in and the rook and the bishop, he's actually going forward. Himang says 50 years ago, 40-year-old Ivanchuk announced his retirement from chess after losing to 16-year-old Wesley So in 2009 World Cup. Poetic justice today as Chucky beats So.
What a nice fact, Himang.
Himang Bhai is our guys. He is the one who manages the social media for ChessBase India. But clearly, the guy loves chess so much. He has so much knowledge. And thank you, Himang Bhai, for bringing this beautiful thing up. If we meet Ivanchuk, we will ask him about this.
Absolutely. I'm so it's so interesting. The matchups seems interesting. It's not so often, right, that this happens. And then we have the game, Sagar. You will have to analyze it. You will have to do the commentary. You will be getting some sleepless nights. Today, so many knights were really the ones who created the final checkmate situations. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely, Amruta. It's very interesting.
More the games become interesting, the less sleep you're gonna get.
Yes. No, as Korobo rightly pointed out, he said the good thing is we beat USA, but now not the bad thing, but the thing that will happen is we will now face tough opponents every round. It's a challenge we have to take, and I think it's the same for us. As we come here, it's a challenge we have to take, that we have to cover this event better and better, because that's what people want back home. They want to look, they want to root for the country, and they want to root for the players. So right now, King G5 by Vidit, moving ahead with his king.
What I like about this opposite colored bishop is also the fact that black king is really weak without any shelter, and
No,
that is an extra thing, an icing on
may
the
not
cake.
get mated, but I think this F pawn will queen.
Yeah, sometimes it's just about the pressure. You just keep feeling the pressure for such a long time that you just want to get out of it.
Correct. So Amruta, maybe with it we can come back. Let's go to Gukesh's game, because Gukesh is really pressing here against Alexander Predke, and oh my god, he's now has a winning
17
position.
seconds.
Because what happened was, after Rook G1, he played his knight here. The position was around equal, but Predke went for a wrong plan. He played Rook E2, and now Gukesh went knight C4.
Rook endgame. This is
Once again,
better.
is he played
Can you
knight
explain?
C4? Can we go full screen on Gukesh board? Because I think the time pressure for Gukesh is quite a bit, right? Right now, he's. Can we go full screen, directors up?
And also, you will have to explain, Sagar, how come a double rook endgame, which usually is drawish?
Because Amruta, right now, if you look after, let's say, a move like knight c4, if you take here, I'm not recapturing immediately. I can also think about this, but then there's king g2. So let's say I take, and now this pawn is very difficult to defend. How do you defend?
King G2, then what's the plan?
King G2, and then I can defend first my pawn. Next, I will come here and try to threaten here. H3 is also there.
Your rook on G4 is actually, just look at that. The way the pawns are dominating that rook.
Oh, he
Insane.
plays knight c4. It's the best move here.
Wow.
And you know, Amruta, what I'm enjoying about Gukesh, by the way, guys, Gukesh is asking the arbiter for a new
Score
score
sheet.
sheet. He's down to 42 seconds. So he needs to be very careful because there will be no further time added to his clock. It will all be on 30-second increment for him. Every move he gets 30 seconds more. King G2 played by Predke. And Amruta, the thing about Gukesh, which I'm really enjoying, is that this is the quality of play he needs to show if he wants to become a world champion. And I think he's rising up to the occasion. He's actually saying, yes, it's not about just me, playing for Indian team or something. I need to become a better player if I have to beat Ding.
Completely true. And also, first board in Olympiad is never easy. Like, that has such a huge pressure
Yes.
to sustain,
But
to
if you,
beat.
Amruta, if you have won the candidates already, you have faced a lot of pressure.
I know. Vishy has carried that torch for, so many years. And now we can actually feel what Vishy must have gone through while all those years playing for the top board.
Yes, absolutely. So right now, Amruta, Santosh Nene ji has said, Sagar Bhai and Amruta, entire nation is supporting Team India and they are delivering to expectations. Well, 4 days, that's true. Would be happy if you try and get more GMs to analyze Indian team's performances. Interesting.
Lovely.
Oh, that means in the commentary, we can have more people.
We can
join
have,
in.
yeah, if they are
I
okay
think
with,
from tomorrow-
like it can be anybody who finishes the game. We find
No,
him
no,
there.
no.
That way?
From home, we can get them on the call. No, on VMix, we can ask them to join. We can have maybe some strong. Our good friend Surya Ganguly can join us.
Good idea.
And so many more.
Because
people.
now things are a bit settled, right? Like first 2-3 days were a little bit difficult trying to figure out many
Yeah.
of the things, but now things have settled, so it's possible.
Okay. By the way, King D6. And you can see there.
Even Peter Lecco is playing.
Oh, can we have
And David
can
Howell
we
as
can
well.
we have a director sub? If you can set up second link, second board camera of Lecco and Lodici, we would like to see in between because to see Peter Lecco playing,
Absolutely.
it's amazing.
Today we
He
have
has-
all the cameras everywhere.
Wow, kya baat hai. Actually, we should also really give a big shout out to our another team member here, Aditya Sur Roy, who's been on the ground putting up lot of content.
He's done some amazing work today. Amazing clips he's got. Like it's gonna be fun, guys. Watch out for the YouTube channel with so many behind the scenes you'll be
Yes,
getting.
absolutely. Amruta, now Rook F7 played, trying to put pressure here on this pawn.
As you had mentioned. Okay,
Do you
Rook
think,
G5.
do you
if
think
at all.
that knight can jump here and put pressure on this pawn here? This would be maybe, I don't know what Gukesh has in mind. Maybe he wants to just take and create a chaos somehow. I don't know.
Oh yeah, because it looks like a mating net. 1 second. If you take knight e3 is a big threat.
Yeah.
And your rook cannot go anywhere, which
Maybe
means your
take-
king has. Oh yeah, it can just take. But is
I
there
don't
no
know.
mating that somehow with Ivanchuk with two rooks and knight today he created a mating attack, and that's what the feeling is.
Oh, we have Peter Lecco here on the screen, guys. The legend here, who's well known for his chess commentary, but he is in big trouble. He is actually losing completely against Lorenzo Lodici. Oh my goodness. Lorenzo having the tournament of his lifetime here. He has managed to beat Anish Giri yesterday. Today getting the better of Peter Lecco.
Unbelievable. Like you can win one game, but back to back, you're beating these most experienced players.
I think few more moves have happened here.
How
Knight
old
D6
is Lodici?
takes, Rook takes. He's, I think he's quite young, Amruta. And I can actually flex a bit because I had beaten him once
When?
at Trieste Open.
Ah, really?
Yes,
In
but now I
Italy.
think he's become too strong. Maybe I would never.
Now you just keep reminding him that you've beaten him in Trieste. VD winning. Yes, that's it. I think maybe it's moved to clearer version of winning.
Let's go to Vidit's board very quickly and see what's happening there. And Vidit is actually slowly and steadily grinding this.
Okay, Rook H2 right now is played. F2 is attacked.
I think Bishop F2 played here, and now I think Ivic will play Rook H2. Gukesh made a mistake. I guess so. Yeah, he has very little time, so he might go wrong there. Okay, Rook H2. And now he's attacking the bishop, Amruta, and also the pawn here.
So then you double defend with Bishop D4.
You can defend
But
it.
then Rook G2
He will
and you
try to
attack.
attack here, but you
Yes.
know what you can do here?
Bishop.
You can come here, and the point is, if you try to
No,
play
Rook
Rook
B2.
G2, if you try to win this pawn, for example,
Useless.
I will use my king and the rook and somehow try to weave some kind of an attack
Mating
and
net.
use the f pawn. It's
It looks
perhaps
scary.
not easy.
I agree, but it looks scary. So Rook G2 makes more sense.
But Amruta, both players down to 1.5 minutes on the
We
clock.
have to stick
And
to this
Gukesh,
game.
by
Full
the way,
screen.
Director Saab pointing us to Gukesh's game. Here right now, we have Rook H4 done. Rook G8 is played by Gukesh and Knight F4 on the board. Now Gukesh has to find an amazing move here, Amruta. Can you guys in the chat find it? It's a very
E5.
difficult move. Yes, E5. Winning
Force
this.
take.
Take Knight E5.
And now where does the king go? Only
It's
F2 or
actually very
E3.
tough to calculate this in the fifth hour of play. It's not at all easy.
I think Gukesh
King
will
F,
find it.
there is Knight G6, and if you play somewhere else, no, he goes Rook G1. He doesn't find E5, but it's also the second best move, perhaps. I think yes, Rook G1 was the second best move. 4 pawns each per side, Amruta. Gukesh has a knight and 4 pawns and 2 rooks. Alexander Predke has rook knight, 2 rooks, knight, and 4 pawns. So it's equal material. The only difference is that this knight is way superior than this knight, and the pawn is weak. Another upset in the making. Japan's strongest CM, says Mayur Gondarekar. Tran 2 completely winning against GM Kozak. Oh, wow.
Kozak is very strong. This is
Yesterday
a
he was
very
playing
good
on
result.
board 1 against Gukesh. So great result. Mayur, of course, from Japan. And he's been sending us many reports from Japan's chess. And now nice to see that the chess in Japan is growing. Guys, today massive day in this Olympiad, a huge day, because the top seeds USA lost, the defending champions Uzbekistan lost, and now India is actually going to perhaps try and make it 3.5-half. They did it in the women.
But this one is not so easy, Sagar, because the players are fighting hard, and it's also towards the end of the day.
Yeah.
The stamina, the other factors are going to be
Matter a
seen.
lot. That's going to matter a lot.
But for
Meanwhile,
Gukesh's World Championship games are going to be much longer than
Yes.
these. So that's why these actually become shorter games.
you know, guys, have you ever the way in which you know how tiring these games are is if you have ever written an examination which has lasted for more than 3 hours. Sometimes when you are thinking, writing, trying to remember and all of that, you know that you feel tired, like physically exhausted. And sometimes that's the thing that these players face, which is why it is said that you need to be physically fit. You need to continue doing your exercises, and it helps that Gukesh is just 18 years old.
Absolutely. And imagine that you are writing this exam 2 in a row, like back to back, 6 hours of exam.
Yeah.
CA exam. Would you have managed to write that, Sagar?
I
For
don't
6
know.
hours.
I'm not so sure, Amruta, if I would be managing to do anything of all of that.
And I think for Vidit, yeah, it does seem to be much clearer for him. No tension wala situation at all.
Guys, we have all the scores updated on the screen. Everything is fine. And Amruta, we have had 1586 believers today. 25 people have contributed. We started with
Brilliant.
1561, and now we have so many. Pawan Kumar donated 100. I am Machu has contributed 100. Aditya 1001. Thank you all.
Imocha.
Imocha ji, yeah, I read his
Oh,
name.
wonderful. Thank you. Very experienced player from Northeast. Okay, Rook G1. What's the threat, Sagar? Is it Rook F1 check? There is King G3 then. So not really. Maybe
I
it's
think
still
one of the
E5.
threats is to go and chop this pawn on B2, no?
But what about I can't go Rook H8 with the same idea of going Rook B8 because then Rook F1 would land up
Then
in
I
a
would win this piece.
correct. So not Rook H8. That Rook is
We have
tied
a
down.
guest? Oh, we have the man of the moment, the man of the tournament, in fact. The guy who's actually Super GM Slayer. The one and only Lorenzo Lodici is here from Italy.
Thank you.
Hello, Lorenzo. Yes, your team today lost, but you beat Anish yesterday. Today you beat Peter Lecco.
It's going good. Yes, I mean I couldn't imagine better. So yeah,
Is it like perhaps the two biggest results of your career?
they are. They are. Yeah. Okay, I have a draw with black with Ding a couple of years ago, but yeah, wins no one so strong. Yeah, I have to say. Yeah.
And also, I believe your win against Anish yesterday was really special because this E5 move just completely turned the game around. Even a super GM like Anish couldn't understand perhaps the power of that move.
Yeah, it was very strange. I mean, probably he got in his head. Yeah, because he saw I was in preparation and he kind of got, I don't know if scared or something, but yeah. It was really also really quick yesterday. Yeah, not many words I have to say, but yeah,
It's amazing, Lorenzo. Can we look at a critical moment from today's
sure.
game where you think you made a very good decision? Which point would it be?
Okay, the opening was kind of okay, same strategy as yesterday, so going for big mess and
Big mess, yeah, that's
yeah,
the strategy.
yeah. I mean, because they are very good and they are very theoretical, so I have to try and do something different.
But when you go for a big mess, don't you feel like they will also somehow outplay you in that, or how do you think?
Yeah, I hope not. I mean, I'm younger. It's always also where I played better, I think, in complex positions. So I feel confident, at least to try. Yeah, at least to try. Let's say. Yeah, here is already better. I think that for him the critical moment was here. Okay, knight f6 makes sense to me. Knight f2, but here he made g4, which is kind of bad because if you fix the structure, as in the game, g4 h4, yeah, you can only be worse with black. Yeah, because okay, you have this bishop on a7 really strong, clear, but apart from that, the other pieces are kind of not playing, and the king will be always weak. So yeah, I have a little bit less space, but it doesn't matter here. It just just slowly. I think I played kind of well here. Okay, I took this. Yeah, he had to give me the bishop, and I also like f3 as a
Oh yeah,
decision.
and opening the position, yeah.
Yeah, I thought I had to be quick, otherwise nothing was. And this knight f6 here it was. I think it's very nice because knight c4, yeah, knight g4, and maybe yeah, you see this knight on g4, you think black is okay, but no, because he will still be permanently weak. Yeah, so I just queen e2, bishop
Oh,
e1.
bishop e1, knight e3. Nice
Yeah.
maneuver.
Yeah. And here, okay, yes, here is kind of more lost than I thought, but okay. Bishop e2, yeah.
This is beautiful. Now you're just actually his king is weak. No?
Yeah, always. But
Material is equal, but this king is quite weak, yeah.
yeah, and it will be always very, very, very difficult for him. That's kind of the whole point of the setup of this setup with bishop g5 that they're playing now. Uh,
And
Oh,
you
you
brought
brought
your
the king.
up. Yeah, this is like maybe you are making this kind of immortal king walk.
It would have been nice, but luckily, no, we only changed queens and the queen stopped there. Yeah.
Yeah, but even to win this endgame against Peter Leko is not easy. Yeah, but
Yeah, no, okay. Here I made a very stupid mistake because I was very nervous. Yeah, instead of king f3, 2 moves before, yeah. Here I was extremely nervous, and I didn't wanna get my clock down to 0, which is
Because you're on
time
idiotic.
pressure. Yeah.
yes, totally idiotic. But I was scared that something could happen, so I played king f3 immediately. But if I go a4, this is winning more easy, kind of easy. It's kind of easy, let's say, because I don't get the pawns fixed, and yeah. And here I'm not. Okay, here is okay.
Yeah,
okay.
G5 was very nice.
Yeah.
No, I think this conversion was very smooth. Yeah, Sagar bhai.
Okay.
Beautiful, actually. As we rightly you pointed out that beating Peter Leko
Yeah,
in such an endgame is never easy.
Yeah, it's very solid.
I was not sure at all.
Oh,
what
Rook D3
going
was
on,
a
yeah.
big mistake apparently.
H1. Okay, wow.
Yeah, but this E5 and then the E pawn progressed.
No,
Oh, and the
from
king.
there, yeah, from there I think I played well. I also gave this check on
Oh,
J.
and this was after this B3 move was just cementing the pawns.
Yeah.
Cemento, as Peter Leko himself would say.
Bellissimo, as they say in Italian.
I'll take that, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and actually the game ended here. So congratulations, Lorenzo.
Thank you.
This is really cool. Yesterday, by the way, just before we talk on this, a small update on the Gukesh game that's going on. What are your thoughts here? It's actually under time pressure. Gukesh played King C5 here. No, it's here somewhere. Rook H2 played. This is the live board.
I was okay, of course. Okay, the game was incredible. I think it was really smooth from the start.
For black, yeah.
Yes, really, really.
You are following Gukesh's game also.
Oh, I mean, of course. I mean, it's a kind of. Yeah, it was very interesting. I mean, very, very interesting. This is Karo Khan with the structure, double structure. Yeah,
And
yeah.
he decided to change queens, yeah, and now
Yes,
we have this position. Do you think black has like good winning chances?
Amruta,
Uh,
you can continue.
Yeah.
I would be like, I would not be sure at all during the game because I mean, you gave up your pawn up
But maybe the king and the rook are very weak, yeah?
yeah, maybe you cannot even.
King c5 was played and then he played rook h5.
Yeah, maybe the king will not escape. Will never escape. Yeah, will always be there
And the knight on g2 is
yeah.
moved.
That's a terrible piece. Yeah, that's really a terrible piece.
Oh, it's like 20 seconds. I don't know, but there are some drawing chances. I mean, if somehow white gets king h2 and trades the knight, I think that there is good drawing chances. But he played king c6 back.
Okay.
It's a little surprising.
He is up on time or on?
No, it's like they're both on 45 seconds, so they have no time basically.
Okay. Well, in this position, you triangulate often, yeah. You know that it's not going to matter the move.
Yeah, to gain some time on the clock. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe he just wants to, and he's about to make a move. I think he went. Yeah, it's like when you have 10 seconds, you just cannot calculate anything. You just move something.
You move and you wait. Yeah, what to do?
Rook h8 played.
Here, knight d6 starts to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it's some
yes.
knight d6 and knight e4.
It's actually such a simplified position.
Yet there are so many.
But just the activity of Gukesh's pieces.
Yeah. No, I would not say that this is winning for black so quick, so easily. Let's say,
Yeah.
But maybe it just is. Yeah, maybe just really good with this king and the pieces.
Also, it's very nice to see how focused Gukesh is in this almost sixth hour of play.
It's not easy.
I know that we have passed
He
6
played rook
hours
b1.
of stream, Harshit bhai, because the card got full. It can only be lasting for 6
6
hours.
yeah.
Yeah, Gukesh is always impressive because he doesn't even move. Yeah.
Yeah.
He stays still.
He's very calm.
How's your performance of the team? Yesterday, you had a big upset beating the
Netherlands, yeah.
Dutch team.
I had one question, which maybe is a good one to ask you. How much do you think has been the influence of Vanvelli being the coach of the team on that victory?
Well, in hindsight, a lot, of course, because he decided to take off Focatura on first and put me.
Oh wow,
And,
that's a big change.
Yeah. He thought I would
You
try
would
to do
just
something.
go all out.
Yeah, exactly, which is kind of what I tried to do, and okay, it worked out in the end. So it was very important in hindsight, but it's always easy after the game.
Yeah.
Because before the match, it's a tough decision, of course. But yeah, and okay, also we know. Look, okay, it's already, I think, 4 years that we have Vanvelli as a coach. So
Yeah.
he knows us pretty well, and it's I mean,
He's taken a pawn now, but
I think here what has happened is because of taking this pawn. Oh, he gives a
Rook
check.
C8 check.
Because if he had taken here, knight takes, and somehow bringing the knight here, white
not
would have
easy.
coordinated.
Yeah, but not that easy to find out. I
Not
think
easy,
with
not
little time on the clock, he goes Rook C8 check, but I think there is good chances for Gukesh to win.
Still, yes, there might be some chances. And Lorenzo, when you came to this tournament, what was your expectations from this event?
okay, it was first time that I got second board of the team, so that was already kind of huge for me. So I just wanted honestly to play good. And okay, of course, you always have to think and go for the stars. And the goal was and still is pretty high. But okay, it's a long tournament, so
Sure.
let's see.
Yeah.
It's 7 more rounds, and I
Yeah.
really want you to keep doing well.
Yes.
Because then I can always keep reminding people that once upon a time I beat you. So that then you beat the entire world, and then I'm like, okay, fine, that is great.
Yeah, still 1-0, still 1-0. Yes,
It will always remain because I'll never play again.
No, we still believe you. You will try to go for the title. Yeah, everyone knows that sooner or later. Yeah. No, but yeah.
But Lorenzo, it's been a long day for you. Thank you
Yes,
so
thanks
much
a lot for joining.
coming.
For you.
And
Don't
congrats
worry.
as well
Thank
again.
you, Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming.
Bye.
And I wish you good luck to Team Italy. Today, your team did not win, but also I'm sure that they will come back. I really love all the members, especially Daniel Vocaturo, very good friend. And I hope you guys do well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you both. Actually, yeah.
Yes.
See you.
Ciao.
See you,
Bye.
Lorenzo. Bye. Oh, Harshit Bhai, the two rooks have come on the bottom rank. King C6 is in the air. Will Gukesh manage to convert this into a win? Because Alexander Predke somehow
Rook
is...
E8 played. I think this is shifting closer and closer for a Gukesh win. Has Vidit already won, or is he still playing?
Let's go to Vidit's
He's
game.
completely winning.
Oh,
Completely
VD
winning.
Bhai.
VD OP, guys.
Guys, can we look at VD's camera director Saab? Whoa, Vidit Bhai, I saw matlab
Technician.
How
Like,
I-
what a technical game
Thaka
today.
nahi,
Maza
thaka
aa
nahi,
gaya.
bhai,
yaar. And
Vidit Bhai going to the
already,
distance.
when he got the opposite colored positions, Agarba, I knew that it's going to be a very tough task for Ivic to hold, because Vidit is such a sound technical player that
Bhai, I was thinking Vidit might be like a little tired. No, I mean playing for so many hours, but he's shown that he's not 30 years old.
Arey Sagar
Playing
bhai,
like 18-year-old. Vidit Bhai.
too good.
Yes,
And the
this-
whole Indian team actually has shown great amount of fighting spirit today.
Yeah, true.
Because even, I mean, Vidit could say that we are winning the match and just agree for a draw or something, but they keep on fighting, they keep on trying to play for a win.
True. And Harshit Bhai, you have done an amazing performance today, bringing in two beautiful guests to the live stream.
Thank you.
Anton Korobov and Lorenzo Lodici.
Yes,
And I'm so glad that people got to know these two big stars.
very nice players, but more importantly, very nice people as well, Sagar bhai.
Yes. And going back to Gukesh now. Gukesh, after Rook, we saw till King C6, Rook D8.
तबला टूटी गया छे सागर भाई.
But
The
where
pawns
is
have
the-
fallen. The
where
rook
is
is coming to
rook
b3. a3 is falling.
Rook a2, he played rook a8, and now Guki is thinking whether he should take the pawn or not.
Guki, I mean, I don't think it should just be in like video edits that he has like some sort of lasers in his eyes, because it really does, Sagar bhai. It really does. The way he scans the position and always tries to find the best move, putting his opponent under pressure, has just been phenomenal to watch.
Puneet 26K says, I want to sleep to get up early tomorrow morning, but I cannot stop watching this game, guys. This is the magic of Guki.
Knight e2 and 2 pawns up, and now just Sagar bhai, it's time to do pushing p. b4.
By the way, I don't want this knight to go away anywhere. It's keeping my king safe.
Yes.
So b4 is beautiful because keeping the knight and the rook defends the knight. If you give me a check here, I come up. Looks good.
Looks amazing, Sagar bhai.
Oh, but we have to be careful of knight d4 check, Harshit bhai.
We have to be careful, but this knight d6, as you mentioned, is such a nice defender, covering the precious c8 square.
Bye. Very quickly.
Vidit has
OP.
won.
Can we go to Vidit's game, guys? Vidit game, rook h8, final moment, rook h8. Vidit has pushed his pawn to f7,
And
rook f8, and now this is the moment, yes? Or is it the opponent's move? Rook f8, he plays.
time for a sweep.
Vidit going in with his king now. He's going to move king f6,
g6,
king, and he moves it in. Vidit bhai is on course to victory after 5.5 hours of grinding.
And
There
there's
you
the
have it.
handshake, Sagar bhai. Vidit has
Gujrathi
won.
wins, sealing India's victory. Very
Sealing
important.
India's victory.
Because just in case something happens to Gukesh, we
Yes,
still win.
nothing will happen to Gukesh. Gukesh is completely winning as well.
Let's go to Gukesh's game now.
Arre Sagar bhai, he has munched another
Arre
pawn.
bhai,
It
bhai,
seems
bhai,
as if he really likes munching opponent's pawns, because he's 3 pawns up.
Bhai, Gukesh was same pawn the dono ke.
It's like some magic, Sagar bhai. The 3 pawns just went away. They just left the chat.
Gukesh really enjoying these because he's not eaten for a long time. Hungry.
Sagar bhai, incredible performance by Gukesh, trying to fill his desires, if not in his stomach, then at least on the board.
True.
सागर भाई क्या परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा है यार इंडियन टीम का.
Very nice. Actually, they are motivated, and I think Harshit bhai, I'm telling you, it's the Olympiad. I agree, but they are all individually motivated to play their best chess.
Exactly.
Not just for the Olympiad.
Exactly.
But about their rating and about their own play and I think that is what is egging them on, right?
Yeah.
Beyond the just things that we need to win the gold. We need to become better chess players, guys. Any youngsters watching this, keep this in mind. These players don't just want to win this tournament, they want to become better players.
Need to have continual improvement in the journey, Sagar bhai. Gukesh, even after this game, I'm sure is going to analyze this game, know what he could have improved on, and that's the quality of a top player, to try and learn everything from a game.
True, absolutely true. And there you have it, knight c1, Harshit bhai mentioned all 3 pawns munched up, nicely digested, and you can see Predke is like...
Sagar bhai, you see that sigh that he gave?
Yeah.
That's a sigh of a sad man, because Gukesh has just kept on putting the pressure on him, and finally at some point
I think very soon he's going to resign here, Harshit bhai. King c4, there's nothing much to play for, and
the resignation wins. What a game.
Whoa,
3.5 against a mighty Serbian team.
What a victory,
guys,
for Team India.
Monstrous performance by Gukesh.
This is simply amazing, guys. Gukesh won,
Vidit won, Arjun won, and Prag drew
3.5.
अरे सागर भाई आज क्या है?
आज तो बहुत बड़ा डांस कर रहा है.
अरे आज तो what a insane performance.
By Harshit bhai, I'm banking on you for good steps.
अरे how will I know some steps? Amruta, do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, Harshit bhai, you are bringing in CU,
Bhai, I know. There is one step that I know.
Garba Garba?
No. It's
No.
like we come like this, and then we do this. Did we do this yesterday?
No, we did this yesterday.
This. So we have to hit like the chest.
अरे
समझा भाई?
क्या करना है?
भाई ऐसा आने का ऐसा and then hit the chest.
Whose chest?
अरे एक दूसरे का. अरे यार क्या?
Okay.
Ready?
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
ऐसा नहीं भाई एक ऐसे.
Okay.
ऐसे. Okay. Ready?
1, 2, 3.
Arjun bhai, you're 2 feet, man.
What an amazing performance, यार. मजा आ गया सागर भाई.
Guys, 3.5 victory for
Both.
men and women. 7 out of 8. We win against Serbia and France, 2 strong teams actually.
सागर भाई कंप्लेन मत कर देना
भाई,
पुलिस
दुख
को.
But both, you are very strong, bhai.
अरे क्या एक्टिंग सागर भाई.
अरे सच्ची भाई. So guys, even if you don't enjoy following chess, do join us to witness our dance moves from tomorrow, because every time Team India wins, we have to do one dance move.
Done.
And Harshit bhai, we are seeing that Team India may be on the leaderboard in both sections
Both
now.
sections, and guys, this is what we need to focus on from now to keep the lead. It's very important, Sagar bhai, that once you get into the leaderboard, to not get too relaxed and start making a quick draws. We need to keep fighting. But of course, the draw by Prague today, very smart,
very good in hindsight.
very smart by him to offer a draw with the white pieces. And in the women's section, we had a draw by
Vaishali, who was
under pressure. So both draws by the brother and sisters, actually, if you think about it.
Nice.
Amazing calculation there by the both brothers and sisters. And this was round 4, guys, from the Indian team. Super performance. A lot of you joined in with your support. We had even guests today.
We had 16,000 people who are still
watching. And guys,
it is 12 o'clock in India right now.
Super.
Guys, thank you all for your support. And we had many people who supported us in many different ways. Thank you all for this. Every stream is like a journey in itself.
Of course.
And it's very enjoyable. I must say, Arjun Erigaisi as one of the key players of the team, because his victory sort of set up the momentum for Gukesh and Vidit to play without pressure. Because they knew that we have 1 point here and 2 draws are going to be okay.
Exactly.
And on the other hand, I would definitely give a big shout out to Tania.
Yes.
On the last board for converting that position.
Exactly. Everyone, Divya and Harika, both
and
of
Harika
them
coming back from a loss yesterday.
And Divya not letting the losing position get to her psychologically, keep the fighting mode on and finding some amazing knight E2, knight D2, knight E4 ideas to secure the win.
Yes, knight D2, I think the move of the day today.
Move of the day.
Yeah, because that she found. And actually Divya Deshmukh is this kind of a fighter. No, she's like, jo bhi ho jaye, khelenge.
Sagar bhai, Kal and everyone from the chat, we are going to play some big team tomorrow. The pairings are going to come out soon, Sagar bhai.
We will make a separate video on this and we will put it up. Harshit bhai, I think China-India might happen sooner than what one could imagine.
India versus China, agar wo match hua, to we are going to be on our toes the whole day.
Yes. So let's just quickly wrap up this. Ukraine beat USA.
Insane upset.
Hungary beat Italy. Normal result. India beat Serbia. As expected.
China beat Armenia. Yes. But another big upset was Vietnam beat Uzbekistan. Guys, kuch bhi ho sakta hai. Isliye even India beating Serbia was not at all something that we could take for granted.
But Poland has also beaten Lithuania.
Yeah.
So Poland with Duda and Wojtaszek is a strong team.
For sure.
I think these were the main results.
Yep.
And in the women's section, India beat France. What about Denmark and Hungary on board 2? I think in women's board, we haven't followed the other matches so deeply.
Yeah.
But, I think board Gal Zoska won. Hong Tang Trang won. Oh my God, Hungary won.
Yeah, Hungary beat Denmark.
Hungary beat Denmark. and China won 4-0. My God, this
The Chinese team is
guys,
very dangerous.
Women's chess में China's top 4 women players are not playing. Ho Yifan, Zhu Wenjun, Lei Tingyi, and Tan Zhongyi. But
They still have a very
they are the
dangerous
second team, that is the B team, is winning 4-0. They just beat right now England.
Insane. Sagar bhai, I'm going to take rest to prepare myself for a very exciting day tomorrow.
हाँ भाई.
क्या ही मजा आ गया सागर भाई.
भाई बहुत मजा आया हर्षित
Too
भाई.
good.
Guys, Harshit OP हो जाए in
अरे,
the chat.
thank you, guys.
And some mods, if they can just put Harshit भाई का Instagram link है ना
अरे,
Harshit
thank
भाई.
you. That would be great.
हर्षित भाई 6969 पहुंचना है.
अरे अभी तो कल 6-9 फिर बाद में और गोल्स है भाई सागर भाई. इंडिया इज गोइंग टू प्ले चाइना टुमारो, बट देन वी आल्सो हैव बिगर गेम्स.
China tomorrow भाई.
Maybe. Anyways, guys, thanks a lot for joining today. I am signing off, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you, bye. Guys, thank you all for tuning in. A couple of announcements that I want to make is about the Help Chess Foundation. You guys have supported it immensely. Today, we started off it with 1,561 believers, and we are ending it at 1,586 believers. We will play a small video at the end. So thank you all 25 people for contributing. We have a link in the chat in the description, which we are going to put where the amounts are updated every day. One more thing which I want to tell you about is our dear friend Ankit Rajpara, who is a grandmaster who has his own website called Chess Neurons, and he suggested to us that can we give each and every person who fills the form, like the Google form he's put up, 1 month free premium membership on his website, which deals with positional chess exercises. And guys, you can actually fill the form and make your account there with the same email ID, and you will get it for free. So do check out this Chess Neurons. And thank you Ankit bhai for all your support. And Pawan Rai says you promised to call VD after the game. Arey bhai Pawan bhai, मेरे को क्या पता कि VD bhai will play for 6 hours. I thought if the game is shorter, we would definitely call him, but this is too long, and I also feel that the players need to take their rest very importantly. Maybe someone from our team might have interviewed him on the way out, and that would be very nice. But to come up 3 flights of stairs and come here, this studio is beautiful. It's just a little far for the players. So maybe someone who finishes it sooner would be great. And Gukesh is now world number 5, is what people are saying. Whoa, that is insane. Gukesh is world number 5. He's surpassed Nodirbek and Alireza Firuza. Anyway, he surpassed, and so now he's world number 5, just behind Arjun bhai. Arjun and Gukesh right up there. World number 10, Praggnanandhaa. And Vidit also, thanks to his win today, is moving up the ladder now, world number 23. Vandit says, thank you CBI team for such an exciting broadcast. Thank you all. It's also something that now I'll take your leave, and also I will come back tomorrow. Need to work on certain videos, recaps and everything. We'll do that. A big shout out to our director Saab Samai from Nodwin Gaming, who's here throughout the duration, switching the cameras, bringing in all the excitement. It's not an easy job. So thank you so much, Samai bhai. And guys, I will leave you all with the Help Chess video. Yes, Samai bhai, should we do that? Yes, let's go. And guys, see you all tomorrow. One of the key aspects that stops the progress of many chess players and puts them in an extremely difficult situation is finances. Over the years, thousands of chess players have left the sport because of lack of funds. This is the reason we came up with the Help Chess Foundation. There are people out there who want to support Indian chess players, and there are chess players in need of funds. We at Help Chess wanted to act as a bridge, a transparent and accountable bridge where every single penny that the donor contributes is put to use in a way that it powers Indian chess. Over the last 6 years of activity, Help Chess has raised over 1 crore rupees. We have had many scholarships like the MKG Scholarship, Pursue Your Chess Scholarship, Muralidhar Jalan Foundation Scholarship, Sadhana App Sponsorship, Vijay Rajni Scholarship, Sharada Scholarship, S. Krishnan Scholarship, Pursue Your Chess Scholarship, and many more. It has benefited more than 75 players from getting good training to being able to travel to tournaments to working with better technology. Help Chess has tried to ease the lives of chess players and support them to move in the direction of their goal. Even top players like Anish Giri and Arjun Erigaisi have donated their prize winnings to the Help Chess Foundation to power young talents like Ilam Parthi, Jubin Jimmy and Sumer Sheikh. All the amount that is raised for chess players is then transparently updated on the ChessBase India website. But we have always wanted to improve the experience of our donors, and that's the reason why we have ensured that the charitable trust is now ATG compatible. The donors now get tax benefits. We also now have a CSR number, which means that companies with CSR funds can utilize their money for the right cause of powering young talents in the country. When you visit the Help Chess website, you will see two ways to contribute: Believer and Big Believer. Why did we choose the name Believer? That's because each of you who contributes believes in Indian chess. As soon as you donate, your name is updated in the recent Believers section at the bottom of the website. You will also see the initiatives taken up by the Help Chess Foundation that have been transparently mentioned through the linked articles. If you click any of the articles, you will get an update of all the people who have contributed. In the year 2022-23, Help Chess managed to raise 26 lakhs, and in the year 23-24, we raised 54 lakhs. Few talents who have risen rapidly are Mayank Chakraborty from Assam, who has become an IM with 2 GM norms, Ethan Vas from Goa, who is born in 2010 and is already an IM, Gautam Krishna from Kerala, who has also achieved his IM title and is rated 2466. We also have amazing stories like that of 8-year-old Narayani Marathe, who achieved a double gold at the Asian Youth Championships 2024 in Kazakhstan. There are many more stories like these. Our hope in the coming years is to support more than 1,000 chess players and ensure that no talent in Indian chess is wasted due to lack of funds. We hope that you will join this initiative to power chess in India.
Success is no mystery, no roll of the dice. It's the cost of hard work, the ultimate price. Through sleepless nights and battles within, it's the effort that turns losses to wins.
Vidit Gujrathi now has lost the game the emotion.
When failure knocks and hopes seem thin, it's the will to rise and try again. No luck, no fate, just pure dedication. The road to success is built on preparation. For every triumph has a story untold, of grit, of heart, of staying bold. Success is no luck. Unleash your inner champion.
कथा फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूंगा कि टाइम जा रहा है नीचे प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे
1 मिनट बगीचे
हाँ बगीचे अटैकिंग पे यार
checks captures threats in this position हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन जब हो जाए सही